family member of the fairest sex who has just successfully been through the appraisal system and did not have such an in-person interview which matches that description. So would the Minister look closely at Recommendation 7 to how quickly that can be implemented?
I have to say that she should have been face-to-face interviewed, and the information that I have is that all 43 forces are in England and Wales are conducting those face-to-face interviews. But I will endeavour to find out. Perhaps he would like to share the details, and I'll investigate further.
My Lords, that concludes oral questions for today.
Start this debate on foreign affairs, it might be helpful if I briefly remind all noble lords that the advisory speaking time for backbenchers contributing in today's debate is 5 minutes. My lords, it's obviously advisory, but it was set with the intention of ensuring that as much time as possible for individual contributions was available while enabling the House to rise at a reasonable time. My lords, we've got 65 members participating, and I would anticipate that that debate would therefore last about 6.5 hours. I'm sure the House is very much looking forward to hearing from the speakers, but given the number of speakers, I would respectfully request that all speeches are kept within the advisory time limit to ensure that all noble lords can contribute to a sensible hour. The usual channels have also arranged a statement to be taken as dinner break business, which will start around the usual time of about 7:30 to ensure that all noble lords taking part in the debate can have a bit of a break. Thank you, my lords.
Debate United Kingdom's position on foreign affairs. Lord Ahmad of Wimbledon.
My lords, it's an immense honour to open this important debate in the name of my noble friend Lord Cameron, and I look forward to some insightful contributions. I must admit, in preparing for this debate, I don't know if I should feel a sense of trepidation in watching your boss perform, or having your boss watch your performance, or indeed a degree of nostalgia, because it was, of course, the noble Lord Cameron who first appointed me to this House and as a minister. I'm sure it's a mixture of both. But in doing so, I, of course, welcome my noble friend's appointment, and with the intensity of diplomatic effort that we've seen in recent months, his sense of experience, insight, and engagement on the global stage has been a real reflection of the strength of British diplomacy. I assure noble lords that this is a welcome opportunity for us to hear and listen, to consider the UK's place in the world and its position on the world, on the full range of foreign affairs issues of development, diplomacy, and indeed defence and security. But what is clear, we do face a world which is increasingly more unstable, insecure, and we are facing, frankly put, a daunting set of challenges with direct implications for our country. I assure noble lords we are working with old friends and new partners to address these challenges and bringing together our best efforts, be it across diplomacy and development, to protect our security and shape an open and stable international world order. It has been this approach which has defined our approach to the issues across the Middle East, in particular to the Israel-Gaza crisis, where we are driving progress towards a sustainable peace, a peace that lasts, and a solution which delivers justice, delivers security, delivers stability and peace for Israelis and Palestinians. Let me be clear, Israel was shaken to its core by those horrendous terror attacks perpetrated by Hamas. And today we see Palestinian civilians in Gaza who are facing a devastating and humanitarian catastrophe. We need to act, and we are doing just that. That is why we have said that the fighting needs to stop now. Indeed, this call has been echoed recently by the US Vice President Kamala Harris just this weekend. And the most effective way, as we've said consistently, is to agree an immediate humanitarian pause, a stop in fighting. And that lays the grounds and the space to create a sustainable ceasefire. This would allow for the safe release of hostages and significant increase, which is so vitally needed in aid going into Gaza. And I stress again, this must happen, and happen now. It is a position shared by many partners, and I assure noble lords it's been the focus of all our extensive diplomatic efforts. Indeed, since his appointment, my noble friend and I have conducted more than a dozen visits to the region, sometimes visiting countries twice over, as well as the other engagements we've had on this issue in multilateral fora. My noble friend, the Foreign Secretary, the noble Lord Cameron, has visited Israel and the occupied Palestinian territories twice over. He's visited Qatar and Turkey. I've had the opportunity to join him on visits to Jordan, to Saudi Arabia, Lebanon and Egypt, as well as visits I've made to Qatar, Bahrain, UAE, Kuwait, Israel and the OPTs, as well as Egypt and Morocco. And we have been clear that there are 5 vital elements for a lasting peace. Firstly, the release of all hostages. And this will also should allow for unhindered humanitarian access to Gaza. The formation of a new Palestinian government for the West Bank and Gaza, accompanied by international support. And what does that mean? Support for reconstruction, to rebuild schools, hospitals, and allow for basic amenities to start again. Thirdly, for removing Hamas's capacity to launch attacks against Israel. And we also want to see an end to extremist secular violence, which we've seen perpetrated in the West Bank. We want to see Hamas no longer being in charge of Gaza, but importantly, providing a political horizon, which provides a credible and irreversible pathway towards a 2-state solution. 2 states, Israel and Palestine, living in security and peace. My right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, my noble friend, Lord Cameron, and I have reiterated these messages with senior members of all governments, including Israelis and Palestinians, in all our various visits, engagements, telephone calls and diplomacy in recent weeks. And like all noble lords, I assure noble lords, we make the point that civilians must be protected and have made clear that all parties must act within international humanitarian law. Israel must focus its operations on military targets and avoid civilians being killed. The prospect of a military ground offensive into Rafah, frankly put, is a chilling prospect, and we are urging Israel to stop and think seriously about the impacts of such an offensive. Meanwhile, we are doing all we can to alleviate the suffering. We've trebled our aid commitment this financial year, and we are pressing to get more crossings open into Gaza. We have reminded Israel of its obligation to ensure that significantly more humanitarian aid enters Gaza. And in this respect, we are focusing on 5 key humanitarian needs. The immediate deconfliction mechanism to enable safe distribution of aid through that extended humanitarian pause. Increased capacity inside of Gaza, enabling the humanitarian system and private sector to scale up the provision of goods. Increased access for aid through land and sea routes. An expansion of humanitarian assistance to Gaza, including fuel, shelter and public health items, as well as items critical for infrastructure repair. And of course, the provision of electricity, water and telecommunications. Turning to the wider region, the situation in the Red Sea, where the Houthis have been using the events in Israel and Gaza as an excuse for their attacks on commercial shipping. And I assure noble lords we are using every diplomatic lever at our disposal to pressure the Houthis to desist, working with our allies and international partners, including through Operational Prosperity Guardian, an international naval force, to deter mounting attacks. We are working alongside the US with non-operational support from Australia, from Bahrain, Canada, the Netherlands, Denmark and New Zealand. We must protect these lanes. 15% of trade of the world's shipping passed through those very lanes in the Red Sea. But let me also be clear, military action is always treated as a last resort. Turning briefly to Iran. Hamas alone, we believe, was responsible for the horrific terror attacks on Israel last October. But Iran also bears responsibility for the actions of such groups it has long supported politically, militarily and financially. And yes, that does include Hamas, the Lebanese Hezbollah and militia groups in Iraq and the Houthis in Yemen. And as my noble friend has made clear to his counterpart, Iran must actively restrain them. Turning to the conflict, the war, Mr. Putin and Russia's illegal war on Ukraine, where the brazen violation of the UN Charter strikes at the very heart of the rules on which our security and prosperity depend. Mr. Putin's recent address, simply put, was deplorable. The threatened use, yet again, of nuclear weapons is both chilling and irresponsible. Now, 2 years on from his illegal invasion, Ukrainians continue to stand strong as they fight to defend their country and defend the principles of freedom and democracy. The international community stands just as firmly in our support. We are leading the international response, giving Ukraine what they need to defend themselves, succeed against Russian aggression, and build a secure and prosperous future. Russia and Mr. Putin should be in no doubt of our resolve. This is why the Prime Minister made his first foreign visit of the year to Ukraine with one message, and I quote, "The United Kingdom stands with you." Indeed, my noble friend, the Foreign Secretary, upon his appointment, also made Ukraine his first visit. This underlines the strong support we are giving to a key ally and partner. And that is why the UK signed with President Zelensky a historic agreement on security cooperation, providing assurance for the long term. And that's why we have pledged almost £12 billion in overall support to Ukraine since the war began, including £2.5 billion in military assistance this year and a further £245 million for artillery ammunition to boost Ukraine's reserves. Meanwhile, our sanctions have also deprived Russia of over $400 billion in assets and revenues. In a joint call with G7 leaders and President Zelensky to mark the second anniversary, my noble friend, the Foreign Secretary, renewed our pledge to make Russia pay. Russia must be held to account for the terrible impact of despotism on ordinary Russians as well. We saw this most recently in the tragic death of the brave and courageous Alexei Navalny. And our thoughts and prayers extend to his family. And I call once again, as the Prime Minister and my noble friend have done, to Russia we say, release our citizen, British citizen Vladimir Kara-Murza. Release him now. Turning elsewhere in the world, the UK's approach to China is to strengthen our national security protections, work closely with our partners and engage directly where it is our interest to do so. My noble friend met his Chinese counterpart, Foreign Minister Wang Yi, on the 16th of February at the Munich Security Conference. They agreed that our country should continue to engage across a range of areas. The Foreign Secretary also urged China to use its influence with Iran to pressure the Houthis over their attacks on the Red Sea and further stressed the UK's support for Ukraine. My noble friend also raised the case of British parliamentarians sanctioned by China, some present in the chamber, and reiterated his call for the British national, Jimmy Lai, to be released. On human rights, I assure noble lords that the UK continues to play a leading role in holding China to account over its human rights violations, both through sanctions and international action, such as our joint statement in October on the situation against the Uyghur Muslims in Xinjiang demonstrated. Turning elsewhere in the world, we are also demonstrating leadership in our work with partners in the region, and particularly most recently to de-escalate tensions and ensure respect for Guyana's sovereignty. I know my noble friend, the Foreign Secretary, and my colleague, Minister Rutley, have engaged extensively on this issue. Turning to the multilateral world, there are, of course, many brutal conflicts taking place, humanitarian crises that are gripping us, and human rights violations taking place as I speak. We could talk of Myanmar, Sudan, Yemen, Venezuela, the DRC, Syria, Ethiopia. The list goes on. But it's important that we strengthen our work in multilateral organizations, including the UN. Our permanent role as a P5 member of the Security Council is key, as well as being a leading ally within the expanding NATO, but also looking at new partnerships to seeing how we reinvigorate the Commonwealth and the new alliances such as strategic dialogue within ASEAN. Turning to development, amid all our diplomacy, international development plays a pivotal role in our approach, helping to protect our interests in an open and stable international order, and in the sovereignty, security and prosperity of British people. As such, we are drawing on the UK's diplomatic and technical skills, science and technology expertise, and role as a global financial centre to partner with developing countries, including in the most fragile, so that we can deliver with them our collective ambitions. This means unlocking the full potential of UK development finance and programming, whilst also pushing for reform and delivery of a bigger, better, bolder and fairer international financial system. And I pay tribute to my right honourable friend, the Development Minister, for his pushing of this agenda and the priorities to ensure the development world, that those in the developing world get a fair deal. It also means supporting countries to cope with the effects of climate change. UK international climate finance has helped more than 100 million people cope with our changing planet, giving 70 million access to clean energy. And also on a personal priority on preventing sexual violence and conflict, we've helped to shape this agenda over a number of years. And I pay tribute to the people we've worked with, including Nobel laureates Nadia Murad and Denis Mukwege, and the convening power of Her Royal Highness the Duchess of Edinburgh. Turning briefly to trade on the topic of growth during these unstable times, we are having an impact which is affecting all economies. Enhancing our trade partnership is, as ever, a key priority in order to boost security and prosperity, both at home and abroad. In this regard, we continue to work around the clock on the FTA negotiations with both India and our GCC partners. We are also expanding British international investments, including in the Indo-Pacific, where it will invest up to £500 million focused on climate finance. This will contribute to our £11.6 billion of international climate finance commitment, which we made by March 2026, and also our pledge for $2 billion to the Green Climate Fund, announced by my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, at the G20 summit last year. Meanwhile, our developing countries trading scheme offers one of the most generous sets of preferences in the world, supporting jobs in partner countries and cheaper imports for UK consumers and businesses. And finally, just a word on the Blue Belt, which is again a great example of British leadership. The UK and its overseas territories are custodians of the fifth largest marine estate in the world, and the Blue Belt now protects 4.4 million square kilometres of ocean. And again, we need to work with other countries to ensure our oceans are protected for generations to come. My Lords, to conclude, faced with so many international challenges, the United Kingdom, I assure you, stands ready to continue our working with key partners, but also stands ready to continue to show leadership. On issue after issue, you can see the difference we are making with our partners. We are using our global convening power, working closely with old friends and new. And this is how, in the spirit of cooperation, we can shape, despite the immense challenges and conflicts we face, we can shape that open, stable international order. From conflict resolution to climate change, embracing new technologies, the challenge and opportunities of AI, to strengthening cybersecurity, to standing against aggression and aggressors, to fighting the cause of justice and security, through strengthening alliances and supporting friends and allies, both old and new. We, the United Kingdom, remain committed in building a world in which freedom, democracy, justice can truly flourish. And I beg to move.
The question is that this motion be agreed to.
My Lords, it's a pleasure to follow the normal Lord, who I think in his way he has dealt with questions and debates in this House has won the respect of your Lordship's House. And we certainly welcome the debate and appreciate that both Foreign Secretary and Lord Ahmed have ensured that at a critical time in world affairs, we can draw on the expertise across your Lordship's House in looking at the speakers list, which proves to be, I think, an interesting and useful debate. And I smiled when he spoke about a sense of nostalgia when he introduced his debate. I think of all of us, when looking back at foreign affairs, always have a sense of nostalgia that somehow things were better in the past, and we're not always right. But this really is a critical time. It's 2 years since Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine. Negotiations for humanitarian and ceasefire in Gaza continue. We've seen a fourth round of UK airstrikes against the Houthis. Tensions continue in the Indo-Pacific region, and we must acknowledge the growing threats from various hostile states. And a further dynamic is that this year, across the world, billions of people will vote in crucial elections against the backdrop of huge technological change, bringing greater potential for disinformation and external interference. And today's world leaders face multiple risks and challenges, including conflict, terrorism, the climate emergency and migration. And the first duty of government is the security of its citizens. Throughout history, every government in every country has had to adapt to meet the risks of the age. And the driving force behind the creation of both the EU and the UN was a desire for greater cooperation and for lasting peace. And at a time when trust in government is most needed, when wise counsel is most needed, we're also seeing a rise in those who wish to spread conspiracy theories, fake news and extremism. This, my lords, creates unpredictability. The UK holds a permanent seat on the UN Security Council, plays a major role in NATO, retains membership of numerous international organisations and is a signatory to important treaties and conventions. And we take pride that our international relationships with long-standing allies, with the Commonwealth and with key international partners gives us a wide-reaching diplomatic network. Yet it is a sad reflection that the past 14 years has become increasingly disconnected from some of our important allies and institutions. We have had a significant role in relation to Ukraine and Gaza, but we have retreated from or cast doubt on our commitment in other areas. We've had policy differences with the government when the Foreign Secretary was in Downing Street, but we also accept that his administration was serious about foreign policy. Yet more recently, government conduct on issues such as Brexit and the Protocol, the Northern Ireland Legacy Act, the Rwanda Agreement, has tarnished our long-standing reputation for respecting human rights and upholding the rule of law. Ill-advised comments about foreign leaders, the slashing of international aid, reducing our diplomatic presence, a casual attitude to the raw importance of international law, and lecturing others while watering down the UK's climate commitments undermines our soft power. And yet, as the world responds to the actions of hostile states, international cooperation has rarely been more important. Such states are deploying increasingly sophisticated cyber attacks against Western parliamentarians, hospitals and civil infrastructure. In some ways, it's like a modern-day version of the Zinoviev letter in seeking to influence and disrupt the diplomatic process. No, the Foreign Secretary looks at me askance. I wasn't around either, if that's any consolation. The Home Secretary expressed concerns about the potential impact in the UK when foreign actors are involved in major disinformation campaigns. Now, this doesn't just affect elections, but such external campaigns are designed to impact on domestic and international stability. Parliament has an opportunity to address this in the Data Protection and Digital Information Bill currently before your Lordship's House, when amendments will be tabled to try and tackle the issue of political deepfakes. Now, I appreciate the bill isn't the responsibility of the Foreign Secretary, but given the international implications of this and the seriousness, can I ask that he look at it with his Cabinet colleagues, and we're open to further discussions on this. At our last oral questions, my noble friend Lord Collins was somewhat bemused when the Foreign Secretary announced he'd been sanctioned by the Putin regime. Now, he joined an elite group of parliamentarians, but I have to say that our response to this must be robust. I wonder if the Foreign Secretary, when he responds, could outline how these issues are discussed between government departments and with international partners to ensure that modern state threats are more effectively identified and countered. And my lords, the noble Lord Ahmed, in his introduction, spoke of the death of the courageous Alexei Navalny. But also there's greater imprisonment of political opponents in Russia and in other countries. And how we respond to this with our international partners can have important repercussions. My lords, who wasn't moved to see thousands upon thousands of people queue in to pay their respects, even though they knew they were at risk from Putin in doing so. My Lords, Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine impacts across the whole of Europe and beyond. I was honoured to briefly meet President Zelensky when he visited Parliament. His leadership is inspirational. We all condemn the illegal invasion, and Keir Starmer has been made that if we are in government later in this year, we will stand with Ukraine, because Britain stands with Ukraine and this Parliament stands with Ukraine. Months ago, we called for legislation to enable the utilisation of seized Russian assets, and we were pleased that President von der Leyen supported doing just that to fund rebuilding Ukraine. Now, Andrew Mitchell in the other place has said that the government hopes to have positive news on this soon, and I hope the Foreign Secretary can provide an update on that when he responds in a few hours' time. My Lords, the attacks by Hamas on Israel on the 7th of October unleashed catastrophic devastation. And we totally agree with Noble Lord Ahmed and others that fighting must stop now. A sustainable and sustained humanitarian ceasefire, observed by both sides, underpinned by the release of all hostages and the ramping up of aid, is essential. And alongside that, diplomatic engagement is absolutely paramount. We are aware of the intense efforts taking place as we speak and want to remain optimistic, however difficult that is. An offensive in Rafah would create an even greater humanitarian catastrophe, and such action during the holy month of Ramadan would further inflame regional tensions. My Lords, I won't repeat the Noble Lord Ahmed's 5 points, but we are, I think, concur with the points he made. But the eventual aim of a two-state solution must be kept alive despite the huge challenges, and that is a safe and secure Israel, but also a viable Palestinian state without Hamas. We're a long way from there. Last week, Lord Ahmed confirmed that the aid getting to Gaza is just not enough, and that 500 to 600 trucks are needed daily. Can I say, is there any evidence yet of a significant improvement or the likelihood of a significant improvement in the days to come? My Lords, on the Red Sea, we have supported the limited, targeted action taken by the UK alongside allies to diminish the Houthis' responsibility to disrupt maritime navigation, and we acknowledge and thank our armed forces for their professionalism, their capability and their commitment. We've now had a 4th round of strikes. Can I ask the Foreign Secretary, at what stage would the government consider this to be a sustained campaign? And if we cross that threshold, what might accountability to Parliament look like? When we last had a statement on this issue, I asked the Noble Lord, the Lord Privy Seal and Leader of the House, whether the Ministry of Defence is content that strategic objectives are being met. Can the Foreign Secretary confirm these objectives for today and whether those objectives have changed? And given that wherever possible military action should be accompanied by those diplomatic efforts, can he say more about the diplomatic efforts that are taking place in the region? My Lords, the Foreign Secretary, I know, is well aware of the huge disappointment when the government downgraded international development, particularly in reducing the target from 0.7 to 0.5% of GDP, when GDP was falling anyway, and also how that money has been used. For many years, including when he was in a different role, there's been a consensus on retaining that ambition of 0.7%. Not only was that figure reduced, but the way in which it was done so quickly, it was immediately without consultation, there were no transitional arrangements put in place, that had serious consequences and implications. Now, we've heard on a number of occasions in your Lordship's House the damage that has been caused to the international development programmes that were funded by that money. Now, the Foreign Secretary knows the importance of the SDGs, and indeed the government has committed to implementing them. Yet the way in which the aid cut was undertaken makes implementing the international objectives even more difficult. What confidence is there that we can actually achieve those aims? because it doesn't just impact on the perception of the UK across the world and our soft power, it actually impacts directly on the projects that were on the ground, taking place, saving lives. Can he offer us any hope of an improvement from this government? My Lords, at the time available, I happen to comment on the many issues that will obviously be part of today's debate. Specifically, I think our relationship with China and Taiwan, issues in the Indo-Pacific region, but my noble friend Lord Collins will respond to the debate on those issues. But my Lords, we remain of the view that when the world is increasingly shaped by geopolitical events and trade flows, when risks and challenges are international, the UK should step up, engage and show leadership rather than step back. In recent years, it's been felt that the government has been too casual and uncommitted to our international obligations. I can think of no other government, including foreign secretaries, where senior figures would seek to defy international law or where legislation to protect citizens' rights would become a political football. I suspect that he would agree with Keir Starmer. I expected a reaction then, but I think he would. The nation's forest policy must prioritise restoring our place on the world stage. And that's not about being jingoistic or unrealistic about resources, but it is how we once again make the UK a force for good. In the past, we have helped shape international institutions and norms. We've played a key role in conflict resolution. We've used our convening power to build an international consensus around major events. And my Lords, we want to work with the EU as genuine partners. We want to be a dependable NATO ally supporting Ukraine's accession. We want to implement AUKUS, and we want to strike new security and intelligence partnerships. And we want to again lead in development and seek to lead on climate action too. My Lords, everyone stands to gain if we can lift vulnerable countries up and actually do something to accelerate climate mitigation. For our security and our prosperity, and for that of our allies, Britain must reconnect with the world and become a positive leader once again.
My Lords, when the noble Lord Ahmed said he wasn't quite sure how he felt about opening the debate, I did wonder whether he was really musing about the fact that normally he would have to spend a whole debate sitting scribbling in response to everything we'd said, and that he's now passed this task on this afternoon to the Foreign Secretary. So the noble Lord Ahmed can for once sit quietly and listen probably to some of the tributes that will be paid to him as one of our most indefatigable ministers and one who truly does have respect in your Lordship's house. But, my Lords, from the high north to the South Atlantic, from North Korea to South Sudan, there are global challenges and foreign policy concerns for the United Kingdom, for our partners and allies. Some speak of a new Cold War. I've never understood that. I don't see how this is a new Cold War. If anything, we're seeing a series of very hot wars. At the time that the Cold War did end, the UK, like so many of our partners, took a peace dividend. We now need to consider whether that was at too high a price. Are we paying enough now for our security and defence, or are we overstretching ourselves in diplomacy, defence and aid or development, 3 Ds? My Lords, we have in your Lordship's house 2 ministers who have spent, as the noble Lord Ahmed told us, weeks and months travelling round globally representing this country very ably. And yet, is the country really spending enough on foreign security and defence policy when we face so many challenges? My Lords, we have a series of challenges, a series of threats, a series of global issues that need to be considered. And in his opening remarks, Lord Ahmed got round part of the world in 16 minutes. the noble Lady Baroness Smith of Basildon, in her 13 minutes, got round some other parts of the world. That demonstrates in itself the fact that we are in a situation where we need to be looking south and east, north and west. And I wonder whether we are actually able to do that effectively. Does the Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office have the resources to be able to achieve everything that this country and our European and NATO partners need us to be able to do? Does the Ministry of Defence have the resources that we need? Does this country take our foreign policy responsibilities sufficiently seriously? And I say that as a country. It is not a criticism of this government or of previous governments. It is something that I think we need to consider as a public policy discourse, because if we don't pay a sufficient attention to the international, we will be caught out when the next crisis or the next conflict occurs. My Lords, over the last 3 years, 3 areas have been in series the source of much discussion, much debate, much British foreign and defence policy. They are Afghanistan, the Middle East and Ukraine. I'm going to pick a 4th area that I want to mention because I know the Foreign Secretary has just been down to the South Atlantic and to the Falkland Islands. So before I look at the more recent issues of hot conflicts, I wonder whether the Foreign Secretary can enlighten the House about the current feelings in the islands, particularly in light of the Argentinian President's resurrection of the issue of the Falklands being of significant interest to Argentina. What confidence he could give to the islanders, and whether he was able to answer a question that was put to me when I was down in the Falklands 18 months ago, which was, if Argentina invaded today, would the United Kingdom be able to protect us? And at one level, the short answer is, well, we have forces permanently deployed down there. But if we were asked, could we send a task force, I think the answer might be somewhat different. But turning to the more recent issues, Afghanistan. We have a legacy of 20 years in Afghanistan. At the time that the United States withdrew from Afghanistan, there was an ignominious departure on the part of the United Kingdom and our other European NATO partners. We left behind too many people who had put their lives on the line by standing alongside the United Kingdom, whether they were interpreters, whether they were British Council contractors, or whether they were the Triples. The cases of all of these people have been raised many times in your Lordship's House. But the answers that we get too often reflect interdepartmental differences, a sense that it isn't the issue for the Foreign Office or the MOD or for the Home Office. There's too much buck passing. Could the Foreign Secretary, in his response today, give some reassurance to those people who are still in fear of their lives because they worked alongside the UK and NATO, that we will get them out of Afghanistan, that they shouldn't be risking their lives in small boats and risking going to Rwanda, that we will do the right thing for those people we left behind in Afghanistan? Yeah. My Lord, the Afghan case is one that too infrequently now gets discussed because the bandwidth isn't there. We move from Afghanistan to talk about Ukraine, and rightly so. It's absolutely right that His Majesty's government and the whole of the United Kingdom has been giving support to Ukraine, whether welcoming Ukrainians into our homes, whether it's sending ammunition, whether it's training soldiers, whether it's the diplomatic route that the Prime Minister and the Foreign Secretary have engaged in. But, my Lords, one of the lessons from Afghanistan was when the United States withdraws, it is difficult for the United Kingdom and our European partners to be able to stand alone. And if we see that on this side of the Channel and this side of the Atlantic, it was also a message that was not missed in Beijing or in Moscow or in Tehran. Because the third of the areas that has already been discussed today, and I'm not going to go into detail because so many other noble lords will do so, but obviously Israel, Gaza and the Red Sea, areas where clearly the Foreign Secretary has already been trying to play a role and making some very important statements about the importance of a two-state solution. But, my lords, we're facing a world where so many of these issues have links with Russia or Iran. Hamas, the Houthis, Hezbollah are all supported by Iran. What conversations is His Majesty's government able to have to try and reduce the danger from Iran? That is one of the issues that I think we perhaps don't talk enough about but needs to be discussed. And finally, China. And for this, I'm going to turn briefly to the High North, because our attention as a country and as politicians in recent years has been to the south and to the east. But if we look to the High North, climate change is affecting everyone. Greta Thunberg talked about the world being on fire. That includes the Arctic, which sounds impossible but is true. And as the Arctic ices melt, we'll see new sea routes, offering potential trading opportunities, which may be beneficial to the United Kingdom and our allies. But it is also seen by China as the opportunity for a polar Silk Road. And as China signs deals with Russia, and the Arctic, instead of being an area of high cooperation and low tension, looks potentially to be one that could be securitized by Russia and China, what assessment is His Majesty's government making of the High North? Does it have the bandwidth to be thinking not just about the present issues in the Middle East and Ukraine, but about potential conflicts, potential areas of difficulty in the High North? And how far is it also looking west? Because at the moment, we still have a President of the United States committed to NATO. If Donald Trump were re-elected in November, could we really rely on the United States? And if we can't rely on the United States, what is the United Kingdom doing with our European NATO partners and with the European Union? What discussions is His Majesty's government having bilaterally and multilaterally with France, with Germany and with the European Union to strengthen our security ties? Are we going to go through the open door to have a UK-EU security relationship? We've moved beyond those intricacies of Brexit that soured politics for so long. There is an opportunity to think about a security relationship. Will His Majesty's government take that? Does it have a strategy for cooperation? Or are we destined simply to see ad hocery, which at times AUKUS or the relationship with Japan and Italy over fast jets sometimes looks, dare I say, opportunistic? Can His Majesty's government tell us that there is a strategy, that the government does have a view of the UK's place in the world, playing its right and proper place? And will it demonstrate the leadership that we all need, that isn't just about leadership in this and the other place, but also about a national conversation that reminds everybody that we must stand up for democracy, human rights and the rule of law? Because if we in this country are complacent, if we don't, not just politicians, not just journalists, not just academics, but every citizen stand up for these things, we're vulnerable. My lords, can the government offer that leadership that we all need?
My lords, I welcome this debate and also, if I may say so, the great energy and purpose which the Foreign Secretary has brought to his role, ably supported, of course, by the noble Lord Ahmed and the talents of Foreign Office staff. I think they really have increase the impact and the influence of British foreign policy. 5 months after the awful Hamas attack, we must not lose our sense of horror at the incessant images that we see every day from Gaza. The suffering of the Israeli hostages is unimaginable. It's extraordinary that, despite all UK and US efforts, Gazans on the verge of starvation are reduced to mobbing a food convoy, and then after Israeli forces open fire, a stampede killing many people. It's equally extraordinary that the US are reduced to airdropping some pallets of aid into northern Gaza because they cannot persuade the Israelis to let enough in by land. My Lords, I've never known as wide a gulf as exists now between a US president and an Israeli prime minister. It seems that the talks in Egypt about cessation of hostilities and hostage exchange have now broken down. Faults are no doubt on both sides, but it's hard to avoid the conclusion that Netanyahu's determination to prolong the war is linked in some way to his own political survival. Stopping this fighting is desperately urgent to get the hostages out, to get humanitarian aid in, but also to create an opportunity to move towards a better post-conflict future for both Israel and Gaza. I welcome the Foreign Secretary's championing of the two-state solution. For all the difficulties, it is the only viable alternative to a forever war between Israel and the Palestinians. I also think the Foreign Secretary was right to open up some negotiating space on the point at which a Palestinian state could be recognised. Of course, there are huge obstacles. A new Israeli and Palestinian leadership would, in my view, be needed. A credible answer to who will provide security in Gaza, who will foot the massive reconstruction costs in Gaza. From that point of view, it's encouraging to see that the Gulf Arab states are now much more engaged in thinking about the future of the Palestinian people than was the case in the past. They are going to have a central role in the running of Gaza in the future alongside a new Palestinian leadership. And part of that package should be a peace deal between Israel and Saudi Arabia, which would enable Israel at last to integrate into the dynamic region of which it's a part. A lasting ceasefire would also do a great deal to stop Iran destabilizing the region. It should de-escalate tensions across the border with Lebanon and remove the Houthis' pretext for taking international shipping hostage in the Red Sea. I wonder if the Foreign Secretary could tell us where things stand on that comprehensive draft UN Security Council resolution, which the Americans circulated in mid-February, which set out a lot of the points I've just gone over, and sets out a very different vision than that on offer from Prime Minister Netanyahu. Briefly on Ukraine, I draw attention, of course, to the European Affairs Committee's report on the impact of Ukraine on UK-EU relations, which I think has been largely positive. Can I single out the issue of using frozen Russian assets to fund reconstruction? The Foreign Secretary kindly told us when he came to the committee that there is a legal route to doing that. The Commission plan at the moment seems only to use future windfall profits from the euro clearing balance. That's frankly not going to change the dial on reconstruction. Could he perhaps update the House on where we are on the idea of using frozen Russian assets, or at least as collateral? More broadly, there's no prospect, I'm afraid, of either side achieving an outright victory, much as I would like to see Ukraine doing so. The risk is a long, grinding war in which the Russians gradually gain the upper hand, especially if we have a new President Trump in the White House. If President Zelensky did decide that the time had come for an armistice, freezing something like the current front lines, we should see that, in my view, as an opportunity, not a disaster. It would enable us to bring 80% of Ukraine, which is free, into NATO and the EU. Of course, Korea is not an exact precedent, but it gives an idea of what could be achieved by a long-term armistice. In that case, rather than being a bridgehead for further Russian aggression in Europe, I think an armistice would be more likely to leave Putin and his successors scrambling to prevent people stuck in the benighted, sad, Russian-controlled rump from escaping west to a prosperous and free Ukraine.
My Lords, I'd like to join in the tributes to Lord Ahmad for his opening and his distinguished many years of service, and may they continue in his current position, and also the energy that has already been said that the noble Lord Cameron, as Secretary of State, has brought to the present process and to this debate. I want to focus, as has already been done by Baroness Smith of Newnham, on areas of the means rather than the end. Like many noble lords here, I was in the Ukraine 3 weeks ago, in my case, for about a week, in Kyiv and Odessa. I managed to meet some of, I was there coincidentally at the same time as the head of the European Foreign Service, and we managed with some of his staff to accidentally to be in the same bomb shelter at the same time, which gives one an opportunity to talk to people. One of the things that came across there was the determination of Europe to protect Ukraine from defeat, to support them. However, it is clear from conversations with senior politicians in Ukraine, as well as the most senior religious leaders in that very religious country, the question they put was not just what does the West intend and what does the UK intend, and their warm words about the UK were very, very striking. But they also said, what are the means to those ends? Because you do not win wars by good intentions. I'm not going to go further on that except to say that the integrated review and the refreshed integrated review talk extensively about ends, but they don't talk at all, or very much at all, about means. And I think this is the question that has to be put to government, but also will be much better handled by the noble lords and noble and gallant lords with infinitely more expertise who are here, than me, who are here today. Moving on from that, I do want to talk about something which is a major focus and has been for many years in the Anglican Communion. I'd remind noble lords that the average Anglican is a woman in her 30s in sub-Saharan Africa on less than $4 a day, with a 50-50 chance of being in a place of conflict or persecution. And the question of avoiding war and making peace applies not only, obviously, in Ukraine and Gaza, but in, according to the UN's recent figures, 52 other places at least round the world. Over the last 10 years, in the 165 countries in which we have Anglican churches, divided into 42 provinces, I've visited all of those provinces and have spent much of that time with people involved in conflicts, seeking to build them up, whether it's in northern Mozambique with training from the UN or other places. It is very striking that the impact of peace building is not only a primary command of Christ in the Bible, blessed are the peacemakers, for they shall be called children of God, but is also fundamental to the national interests of this country. Our leadership, historically and today, in areas of conflict, brings us enormous distinction at huge cost. Our leadership in peace building is something we have the capacity to do, but is hard-won and brings long-term prosperity and opportunity. Peace brings development. Development brings trade. Trade is to our advantage, and trade brings more development. Our soft power assets in this country are enormous, especially when combined with the hard power within our armed forces to contribute to the necessary tough side of peacemaking. We see with Gaza and the horrendous events which I saw within a very few days of 7th of October. I was in East Jerusalem. We see there the terrible human impact and the almost impossible task of bringing peace in the midst of the sound of the guns. Once the guns begin, peacemaking becomes extremely difficult, if not impossible. The Foreign Office has an excellent unit, pithily named, I'm sorry to have to reach for my notes, I can never get this one right. I'm sure the Secretary of State could whip it off. Pithily named the Negotiations and Peace Processes Team in the Office for Conflict Stabilisation and Mediation. I'll call it peacemaking for short. It is staffed, like the whole Foreign Office and our brilliant diplomatic service, with people of courage and determination, huge experience, great wisdom, small number, and very little money. If we are going to talk about the use of aid, as Baroness Smith of Basildon did so effectively, we must look at where that aid is best used. And putting that aid properly to the service of peace has a far higher return than any other possible use of it. It saves money on fighting wars. It saves money on diplomatic intervention at a time when diplomatic intervention is virtually vain. My Lords, this debate will cover so many areas and has so many wise members of this House participating that I do not wish to go on any longer. Simply to say, I hope that the Foreign Secretary in his summing up will speak about peacemaking in the refreshed integrated review. The word reconciliation does not appear. Peacemaking, the word peace appears 4 times when I did a word search in 114 pages. I may be wrong, it may have gone up and I didn't notice it. And 2 of those references are in the context of nuclear war. Will the government enhance the work of the peacemakers in the Foreign Office? Will they contribute, will they encourage working with the third sector and with local groups? Will they bring in the coalitions, which means that, for instance, in the South Caucasus and other areas that we forget so easily, not only are we resilient, united in the West, determined and courageous, but we are also making peace in a way that opens a future for the country and for ourselves.
My Lords, it is a pleasure to follow the Most Reverend Primate's thoughtful contribution. These are bewildering times. They are the most complex that I have ever known. And the government has innovated and adapted to be more effective, as my noble friend Lord Ahmed so eloquently described, and to be resilient in this menacing age. And I commend the government for the action which it has taken, as I do for recognising that in this age relationships, partnerships and alliances are key. So what about the global fora, where we have a joint interest but no singular control? I want to focus on NATO and the United Nations. 2 questions must be asked. Are they still relevant? And if so, are they still fit for purpose? And I'm not going to dwell on the threats. We all know what they are. But I want first to look at NATO, 75 years old this year. A military defensive alliance bound by the collective obligation of Article 5, 31 states, about to be 32 with the accession of Sweden, a proven record of effective military activity, honed and reinvigorated with the renewed sense of purpose in response to the illegal invasion of Ukraine by President Putin. So is it still relevant? Yes, and I would argue even more so than in 1949. Is it still fit for purpose? Yes, but with 2 material caveats. And the first one is money. My Lord's defence spend of 2% of GDP is not enough. I'm now going to be a liberated, uncosseted backbencher. The UK, my lords, must show leadership. The feast and famine approach does not work. Giving when we have the money, withholding when we don't, is no basis on which to operate our defence capability. It's cloud cuckoo land. And we need to think outside the box, and I suggest a new and hybrid approach. Defence is of such primary importance that I think it merits top slicing from the budget to fund core need. And then why don't we consider giving the public a stake? Issue patriot bonds, call them what you want, so that the public can invest directly in our security. Because if you do want a defence capability, my lords, it needs consistent resourcing, and you must take the public with you. My second caveat: the commitment of all Member States to Article 5 must be unyielding and explicit. Ambiguity and loose talk by Member States is irresponsible and fatal to the integrity and credibility of NATO as a defence alliance, and I look to the United Kingdom to lead that charge. Having said that, thank goodness for NATO, and I praise the leadership of the Secretary-General and the professionalism of all the militaries who make it what it is. My Lord, let me turn to the United Nations. Created in 1945, following the collapse of the League of Nations, the UN was very different, but then so was the global environment of nearly 80 years ago. It was built around the United States, the United Kingdom, France, Russia, and the then Republic of China, the 5 permanent members of the Security Council. And many positive developments have ensued. The UN is a preeminent global presence with a worthy record of achievement. It is the umbrella for important and effective subsidiary groups. The real engine of the United Nations remains the Security Council. Paradoxically, 2 of the main perpetrators of global threat and instability, Russia and China, are still 2 of the permanent members. They regularly veto Security Council proposals. My lords, that is a self-perpetuating stasis right at the heart of the United Nations, and it's not workable. That's right. So is the United Nations still relevant? Unhesitatingly, I say yes. Is it still fit for purpose? Reluctantly, I say, without reform, no. My lords, let me offer hope. As a Defence Minister, I regularly represented the United Kingdom at the Organisation for the Prohibition of Chemical Weapons, headquartered in The Hague. 193 members, the states parties, annual conference with equal voting rights, executive council of 41 member states, appointed by the annual conference, 2-year term, technical secretariat delivers the activities mandated by the executive council. There are no vetoes. And since 2018, the OPCW has been led by an able and courageous Director General, Fernando Arias. The UK is an important, influential member. The support of the FCDO excellent. The contribution of our own ambassador in The Hague and her staff is superb. But here's the important point. This potentially unwieldy organisation is focused, effective, and it delivers, notwithstanding the presence of a hostile and uncooperative Russia and Syria, at times supported by a minority of other states. What they don't do, because they can't, is obstruct the work of the OPCW. So in conclusion, may I ask my noble friend, the Foreign Secretary, does he agree that defence spend is not a soft option, but a hard fact of life, and we need a new approach? In relation to NATO, are the strongest diplomatic persuasions being exercised to support NATO's critical unanimity of purpose under Article 5? And in relation to the United Nations, is the visible and I would say fatal flaw which I've identified being recognised and the urgent need for reform being acknowledged? Are there lessons perhaps to be learned, my lords, from the OPCW?
My lords, when I was in office at the EU, I visited the Middle East more than anywhere else. In Sderot in Israel, I was presented with a sculpture of a rose fashioned from one of the hundreds of Hamas rockets fired regularly at the town, and visited the places where the children played underground to keep them safe. Sderot was targeted on October the 7th by Hamas terrorists. On my visits to Gaza, I would often visit a school for deaf children, offering education and vocational training to those with an additional disadvantage in a place where children had few opportunities. It now lies in ruins. I am filled with overwhelming sorrow at what is happening and has happened, and with shame that we have failed over decades to find a lasting, viable solution.
Hear, hear.
Meantime, the region risks falling into greater chaos. I am only too aware of the influence and control that Iran exercises in the region. It had been my hope that after dealing with the nuclear issue, we would move on to tackling the problems that in Syria, Iraq, Lebanon and Yemen see Iran exacerbate already deeply troubled states. We need longer-term thinking here. 20 years from now, will we have curtailed and contained Iran's influence? What will the role be of the key Arab countries, especially Saudi Arabia, in bringing stability and prosperity to their neighbourhood? I believe there's a need for even greater UK engagement in this area. 10 years ago, I celebrated with Ukraine the signing of the long-awaited association agreement with the European Union, a country already in conflict after the taking of Crimea and the invasion of parts of the Donbass. The hope was for a plan to resolve Russia's incursion and find a new future closer to Europe. Just before the pandemic took hold, I was in Kyiv in a cold winter. While I was there, hundreds of people were killed, either by bombs or guns or freezing weather, as power stations were targeted in the Donbass. In Kyiv, I was told repeatedly that Ukrainians felt they were alone, left to deal with ongoing aggression by themselves, and I worried then that Russia was waiting. And now, after 2 years of war, many of the people I stood with in Maidan a decade ago are gone. There is a need for a new broad security architecture, which is more than the important continued military engagement and NATO expansion, and provides economic and political security well into the decades ahead. In 20 years' time, what of Russia? Do we need a plan for containment, to write the equivalent of the long telegram? And where does UK relations with the European Union fit in strategic terms in that time period? Many countries, especially in what we call the Global South, are no longer prepared to fall into line with our views simply because it's expected, even if the principle in question is one they accept. As one African leader, when discussing Ukraine, said, when were we going to pay real attention to what was happening in his continent? Pointing to the 17 coups in Africa during the last 6 years and the 18 armed conflicts in 2021 alone. Old relationships do not always translate into strong links, especially as economies grow and political alliances shift and develop. Their present and future growth depends on diversifying relationships or dumping old ones in favour of new ones. We need to forge these new relationships. Too often, my lords, we describe crises as coming out of nowhere. Too often, it's because we weren't looking hard enough. I learned a long time ago that there is no issue any nation can solve alone. It is in our partnerships and our alliances that we find the strength and the resources to tackle problems. Governments need to think in decades, not years, to resolve problems that have taken decades or longer to bubble up and burst, to tackle underlying causes, not just manifestations as they affect us, to understand the nature of long-term needs and to commit to resolving them, and to do so based on democracy, human rights and the rule of law, the values that Britain has been known for and respected across the globe. This is above all, my lords, about our own long-term security, and looking across our world, it cannot wait.
Yeah. My lords, it's a great pleasure to follow the noble lady Baroness Ashton of Up Holland and to benefit from her considerable personal experience. My lords, in recent years the government has undertaken 2 detailed analyses of foreign policy, the 2021 Integrated Review and the 2023 Refresh. It was and is difficult to argue with any of the individual propositions made in either document. The problem, though, is that it can be difficult to discern how the analyses can or should be translated into a strategy for action, into an appropriate balance between ends, ways, and means. As the Most Reverend Primate has observed, the reviews are strong on ends and, to some degree, ways, but weak on balancing these with means. Now, in such a complex and challenging world, it's inevitable that the UK will need to pursue many objectives and respond to many challenges. It's clear, for example, that China represents a major threat to the liberal world order from which we have benefited so much since 1945, that the stability of the Middle East is as important to us and as fragile as it has been over recent decades, that climate change and the scramble for scarce resources are transforming the Arctic from an area of cooperation to one of contest, as pointed out in a recent report from your Lordship's International Relations and Defence Committee. But for us, the issue of overwhelming significance is the threat posed by Russia. The 2023 refresh was, it seems, inspired largely by a perceived change in circumstance resulting from Putin's invasion of Ukraine in 2022. But Putin's war of aggression began in 2014, not 2022. The fact that many people only woke up to the implications 2 years ago does not make this a new challenge. The 2023 document did, though, make clear at last that, I quote, the most pressing national security and foreign policy priority in the short to medium term is to address the threat posed by Russia to European security. Quite right. Protecting this nation must be the UK's top strategic objective, and Russia is the clear and present danger. The 2023 refresh also points towards the main ways through which we should work towards such an end: deterrence and, if necessary, defence through NATO. But what about means? Here, I'm afraid, the review abandons analysis in favour of soundbites. And this weakness is reinforced by a fundamental misunderstanding in the supporting arguments. The review says, I quote, in addition to reinforcing UK's ability to defer and defend, we must also address the risk that misunderstanding and miscalculation could lead to large-scale military conflict. Now, this treats deterrence and miscalculation as separate issues. In reality, they are very closely linked. If deterrence is to be effective, it must leave no doubt in the mind of a potential aggressor about the unacceptable costs of launching any attack. They must be crystal clear about the ability and will of the defender, in this case NATO, to absorb an initial attack and to strike back overwhelmingly. It is not a question of fine balances and narrow margins. It's a question of undoubtedly superior capacity. And we should keep this in mind when we consider what the 2023 refresh has to say about means. It talks about recent increases in UK defence expenditure in cash terms, but we all know how little meaning that has in the face of inflation, let alone when set against previous large reductions. As far as future increases are concerned, the government has said that it aspires to increase defence expenditure to 2.5% of GDP over time and as fiscal and economic circumstances allow. My lords, this is like someone muttering about one day taking out adequate insurance while their house burns down around their ears. If the noble lord, the Foreign Secretary, thinks this is somewhat extreme, let me quote his own wise words. He said, "The lights are absolutely flashing red on the global dashboard." And he added, "It is hard to think of a time when there has been so much danger and insecurity and instability in the world." Spot on. But does he really think that a vague aspiration to increase defence expenditure to a level still far below where it stood as recently as 2010 is an adequate response to such a dire but undoubtedly accurate analysis? The The Economist magazine said recently that European leaders, including in the UK, need to raise defence spending to, I quote, a level not seen in decades, to restructure their arms industries and prepare for a possible war. It concluded that this work had barely begun. I look to both sides of the chamber when I say that we'd better get on with it before it's too late.
Yeah. My Lords, after these wise speeches, with no doubt more to come, what can one say in 5 minutes about the boiling turmoil of the world today, and about the crises and the pessimism with which it is riddled? And in particular, what can one say that is at all optimistic in all this scene? Well, one positive optimistic note I strike straight away is this. It is about the excellent handling of these dangerous problems by our Foreign Secretary. My noble friend has kept us, and your lordships in particular, extremely and continuously well informed. And all I can say to him is that is very much appreciated. Many of these current situations, Gaza, Ukraine, Afghanistan, all the rest, are deep-seated in long history, but all are vastly intensified and amplified, indeed enabled, by communications technology, and now with the onset of AI, being further twisted with deep fakes and massive and poisoning disinformation calculated to inflame. Now, the result we can all see very, very clearly. If not, we're not so clear often about the deeper causes. And just as I say in parenthesis, that should, if the Labour government is going to take over, if it does, I do hope they have on board a real Ernie Bevan who understands the realities, the real fundamental realities of the modern situation. The trust and mutual respect have dwindled. Polarised abuse has taken centre stage internationally, as well as, of course, internally within our own society. Deliberative diplomacy has been pushed aside, killing the areas of compromise and the middle ground on which international cliff-edge crises in the past, or some of them, have usually been resolved. And as the noble Lord Kerr, I noticed the other day, observed, we are seeing the collapse of the international rule of law before our eyes. My Lords, my noble friend the Foreign Secretary has more than once made the strong point that all the democracies and responsible nations of the world who are directly endangered by current world crises should step up much more strongly to the plate and work together, and not just leave all the heavy lifting to us and to the Americans. The UN was founded, wasn't it, by our forefathers in 1946, but it was in entirely different global conditions from anything we face today. So the question now that we must address is what new structures, independent forces and alliances of the like-minded, should we be beginning to think about building anew on or even replacing the post-war global architecture of the last century? How, for instance, do we give the UN new life and effectiveness? Or do we just shrug our shoulders and instead develop multipolar forums and overlapping alliances with the new Asia and the new Africa, or at least as long as the UN, despite its excellent agencies, remains paralysed by Russian and Chinese domination, as my noble friend Baroness Goldie was reminding us just now? Do we place the 56-nation Commonwealth, still growing, the largest association of like-minded people in the world, nearer to the centre of our own national strategy, by looking at our common security concerns and remembering that they are with us in the common values we treasure? Do we replace the Bretton Woods aims and again serious reform of today's Western digital capitalism, which the younger generation dislike, and they feel it's unfair and of no benefit to them, also poll after poll tells us? My Lord, should we work out a cleverer China approach of containment, or modernise the outdated UK-US special relationship, which is absurdly out of date? Do we devise a new pan-European security system and further restructure NATO? in the age of hybrid wars, and now that a possible Trump administration is going to turn America away from NATO altogether. There are currently no answers to any of these concerns, my Lord, and almost no sign of any common ground on which they could be pursued. The American wise man Francis Fukuyama may not have been correct about the end of history. It certainly hasn't ended. But when he says that people have not yet woken to the magnitude of what is happening or about to happen to humankind as a direct result of the communications and connectivity revolutions, he is dead right. My Lords, perhaps this is one area in which our nation and our foreign policy thinking really can begin to take an enlightened lead.
Yeah. My Lords, the noble Lord, the Minister, in his characteristically powerful speech, reminded us of the importance of the UK championing the flourishing of democracy. Those were his words. The noble Lord, Lord Howell, reminded us of the need for us to wake up. And we certainly do need to wake up to what is happening to democracy in the Sahel, what is happening to democracy throughout Africa at this time, and the danger of democracy and democrats finding themselves very much on the back foot. My Lords, I grew up in the Commonwealth. I grew up in Ghana, in West Africa, in the 60s. Many of us here are childs of the 60s. And we know that the 60s were characterized by global competition between West and East. And no continent suffered more, frankly, from that competition than the African continent. There's a proverb in Africa that when the great elephants fight, it's the grass that suffers. And that's certainly what occurred in Africa. And during that period, between 1960 and 2000, coups in Africa averaged 4 a year. There have been 200, it is estimated, successful or attempted coups in Africa since the 1950s. Up until relatively recently, democracy seemed to be flourishing in Africa. And there were more people who were able to cast their votes at a ballot box and cast it safely than had hitherto previously been the case since the early days of independence. Sadly, my Lords, that is now in decline. In Mali, there have been 2 coups, in 2020 and in 2021. In Guinea, in Sudan, in Burkina Faso, again twice in 1 year in 2022, in Niger in 2023, and in Gabon in 2023. The Sahel is threatened with a contagion of coups and Islamist insurgency on a par that we have never seen before. And added to that is the growing destabilizing factor of the intervention of Russia on the continent through the Wagner Group, which has reinvented itself in ways that mean, I'm afraid, that it's directly linking its commercial interests in mineral extraction with military intervention in order to create the context in which that extraction to the benefit of Russia can take place. And in the same time, it is selling arms. It is the single biggest supplier of arms in the Sahel as we speak. My Lords, we have to have a response to that. For democracy to flourish, there is a need for jobs, an end to instability, and an end to hunger. The reality, my Lords, for Africa and Africans is far from that. There's a growing humanitarian crisis. Armed conflicts have worsened human suffering and forced millions to flee. Roughly 2.7 million people have been displaced by coups and armed insurgency. That's the reality. I know what it is to be a displaced person. I'm ever grateful to the people in the community in Hemel Hempstead who welcomed me and my mother and my sister when we fled the coup in Ghana in 1966. It's no easy thing. And linked to that, 2.7 million people displaced, 1.6 million children are now malnourished, and those are on last year's figures, and the most recent indications make it look like there'll be more than 2 million children undernourished in this year. My lords, we need to have a response to that, and it needs to be a response, surely, that links support for democracy and civil society through institutions like the Westminster Foundation for Democracy, giving them the capacity to operate on the ground. It means creating jobs through support for the Africa Free Trade Area, and it means expanding in answer to the desire of China and Russia to create bases, more military bases, more naval bases. Naval bases China has now in West Africa as well as East Africa. Russia is seeking a base in the Sudan. We have to have a response to that that is led by military diplomacy. And there has to be an investment in military diplomacy on a scale that we have not seen for very many years. My lords, we have an opportunity with the reputation this country has in Africa, the people of this country have in Africa, to make a difference so that democracy flourishes, but it flourishes because democracy is seen to provide jobs, to provide security, and to provide decent health and well-being for all the citizens in democratic countries.
My lords, the noble Lord the Minister is used to being on the global stage, and he may have just a few months to make a difference now. So what might he and his very able colleague, Lord Ahmad, focus on? And like Lord Ahmad, I was a junior minister in his administration, so fancy me having this opportunity now. So, first and foremost, there's climate change. Perhaps his main aim here should be to stop the UK going further backwards. We were a world leader, and that's not our message now. Then there's the rise of authoritarian and populist regimes, bolstered by misinformation, the undermining of international law. A key actor here is Putin, with his aggression against Ukraine. Maybe the greatest contribution the noble Lord can make is to work very closely with European allies. Those European leaders have welcomed him with a sigh of relief. And it is Europe that is at most immediate threat. Then the noble Lord could argue for the restoration of the aid budget. But something tells me that the budget tomorrow will not restore this, and he would waste his breath here. Might he do more in relations with Africa? He leaves that, perhaps, to Andrew Mitchell, another very able colleague. But why was the African Investment Summit called off? The explanation that there are elections this year and many other events really doesn't hold water. That was known in advance. We hear that in the tail end of this government, with the UK no longer in the EU, leaders simply prioritised elsewhere. Could he comment? But now I come to an area where I think he can make a real difference, and I hope that he may already be doing so, maybe breaking away from long-established UK government positions, and that is in relation to the conflict in the Middle East. Does he agree with Oliver McTurnan, Director of Forward Thinking, and a long-standing negotiator in the region, when he says, and I quote, "Despite the terrible events of October the 7th and the subsequent Israeli assault on Gaza, we still remain convinced that the Israeli-Palestinian conflict is not an intractable problem. It remains essentially a human problem that can be resolved by political will. In some ways self-evident, in some ways a pipe dream. But such a resolution, of course, seemed impossible in earlier years in relation to Northern Ireland, and yet it was. And that was a conflict on which the whole world seemed to have a view, just as they now do on the Middle East. Does he agree that what is happening now has to be a turning point, both for Israel and the Palestinians? Violence cannot be the solution. There have been so many warnings over the years that here was a tinderbox. The area is alight now. Over 30,000 people have been killed, the largest proportion being women and children. Many others are unaccounted for. The UN speaks of law and order breaking down in Gaza, famine, women and girls at huge risk, of Rafah being the largest refugee camp in the world, yet nowhere safe. The Israeli hostages and their families continue to suffer. Attacks have increased in the West Bank, where support for Hamas has increased, the reverse of the Israeli government's avowed intention. The Noble Lord himself has called for an investigation into what happened with the deaths associated with the aid convoy, where 80% of those in hospital, according to the UN, had gunshot wounds. The humanitarian situation is catastrophic, and tensions are escalating globally, as well as in our own communities. Does he agree that a ceasefire is desperately needed, as the US Vice President, the UN, WHO, and so many others are calling for? And from Lord Ahmed, I think he probably does. But above all, does he see tectonic plates now shifting? That's not to say that we do and say the same as we always have before. He is Foreign Secretary at this key point in history. This may be where he can help make a difference, and I look forward to his reply.
My Lords, I congratulate Lord Ahmed first on his speech, and I also congratulate Lord Cameron on his new post, which, if I may say so, he is carrying out with absolute excellence. Today, my Lords, we have all around us headlines about the need to reduce taxes to make life better for the electorate. Perhaps I could adapt the famous words of President Kennedy. We should think not just about ourselves, but also about the needs of other peoples around the world. There is the perilous position of the position of the Palestinians. There is the poverty in Africa and a host of other nations. But I would suggest that what we have to decide is where today we can exert the most influence most quickly to improve the position. And I would suggest that at this moment, this is in Ukraine. I remember being in Kyiv in the winter of 2013, just before Christmas. In the central square, there was a crowded demonstration of several thousand supporting closer links with Western Europe and protesting at the then government's refusal to do this in the face of Russian threats. The crowd was enthusiastic but peaceful. There was no hint of violence. But later, when the television cameras had stopped transmitting, the demonstrators who remained were beaten back by riot police and the square cleared. It was the immediate prelude to the Kyiv revolution. It is fair to say that since then, the government of Ukraine has received a great deal of verbal support from other European governments, Britain, France and Germany. The question really is, and this has been touched on by a number of speakers, most of all perhaps the Archbishop, the most reverend prelate. The question really is whether the tangible support has matched the rhetoric. In 2022, the Russians invaded, and few of the commentators gave much for Ukraine's chances. We have now passed the second anniversary to the resistance of that invasion. Thanks to the courage of the armed forces, the determination of the people of Ukraine, and the leadership of President Zelensky, Russia has been held back. But the question is, for how long? To put it bluntly, Ukraine needs more help now. In Germany last month, President Zelensky made an urgent appeal for more weapons to avoid and I quote, a catastrophic situation in Europe. That was a strong warning. We should listen, but above all, we should respond. Countries like Britain are giving, but the truth is that we must give more. I am not a completely uncritical supporter of Margaret Thatcher, as my recent book perhaps shows. But I should say, and she certainly was not a world leader on AIDS, but I should say on her central aim that government must pursue a strong defence policy, coupled with insisting on law and order at home, she was absolutely right. I'm not so hopelessly optimistic that anything we say in this debate will influence the budget tomorrow, much of which has already and totally regrettably been leaked already to the press. Nor do I pretend that spending more on defence is an easy message. It means scaling back on other projects, but it is the right thing to do, and we should pursue it. We cannot afford a further part of Europe to slip under the power of Putin and the Russian government. Ukraine deserves all our support, and that support is what we should volunteer.
My Lords, it's a pleasure to follow the noble Lord, Lord Fowler, and in following him and having seen my noble friend Lord Johnson on the steps of the throne a while ago, I was reminded of dragging them both through the Sinai Desert with a number of others into Gaza. We had to go through Rafah because the Israelis wouldn't let us in through Erez. And we arrived very tired and very dusty. And the first visit was to a school, which was 2 containers stacked on top of one another. And these little boys in beautifully whitewashed shirts had learned a song for us. It was, "If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands." I wonder what's happened to them now. I thank my noble friend Lord Ahmed for his excellent opening of this debate, and especially for his depth of knowledge and his commitment to the Middle East. I declare my interest is set out in the register, especially that as Prime Minister's Trade Envoy to Kuwait, Jordan and the occupied Palestinian territories, and President of Medical Aid for Palestinians. My Lords, what has happened over the last 151 days, first in Israel and then in Gaza, is nothing short of tragedy. The unconscionable acts of Hamas on the 7th of October were abhorrent, and the train of events that they have unleashed is heartbreaking. The devastation in Gaza is unimaginable, and yet the hostages have not been released, and 1 in 20 Palestinians, mainly women and children, have been killed or injured. In the north of Gaza, which has consistently been denied food, and with few aid trucks able to get through, 1 in 6 children under the age of 2 are now seriously malnourished. This hasn't been caused by crop failures or drought. As the UN said, this is entirely man-made, and as such could be immediately reversed. I would like to pay great tribute to my noble friends, the Foreign Secretary and Lord Ahmed. They could not have done more to deliver difficult messages, especially on the access of aid. And where trucks can't go, we have dropped aid from the air in cooperation with our good friends, the Jordanians, and this is more than welcome. But aid dropped from the sky doesn't always reach those who need it most. What we need is fully trained workers on the ground to help to distribute the aid and to treat the children. But they cannot gain access with the ongoing bombardment. As of yesterday, 16 children had died of starvation, dehydration and malnutrition. Today, that number will have grown. Children should not be used as a weapon of war. And I agree with my noble and very good friend, Lord Ahmed. The fighting must stop, and it has to stop now. In a powerful and passionate speech, which says everything, and which was delivered at the Cairo Summit for Peace on the 21st of October last year, His Majesty King Abdullah II of Jordan said, "This conflict did not start 2 weeks ago, and it will not stop if we continue down the blood-soaked path. We know all too well that it will only lead to more of the same, a zero-sum game of death and destruction, of hatred and hopelessness, played on repeat. The only hope of preventing the seeds of future hatred growing, my lords, is a two-state solution." In a speech in October to your lordships last year, I said that I had always hoped that the path to peace might be through the Arab Peace Initiative, that one day it might be picked up, dusted down, and given new purpose. So, amongst all this heartache, I was delighted to read that there was serious work being undertaken by the Arab states, led by Saudi Arabia, to forge a path to peace. I very much hope that the UK government will give any such initiative its full support and that we will help in any way that we can. We are, of course, able to make the first step towards a two-state solution, and that is recognition of Palestine. And I welcome my noble friend's statement on this. My noble friend Lord Soames and I called for recognition in 2011, when the World Bank, the IMF, the UN and the EU had all said that Palestine was ready for statehood. And when President Obama promised that Palestine would be a new member of the UN, we endorsed that promise. We missed the opportunity to change the course of history then. We can do better now.
My lords, few have done more over such a sustained period to promote peace and reconciliation in the Middle East than the noble Baroness Morris of Bolton. It's a great pleasure to follow her. During my remarks, my lords, I want to mention the new axis of authoritarian dictatorships and their proxies, the danger posed by isolationism, accountability and the rule of law. And for the purposes of transparency, and as it was mentioned earlier by the noble Lord Ahmed, I should note that I'm sanctioned by China and Iran. On this day, my lords, in 1946, in Missouri, Winston Churchill gave his famous Sinews of Peace, Iron Curtain speech, in which he talked about, I quote, a solemn moment for American democracy, warning that Hitler's Nazism would inevitably reappear in the designs of wicked men or the aggressive urge of mighty states. And here they are, my lords, an alliance of dictators and authoritarians. Xi's communist China, Putin's Kremlin, Iran's apocalyptic mullahs and their many imitators from North Korea to Belarus, terrorist proxies like Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis, combining a toxic mix of ideologies and criminality. China commits ethnic genocide in Xinjiang, with impunity destroys democracy in Hong Kong, threatens a blockade of Taiwan, which would devastate the world's economy. It persecutes, it imprisons, and it oppresses. Foolishly, we have allowed the CCP to penetrate our markets with slave-made goods. Foolishly, we've allowed it to fill the void in the global south, including Commonwealth countries, with their $1 trillion Belt and Road Programme, leaving indebted nations hostage to China's strategic hegemonic interests, hostile and inimical to those of the free world. China has happily watched Putin invade a sovereign nation, degrade its munitions, threaten the use of nuclear weapons, as he has sacrificed Russia's place as a great power, and as political opponents die in prison and an ICC arrest warrant is issued against him. Putin's quartermasters are Iran and North Korea. North Korea, which executes a young man for watching a South Korean movie. Iran, where a young woman, Mahsa Amini, is jailed and then dies after being accused of failing to wear clothes approved by the morality police. This is the axis of despots and dictators who say that they will impose a new world order. 2024 does feel dangerous, uncertain, and unpredictable. As in 1946, then, we must counter this by strengthened alliances and combating isolationism, including, as we've heard, through NATO and AUKUS. While it's heartening to see the accession of Finland and Sweden to NATO, it's depressing to hear Donald Trump with his threats and to hear isolationist talk of leaving NATO. He should remember that isolationism did not stop the Japanese attacking Pearl Harbor, and that Article 5 binds the other 31 NATO members to support America in the not inconceivable event of it being attacked. But America also needs to be fully engaged, not just in NATO, but in the United Nations as well, in combating, exposing and reforming the UN, an institution whose organisations and agencies, from the discredited UN Human Rights Council to the manipulated WHO, to the subverted UNRWA, are all in need of new leadership. The UN's pathetic response to Alexei Navalny's death, suggesting the Kremlin impartially investigate itself, defies reason and leaves it looking incompetent and corrupt. In the case of the Hamas attacks on Israel, it initially proved itself incapable of an unbiased, outright condemnation. And where were the blue helmets as 600,000 were killed in Tigray, as the world looked away, and now thousands dead in Darfur and Sudan, with 9 million people displaced, adding to the 114 million people displaced worldwide? My lords, to tackle root causes of displacement, we'll need the equivalent of the post-war Marshall Aid Programme, through which the US, with extraordinary generosity, transferred $173 billion in today's money to the reconstruction of Western European economies. But the 1940s was also a time when we built new alliances based on the rule of law, with lawyers like Raphael Lemkin framing the Genocide Convention and others writing the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. It was when Churchill advocated the creation of the Council of Europe and the European Convention of Human Rights. Their endeavours led to the Nuremberg Tribunal and later to the Rome Statute and the creation of the International Criminal Court. I hope that when he comes to reply, that the Foreign Secretary will tell us how in our generation we will ensure a tribunal is established to prosecute the crime of aggression in Ukraine. What will we do to preserve the evidence and ensure prosecution for the crimes committed by ISIS against Yazidis and others in Iraq? What will be done to bring to justice those responsible for the genocides in Darfur, Xinjiang and Burma, and crimes against humanity in Nigeria and Tigray? In too many places, impunity has become the norm, and justice is the exception. We must take urgent steps to reassert the primacy of the rule of law and demonstrate to the axis of dictators that they will be deterred and that they will be held to account.
Yeah. It's an honour to follow my noble friend, Lord Alton of Liverpool. But in today's world, it is difficult to separate the domestic from the external and the economic from the political. We have seen this in many crucial issues like climate change, immigration, free trade agreements, and of course, Brexit, to name but a few. Brexit was about what kind of relationship with continental Europe best serves our national interest. But this debate has been going on for the last 1,000 years at least. What has changed since then is that the national interest is equally abroad as it is at home. The dilemma today is what to do when the security and the prosperity of our citizens clash. What to do when the Chinese government invests in key British infrastructure and in our university. Should the economic argument override security concerns? And what about human rights? China has been suppressing democracy in Hong Kong, trying to eliminate the Uyghurs, and it supports Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Yet it is our fifth largest trading partner. How do we reconcile idealism, how would we like the world to be, with realism, how we find it? In March 2021, the government published a sweeping review of its foreign, defense, development and security policies. It named Russia as the most acute physical threat to our security. Several months later, Russia invaded Ukraine. In response, an updated version of the integrated review was published in 2023, stressing the need to build economic and military resilience. Far from ending, as Francis Fukuyama proudly predicted in 1989, history is back, and with a vengeance. It is far worse than a return to the Cold War. In those days, it was a regulated conflict. It was the politics of détente, with far less economic interdependence. Today, the world appears to belong increasingly to dictators. Russia and China argue that their brand of authoritarian government allows them to act decisively, while their democratic rivals debate, dither, and fail to deliver on their promises. My lords, there is some truth in this. Organization founded after the Second World War under the US leadership, the UN, NATO, IMF, the WTO, and even the EU, have lost their way, while the United States is taking an increasingly isolationist stance. But because our relationship with the United States is based on both countries' national interest, whoever wins the presidency of the United States, as an independent country, we will have the opportunity to play an important role. Since leaving the EU, we have not forfeited our global leadership opportunities. We hosted COP26 and the G7 summit, played a crucial role in AUKUS, became CPTPP member, and led the way to responding to Russia's aggression in Ukraine. We may no longer be the superpower we once were, but we can still help shape history. But would my noble lord, my noble friend, the Foreign Secretary, not agree that we must first regain our confidence, stop apologizing about our past, and stop bickering about Brexit? We should instead focus on what we have excelled for centuries: pragmatism, wisdom, and a strong sense of purpose, and use our diplomatic might to work towards a workable peace.
Mass terror of October the 7th and the Netanyahu Gaza horror since. Can I speak frankly as a former UK Middle East Minister and Secretary of State for Northern Ireland? First, Israel is not going to destroy Hamas, as its leaders promise, not even by destroying Gaza. Although Israel has seriously damaged Hamas militarily, it is a movement and an ideology which in many respects Israel helped promote. Its right-wing government thwarted serious negotiations with Yasser Arafat's more moderate Fatah after Bill Clinton's Camp David summit in 2000. They also oppressed Gaza residents, imposing a state of siege. And surely after Israeli bombing kills their relatives and destroys their schools and communities, Gaza teenagers will resist even more and be recruited even more easily by Hamas and jihadism. As Britain's troubled history in Northern Ireland vividly demonstrates, if politics doesn't work, violence and extremism always fills the vacuum. Remember also that British governments refused for decades to negotiate with the IRA because of its terrorist outrages. But when they finally did so, the 1998 Good Friday Agreement happened, supported by a US President, a UK Prime Minister, a UK Foreign Secretary, and an EU President. As for the notion also peddled by leaders of the global North, that only negotiations with a discredited West Bank Palestinian leadership can be countenanced, that won't work either. Nor will Netanyahu's recently reported plan for Gaza to be run by Israeli-approved administrators without links to either the Palestinian Authority or Hamas. There's a salutary history of trying and failing to promote favoured candidates on peoples demanding self-determination to choose their own. Hamas will have to be included in some way, like it or not, as indeed they are now in the Egypt-based negotiations. My lords, in the end, the solution has to be political. For Palestinians of whatever political stripe cannot defeat Israel militarily, and nor can Israel defeat Palestinians militarily. As Jonathan Powell, Tony Blair's Chief of Staff, wrote compellingly in his book Talking to Terrorists, such conflicts can only be resolved by negotiation. By the way, Arafat had previously been labelled a terrorist with whom Israel would never deal, as also had Nelson Mandela by apartheid's rulers. Yet Israel's right-wing leaders have been hell-bent on turning Palestinian territories into occupied dependencies. The West Bank, small islands of which are nominally administered by Fatah, but in practice controlled by Israel, now contains 500,000 Israeli settlers, East Jerusalem nearly 250,000. UK ministers wring their hands, pointing out that such settlements are illegal, but do nothing. And where's all this got Israel? Not more, but less security, as the October the 7th pogrom palpably demonstrated. Yet the flat rejection of a two-state solution by Netanyahu means permanent Israeli domination, with escalating violence and regional instability. Can I suggest to the noble Lord the Foreign Secretary that beyond the current talks, he supports a regional summit involving Israel, Egypt, Saudi Arabia, and yes, Iran too, along with Jordan, Qatar, and the UAE, for there will be no stability in the region unless all parties are included. Many in the global south, my lords, are contemptuous of what they see as profound double standards by global north leaders, including the UK, wanting backing for Ukrainian self-determination, quite rightly, but being complicit in the denial of Palestinian self-determination and culpable in the Gaza horror. The geopolitical breach with the global south is deepening and will cost Washington, London, and Brussels dearly in an increasingly turbulent world. Meanwhile, my lords, I remain a friend to both Israelis and Palestinians, and that's no sellout of either, but a recognition that they share a future together or they share no future at all worth having.
My lords, it's always a pleasure to follow the noble Lord Hayne with all his experience. My lords, 5 minutes and 2 points, and a part of the world that hasn't yet been discussed in this debate. My first point is about Central Asia, where I believe increased investment in soft power now could make a very real difference, and where there is a clear appetite for greater engagement from the United Kingdom. And I refer, noble lords, to my interests in the Register, my work in Central Asia since 2017, and more recently as a trustee of the John Smith Trust. I believe the UK should be both a reliable long-term partner and a critical friend to Central Asia. Geopolitically, it is an important region with a young and dynamic population where, for example, in Uzbekistan, over 60% of their well-educated population are under 30 years old. Younger people in Central Asia want an alternative to both Moscow and Beijing. They want greater access to our English language, our universities, and they want to strengthen their civil society and free media. The Noble Lord the Minister will also probably know that currently many Uzbek workers help every autumn with our cherry harvest in Kent. People I speak to in Central Asia would also like greater assistance in establishing a genuinely independent judiciary and modern legal structures. This would assist in the fight against corruption and help to embed reforms. I know many in Kyrgyzstan in particular would welcome this. We should learn, I believe, my lords, from the lessons of the recent past and from some of our mistakes in the region. After the breakup of the Soviet Union in 1991, Putin and the current Russian leadership were able to adopt a pick and mix of unregulated free market economy with pretend so-called managed democracy without ever actually allowing genuine democratic structures and the rule of law to take hold. Our soft power influence through BBC World Service as well as through leadership and critical thinking programmes such as the John Smith Trust and the British Council are absolutely key. For example, having a British Council staff member in the British Embassy in Bishkek in Kyrgyzstan would make a very real difference very quickly. Kyrgyzstan has just chosen, I understand, to invest in a 30-year contract with Cambridge University Press for its core school textbooks. We should, I believe, my Lord, celebrate this. I know the Noble Lord, the Foreign Secretary, clearly has many, many calls on his time, but I would strongly recommend a visit to Central Asia. My second point, my Lords, is one that has been mentioned by many other Noble Lords already. This is a critical year ahead for Ukraine, especially in the context of the elections in the United States. The series of additional sanctions announced by the Foreign Secretary 2 weeks ago are very welcome, but I believe we now have to do so much more to inflict real and meaningful damage on the Russian war economy, and I hope we will continue to work with our G7 and European partners to that effect. Last week, I did an event in Canterbury with many Ukrainians who asked me the question at that event, is it right to continue providing enough so that Ukraine doesn't lose, but not enough for them to win? And I would ask the Noble Lord, the Foreign Secretary, the same question. Putin cannot be allowed to win. This is a view shared by all mainstream political parties in the UK. No country should ever have the right to declare that another sovereign country does not have the right to exist. Putin's worldview is based on a distortion of the truth, a reinterpretation of history based on populism, authoritarianism and the accumulation of his own personal wealth. It has been hugely convenient for him to use the truly awful wars happening now in Sudan and the Middle East to stir up feelings of resentment against Ukraine in the global south. Just because Putin might not be directly responsible for those other awful wars doesn't mean that he hasn't been indirectly involved. A year ago, more or less exactly, my lords, I was working in Khartoum in Sudan just before the dreadful civil war started there. The presence of Russian Wagner mercenaries was clear for all to see. They have caused untold misery for the people of Sudan, so many of whom are now living abroad as refugees. President Zelensky is right to say this is not just Ukraine's war. It is now a war against authoritarianism and in favour of the international values of justice, freedom and the rule of law. We must, my lords, keep supporting Ukraine in this war, however long it takes.
Yeah. It's a pleasure to follow the Baroness Suti, and I refer the House to my registered interests as President of Conservative Friends of Israel and Director of the UK Abraham Accords Group. Some 3 months ago, my noble friend, the Foreign Secretary, said, and I quote, "If we leave Hamas in charge of even a part of Gaza, there will never be a two-state solution, because you can't expect Israel to live next door to a group of people that want to do October the 7th all over again." I'd be grateful if the Foreign Secretary would confirm that this continues to be his position and the position of Her Majesty's government. Whilst asking questions, I would like the Foreign Secretary, if possible, to comment on the deeply worrying FCDO seminar that took place last Wednesday, the 28th of February, entitled Israel, Gaza, What Next for Hamas, with 100 people, with speakers who were clearly at odds with government policy. Of the 5 points, I'd like to highlight 3 of the points which are paramount in achieving regional peace. No ceasefire can be achieved until all hostages are released. Like other noble lords, especially the Foreign Secretary and Lord Ahmed, I've spent time with families of hostages in both Israel and here in the UK. We recoil in horror at the witnessed testimony about those held hostage, especially, my lords, the plight of the young women of the tunnels who are subject to unspeakable horrors as sex slaves. They must all come home. Having returned from 2 recent visits to the region, one in the UAE and Bahrain and the other to Israel, it seems to me that the Abraham Accords represent a beacon of hope. And the Accords have shown promise, but their full potential remains untapped. Less than 1 month before October the 7th, on the 14th of September, I initiated debate on the 3rd anniversary of the Abraham Accords, and I asked His Majesty's government, what role is HMG playing in the Accords? What proactive steps are we undertaking? What conversations are we having with other Arab states? And I asked how many officials in the FCDO were engaged in the Abraham Accord activities. I say to my noble friend, the Foreign Secretary, and the Minister for the Middle East, we really, really have to do better. And on the 15th of January, I paid tribute to the Kingdom of Bahrain for playing an important role in the coalition against the Houthis in the Red Sea. My lords, the security and the stability of the Red Sea is vitally important for the UK and all our global allies. This last weekend, the UK-registered carrier, the Rubimar, was sunk off the coast of Yemen by Houthi terrorists who have vowed to continue to target UK shipping. The Deputy Foreign Minister in the Houthi-led government, Hussein al-Ezi, said, and I quote, "Yemen will continue to sink more British ships and any repercussions or other damages will be added to Britain's bill." Now, my lords, a very short distance from Yemen's violent and chaotic coast lies Somaliland. Somaliland has 850 kilometres of Red Sea coastline, which has no piracy, and this can be attributed to the pro-Western democracy that is Somaliland. And on January the 1st, Ethiopia, a key partner to the UK, signed an MOU with Somaliland in which Ethiopia formally recognises Somaliland in return for Somaliland giving Ethiopia naval and commercial access to the Red Sea. This has been ratified by the Ethiopian Parliament, and other prominent African nations are seriously discussing this. My lords, I urge my noble friend the Foreign Secretary to look at these positive developments with a sense of urgency. My lord, what has been abundantly clear is the energy that my noble friend the Foreign Secretary has put into the areas of foreign policy in the Ukraine, the Middle East and beyond. It's a dangerous world, as we've all heard, being made more dangerous every day by the actions of the regime of Tehran and its proxies, whether Hamas, Hezbollah or the Houthis. But, my lords, there appears to be an opportunity for the UK to play a significant role in the Horn of Africa. My noble friend, the Foreign Secretary, has a unique role after hosting the Global Somali Conference in 2014. The UK is also the penholder at the UN on Somalia and Somaliland, and therefore is perfectly positioned to take a lead. My lords, putting Somalia back together has not worked. The world has changed and it's moved on since our One Somalia policy, which was born in 1961. And it's time our policy changed too. And I hope my noble friend, the Foreign Secretary, will find the time to recognise and uphold Somaliland's contributions to regional stability and security, ensuring that its vital role is not overlooked and undervalued.
My Lords, next Monday we mark Commonwealth Observance Day, and we look ahead to the biennial meeting of the Commonwealth Heads of Government in Samoa this October. It's no secret that the Commonwealth was an organisation close to the heart of Her late Majesty the Queen, and indeed also to her son, now our King, both of whom I was privileged to accompany on many Commonwealth Heads of Government meetings visits over the years in my role as Private Secretary. The late Queen put it in a typically enigmatic way when she said, "It is easy enough to define what the Commonwealth is not. Indeed, this is quite a popular pastime. Nonetheless, my Lords, I would like to make two brief comments about the UK's present relationship with the Commonwealth. Firstly, I believe Samoa represents a great opportunity for the Commonwealth to rekindle its sense of purpose, and the UK can play an important role in assisting with that. The fact that world leaders will, in October, gather in this Polynesian island country is a fitting illustration of the geopolitical importance of the Commonwealth, not least as we contemplate a growing Indo-Pacific focus. One country that certainly got this message is China. Beijing has reportedly invested more than £685 billion across 42 Commonwealth member states since 2005, and many of your lordships will have seen first-hand evidence of major Chinese infrastructure projects when visiting Commonwealth countries. There is much that the UK can do in the run-up to Samoa to influence the Commonwealth's future trajectory, including in the areas of intra-Commonwealth trade and investment, tackling climate change and biodiversity, youth opportunity and education, and promoting our shared democratic values. There is huge inherent opportunity in an organisation which can tap into the ingenuity and imagination of a third of the world's population, including 1.5 billion people under the age of 30. It's the global strategic equivalent of sending a space probe to Pluto, powered just by 2 Duracell batteries, using the gravitational force of the planets to slingshot us on our way. And I do detect an increasing appetite within the Commonwealth countries for fresh and equitable relationships, which in the long run improves us all. It's an opportunity too good to ignore. Secondly, I know I'm not alone in my concern about the current status of the Commonwealth Games. We all know that these so-called friendly games have the benefit of being less commercial than other international contests, give non-Olympic sports like netball a place on the world stage, and allow smaller countries, including the UK's home nations, a chance to get their athletes on the scene. In the immediate term, I hope the United Kingdom is doing all it can to encourage the Commonwealth Games Federation to work out a viable resolution for 2026 and 2030. For the longer term, perhaps now is the time to start exploring fresh ideas for the staging of the Games. Perhaps, as has happened recently with other contests, different countries or cities or states holding different sporting events during a given year. My Lords, we often say of institutions in this country, well, if it didn't exist, we wouldn't invent it. But with the Commonwealth, it's the other way round. It's an institution you'd love to have if it didn't exist, but somehow I fear we're in danger of taking it for granted. I do have first-hand personal experience of the Noble Lord, the Foreign Secretary's long-standing commitment to and interest in matters relating to the Commonwealth, and indeed that of, if I may say so, the Noble Lord Ahmed. But I do hope we can receive some reassurance today that they will ensure that the C in FCDO continues to carry as much weight as the F and the D.
My Lords, it's a great pleasure to follow the Noble Lord, Lord Young, and I do wish to endorse the comments that have been made by many speakers of the great respect that we have for Lord Cameron and Lord Ahmed. I note also it's not only the anniversary of the Fulton speech by Winston Churchill, but the 71st anniversary of the death of Stalin. Even tyrants are mortal. My Lords, foreign policy is domestic policy and vice versa. What happens in Gaza hits the streets of Leeds. What happens in Kashmir directly affects attitudes and events in Bradford. It's impossible to put foreign and domestic policies in separate compartments, which is why it's vital that the UK does not create a credibility gap when thinking that what we do in London is not noticed in places beyond these islands. In the last 10 years, we have seen the absurdity of speaking of our neighbours as if they couldn't understand us. I witnessed Brexit. And secondly, of demanding adherence by Russia, China, Sudan and so on to the rule of law, whilst being ready in this place to drop commitments made by us. I think there are now 3 bills that have come to this House with a cover note saying that the Secretary of State cannot guarantee that our obligations under human rights legislation, for example, are being met. This country has achieved a credibility over decades, especially in the 80 years since the end of World War II, for honest diplomacy and pragmatic integrity. What takes decades to create can disappear in days when that integrity, or at least reputation for integrity, is compromised or questioned. My Lords, as this debate will be wide-ranging and the speech limit is short, I want briefly to focus on 3 points: security, strife, and Sudan. National security is only achievable even when our neighbours are also sure of their security, which is why the absence of a Palestinian state remains a bleeding wound. Equally, any achievable peace in the Middle East depends on Israel also being secure, and this must be resolved diplomatically and politically, not militarily or by terrorism. The current conflict will sow the seeds of the next 5 generations of violence and vengeance, and our response to it matters more than ever. Secondly, the integrated review refresh of 2023 moved us from the language of global Britain in a competitive age to, and I quote, a more contested and volatile world. This is too tame. The world, wherever you look, is now conflictual. It has only taken 3 years to shift from competitive to contested to conflictual. So policy decisions we make now must consider long-term aims, but be capable of sustained investment, not purely reactive to the immediate. Ukraine might look different now, and Russia might be behaving differently if Putin's aggression in 2014, despite many warnings, had been met with more than a shrug. Finally, Sudan. It's symptomatic of an age dominated by audiovisual news cycles that the latest conflict takes the headlines. This means that immense suffering falls off our radar too easily. My diocese has been closely linked with Sudan for nearly half a century. The collapse into civil war is appalling. More people, estimated to be between 9 and 11 million, have been displaced here than anywhere else on the planet. Not only are we witnessing genocide in Darfur again, but the whole country now faces extreme famine. Even at the basic level of self-interest, we cannot complain about large-scale migration to the shores of England and other European countries if we don't work with partners collectively to address the fundamental causes of this migration. These are usually climate change, conflict, and cruelty. But global crises demand global responses. My Lords, I urge the government to invest more in stopping the drivers of conflict and insecurity in the first place, prioritising conflict prevention rather than resolution alone.
If Hamas released the hostages and came out from hiding in the tunnels, the immediate crisis would end. The world is concentrating on Gaza, and the need for humanitarian aid is the basis for the urgent calls from the United Nations Relief and Works Authority for more funding. But the solution to the Israel-Palestine issue is not being progressed. UNRWA is the problem, not the solution. It has not resettled a single person since 1948, whereas the United Nations High Commission for Refugees, with fewer personnel and far less funding, has resettled 50 million people. UNRWA's mission is not to help people, but to perpetuate a political conflict, that is, to keep the so-called refugees in a state of misery until they can return to Israeli territory. That would mean the destruction of Israel and the obliteration of its 7 million Jews. On Holocaust Remembrance Day, we say never again. The Hamas invasion on October the 7th was, to them, a foretaste of their declared aim to remove those 7 million. The only way to resettle refugees and bring peace is to treat Palestinians like all the other refugees in the world. As with millions of others post-war, there was upheaval and new national boundaries. They cannot return any more than Jews can return to their former homes in Syria and Iraq and elsewhere. The host countries where the refugees are resident must take over their care and resettlement and full civil liberties, just as every other civilized country does eventually with displaced persons. UNRWA should be abolished, leaving aid to the many other organizations operating in Gaza. Unfortunately, the iniquitous effects that UNRWA has created will unfortunately last. That is the poisoning of the mind of future generations in the way that it has taught Palestinian children to hate, to believe lies about Israel, and to believe that they can return there through violence. It has given make-believe employment to thousands of Palestinians. It continues the myth that there are millions of Palestinian refugees who are in fact not Palestinian and not refugees, and it is a bottomless pit into which countries pour money, not only with no return, but money that has been used to murder and take hostage and starve ordinary Palestinians of the necessaries of life. It is noteworthy that the rich Arab countries that surround Israel do not reach out to support their Palestinian neighbours. The major donors are the US, followed by Germany and then the UK. Where have the millions, indeed billions of dollars gone? They have gone directly to Hamas to build tunnels, secure armaments, and keep Hamas leaders in luxury. The ordinary poverty-stricken Palestinian has seen none of it, and the state donors are curiously reluctant to follow through to see where their dollars are going. By funding UNRWA, the international community has freed Hamas to spend on terror rather than health and education. UNRWA has no financial control, no audit. It suffers from mismanagement, sexual misconduct and nepotism. Support for UNRWA contradicts the UK's policy of a peaceful two-state solution. UNRWA employees were undoubtedly involved in the horrific attacks on Israel on the 7th of October. Some of those employees were members of Hamas or Islamic Jihad. At least another 1,000 UNRWA employees have ties with Hamas. Even more of them have praised the 7th of October attacks and expressed anti-Semitism and praised terrorism. What should be done? The UN Refugee Agency should take over the settlement of Palestinians in the countries where they live, and the right of return should be abandoned. The millions who live in Syria, Lebanon, Egypt and elsewhere should have citizenship and full rights in those countries, as would be the case for refugees in any other country of refuge. They are not refugees in any case, being neither born nor driven out of the land of their birth. Will the Minister accept that the continued existence of UNRWA fuels terrorism, twists the mind of future generations and perpetuates the refugee illusion, rather than putting an end to it? The end of UNRWA would be the beginning of peace.
My Lords, it's a genuine pleasure to follow the Noble Lady Baroness Deach, about whom I agree with a great many things, including what she's just said. I'm also pleased to see my right honourable noble friend, the Foreign Secretary, Lord Cameron, in his place. It's rather too late for me to welcome him here, but I do welcome somebody of his stature representing the United Kingdom abroad. Now, perforce, I will be short. I'd just like to mention the Noble Lord Stirrup and give him my support in his dissection of the integrated review, refresh, of last year, and also to say to my noble friend Baroness Goldie, who's not here, that, and the Archbishop will know this, that there's more pleasure and more rejoicing in heaven over a sinner that repenteth, as she has done over defence spending. And it's a pity that she didn't say that when she was minister, but I'll upbraid her for that when in person. I'd like to touch briefly on three conflicts that are currently running. First, Ukraine, about which a great deal has been said. This war in Europe is the most serious for nearly 80 years. The war is a mixture of World War I attrition and 21st century high-tech drones and the like. I congratulate Boris Johnson, who was, of course, a great school friend of my noble friend, the Foreign Secretary. I don't often congratulate him, actually. and UK governments in the last 2 years for their steadfast support for Ukraine, but we must continue to do this and to do more. Are we pressing our allies, particularly France and Germany and the United States, to do more? Because they must do more, not sit on their hands and say, oh yes, it's all very good, but a bit difficult. This war affects global security and prosperity. The United States, Europe, Africa and India all need to understand that. And our munitions have been extremely welcome, invaluable, but now they are totally depleted for our use or indeed for Ukraine. Is my noble friend pressing for dramatic increase in industrial production to move away from the mindset of the peace dividend? My noble friend may say that defence is not his brief, but he will be listened to, and he will know well the dictum of von Clausewitz in Vom Kriege, which translates as on war for those that don't speak German, which is that war, I quote, is a continuation of policy with other means. And for foreign policy, with defence, I suggest. In Gaza and the Middle East, my lords, again, the UK has been, I think, very steadfast. It's a dreadful, possibly intractable situation. And I cannot think of anybody who is not very concerned, to put it mildly, about the death of many civilians in Gaza. But Hamas can end this war tomorrow if they give up the hostages, if they stop attacking Israel. And perhaps we could allow for a more peaceful, long-term solution to emerge, probably based on a two-state solution, in which Hamas disappear, together with the illegal settlements on the West Bank, and indeed some of the ultra-Orthodox pressure on the government, and perhaps we get more reasonable governments, both in Palestine and indeed in Israel, more moderate governments, should we say. And finally, the situation in Yemen with Iran and the Houthis. Again, the prosperity of the world is under threat here. It's disappointing to see so few countries defending the shipping routes in the Gulf. My noble friend Lord Ahmed said that, I think he spoke of international responses, but as I understand it, the only response has been from the United States, helped by us with one ship. And we need much more than that to defend the shipping lanes in the Gulf. Now, moving on, if I may quote a predecessor of my noble friend, the Foreign Secretary, from some 30 years ago, the noble Lord Hurd, who said, "We punch above our weight in foreign affairs." And also President Theodore Roosevelt, some 100 years ago, who said, much better known quotation, "Speak softly and carry a big stick." Well, we've spent the defence peace dividend several times over, and we have no big stick left. Our allies know this, and the United States and NATO say this, and as I speak, we are reducing our defence in terms of number of troops, number of ships, and number of aircraft. I've heard the Chancellor of the Exchequer recently say that he wants to dramatically, I quote, dramatically increase defence spending over the next 15 years. That's not good enough. The needs are now. Now, I support the Conservative government. I've supported my party and been loyal, mostly, through thick and thin over 32 years. Quite a lot of it's been rather thin, to be honest. But I don't believe a government led by the opposition would do any better. But I say to my right honourable noble friend, our interests, our society, our values, our security are all threatened. We must spend more on defence because the first duty of government is, as always, the defence of the realm.
Yeah. My Lords, I would like to thank Lord Ahmed for all the work he has done over the last years, and in particular just recently, on sexual violence and conflict, in visiting countries that many people would be quite afraid to go to, and to negotiate with people, and to keep this agenda going, and the other acts he has done on promoting women and girls' education, women and girls' employment around the world. I don't think many people in this House know the work he has done. He's always there, and if he can't be there, he's there on a Zoom or something else. But he has done magnificent work for this country, and I know that across the divide, people would give him that support. Turning to today, with regard to foreign policy, the government has listed its attention to prioritising building resilience and strengthening security, both domestically and abroad. My Lords, important progress has been made in recent weeks via the Windsor Framework and with the Irish Parliament, and I would like to remind the government to respond to the findings of its inquiry on regulatory diligence and the Windsor Framework. My Lords, the UK upholds a prominent position as a leading in soft power, and this is important that we leverage this influence to cultivate opportunities for collaboration amongst nations, sharing our values in pursuit of the common good. We must always keep talking. We must keep all the doors open, absolutely open, often highlighted by Sustainable Development Goals. My Lords, hard power seems to be the name of the game these days, and you can see where that has got us. Rather than succumbing to the allure of strong men policies, we must harness the positive soft power of our culture, our values and ideas to force enduring connections and facilitate dialogue across the borders. My Lords, creating a more peaceful and stable world for us all. The impact of the recent global shocks, including COVID-19 pandemic and the conflicts in Ukraine and Gaza, and the climate-related catastrophes that has led to the concerning decline in the UN Human Development Index for the first time, my Lords, in 38 years. I commend Lord Cameron for his pivotal role in fostering consensusness around development, particularly in upholding government's commitment, and Britain, to the 0.7% target set by the Labour government. However, my Lords, the recent decision by the government, under the direction of Prime Minister Sunak, to reduce the development target by 0.5% and slash funding from vital aid programmes is deeply concerning. If our aim is to address the vulnerabilities and promote resilience, my Lords, such actions are counterproductive. Instead, we must adopt a long-term approach that addresses vulnerabilities at their roots and reduces our susceptibility to crises and hostile actors. It is imperative to recognise, my Lords, that women and girls have borne a disproportionate burden of the consequences of the past decisions. The intersections of climate change, conflict and gender inequality highlight the urgent need to reinstate development aid in a meaningful manner before irrelevant harm occurs. While there is growing acknowledgement of the unique vulnerabilities faced by women in environmental and humanitarian crises, their voices continue to be marginalised in decision-making process, and I ask the government to continue that no decisions of any type should be made without women at every table. Conflict exacerbates existing inequalities within society, my Lords, and breaks down social networks, making women more vulnerable to sexual violence and exploitation. Research shows that in fragile and conflicted countries, only 44% of women are likely to be paid in paid work, compared to 66% of men. Globally, women are less likely to have a bank account, less likely to participate in the labour market, and less likely to have access to social security, less likely to be entrepreneurs, and are paid less than men. My Lords, however, they are more likely to work in informal and in vulnerable labour markets, and more likely to undertake unpaid work that is vital for a working economy. We cannot forget the women of Afghanistan, especially those who are subject to the cruel form of gender apartheid. Their decisions to bar girls from middle school through higher education has led to the closure of schools and the erosion of education and opportunities. What will this do to a society as it comes going forward, and to the country, which we hope one day will be at peace and working with us? Movement restrictions and lack of access to healthcare facilities and legal safeguards are all left women at risk of serious harms, especially in the terms of maternal and reproductive health, and women vulnerable to violence and abuse. My Lords, women's ability to engage in gainful employment outside their homes has been significantly curtailed, which can only undermine their economic and independence, but also contributes to the rising poverty rates amongst Afghan families and to suicide. When women in emerging settings are held back, the entire process of peace building and reconstruction is jeopardised. Stable economies are paramount to the transition in a country that makes from war to peace and can help to prevent conflict breaking out in the first place. I ask the Foreign Secretary to outline the steps taken to ensure the meaningful inclusion of women in every aspect of decision-making regarding Britain's overseas involvement and development spending. Each decision that crosses the Foreign Secretary's desk must be evaluated based on its impact on the empowerment and success of women and girls worldwide. I urge him to consult sources such as the Georgetown Institute for Women's Peace and Security's Index to gain insight into the pressing needs of women globally. And I would ask him to support the request from my friend the Archbishop of Canterbury on more funding for the peace section in the Foreign Office. Thank you.
My Lords, it's a pleasure to follow the noble lady, Baroness Goody. I'd also like to join others in thanking my noble friend, the Foreign Secretary, and the ministerial team in the Foreign Office for the impact that they're bringing to British foreign policy. We've been asked to keep it short, and I want to make just 2 points. The first is about the increasingly turbulent and risk-laden era in which we live, and which shows no sign of abating, on the contrary, and the social and economic disturbance that Western societies, and others indeed, are encountering as a result of the major technological revolution that we're undergoing, compounded by the aggressive challenge from ideological competitors, and has been said as a result that we're in a pre-war situation. Now, that description certainly has the effect of waking people up to the dangers of the highly unstable situation which we now confront. And it also recalls, and with some perhaps justice, the folly of delaying and producing inadequate responses which characterized the 1930s. But I have to say that I don't think it's wise to talk about a pre-war world. The use of the term pre-war, I think, implies that we are on a treadmill to war. But it's only the case if we allow it to happen. And we must not do so. We need to build our defences, increase our capacity to deter our enemies and our opponents, to convince them of the seriousness of our purpose and of our resolve to prevent war. That is not appeasement. It's the opposite. And as others have said, this involves spending more money on defence now. That brings me to my second point. In this House, and I think more widely in this country, we understand the supreme importance for our own security of a victorious Ukraine. And we know that Russia does not need to succeed in her maximal ambition of controlling the whole of the Ukrainian territory to deprive Ukrainians of the integration into the Western economy and institutions that they wish, and to create an indefinite and not so frozen conflict in the middle of our continent. I can't imagine much more dangerous than that. And while I have great respect for the noble Lord Ricketts' judgment, I have to say I do disagree rather strongly with the notion that actually it would be good to accept a so-called armistice in the middle of Europe. It would demonstrate that we had lost control of events, and we can't allow that to happen. And it would certainly invite third parties to take advantage of our demonstration of weakness. You know, Taiwan springs to mind. So, it's good to learn from the press, and I hope it's true, that the government is discussing with European partners how to aid Ukraine should the American arms package not pass Congress. But I'd like to take that a little further. I think time has come when contingency planning could and should go further. And I hope the Foreign Secretary will tell me that his department has started to think about what should happen when the war ends. Sadly, that's not going to be soon, and sadly, the longer the war, the more profound the consequences are likely to be. And that's a very good reason for thinking about them. Now, you might say that that's an ex-planner speaking, but if one recalls during the Second World War, unfortunately we're not in a global war, or I trust we'll never get there, but thinking about where the world was heading that we wanted to create was started very early, and I think it's not too soon to think about where we want to be at the end of the war. Mm-hmm. And there's another reason for that, which is that if you want to take measures during the course of a war, you need to be very clear that you're not going to, as a result, engage in actions which you regret subsequently. And with the wisdom of hindsight, you should have realized, would work to your disadvantage. For instance, I think the issue of the sanctioned money is a good example where we need to get it right, how we handle that issue, so that we are not actually put in a difficult position when it comes to the end of the conflict. And I could cite other examples. Now, I don't want to take the argument any further. And my point is, in any case, a general one. It's not too early, I think, to go beyond the slogan of supporting Ukraine, whatever it takes, which is what we've been saying, to thinking through our post-war aims, what they ought to be and how to realize them. Now, it may be argued that disagreement will arise out of this, and it's a risky thing to do, but I would argue that hiding from an unavoidable agenda would be a bigger mistake.
My Lords, I tried to use the privilege of speaking in your Lordship's House to be a voice for people whose voices are not often heard. And it is with a very heavy heart today that I will speak a little about one of the world's forgotten crises, or largely forgotten crises, Nigeria. In central Nigeria, millions of people have been displaced by intercommunal violence. The death count has risen to 22,000 in 15 years, with countless others suffering life-changing injuries. Many children cannot go to school, have no education. Families have been torn apart by insecurity and fear. The crisis is not often reported in our news media, but militias drawn from the Islamist Fulani ethnic group, I must emphasize that not all Fulani are Islamist, but the Islamist Fulani ethnic group are now very well armed. Their cache of weapons includes automatic weapons, laser sights, machetes, petrol bombs, and incendiary chemicals used to burn houses. They have carried out hundreds of attacks on Christian villages. My small not-for-profit organisation, Humanitarian Aid Relief Trust, or HEART, has made numerous fact-finding visits to dozens of these villages. I have witnessed firsthand the ruins of homes, farmland, food stores, and churches. During my most recent visit, I heard detailed accounts of the deliberate targeting and slaughter of children, a 98-year-old woman burned alive, and people being hacked by machetes as they ran from rapid gunfire. One survivor, I use the word Beatrice, it's not her name, but she told me, I quote, "I returned in the morning, but everything was burned. I went to my home and saw my mother and siblings butchered and burnt." My Lords, despite the scale and nature of the killings, victims receive almost no support from the Nigerian government or the international community. Neither the UK nor the US government, nor any member of the EU or African Union, nor UN refugee relief agencies operating in Nigeria have provided adequate humanitarian assistance to central Nigeria. Aid for Nigeria is directed mainly to the northeast and the northwest of the country, so displaced families across the Middle Belt are often left to fend for themselves. As HEART's local partner, Reverend Canon Asan John told me before today's debate, I asked him what his views were. I quote his words. "I can say categorically that none of those villages have received security or humanitarian assistance from the government of Nigeria, the UK government, or anywhere else. Victims of conflict are forced to rely on aid from local churches or small NGOs, or they receive no aid at all. I'm told that the Foreign and Commonwealth, the FCDO, has responded to the crisis with support for a handful of small projects to promote interfaith dialogue. It has also launched a 5-year spring programme to assess the root causes of violence. My Lords, these are steps in the right direction. However, my Lords, such a tiptoe response from the UK does not reflect the urgency of the crisis in central Nigeria. The rate of killings, abductions, and land grabs are escalating fast. The longer we tolerate those atrocities, the more we embolden the perpetrators. We give them a green light to continue their killings with impunity. May I therefore ask the Noble Lord the Minister whether Her Majesty's Government will encourage the Government of Nigeria to respond more effectively to protect the civilians in their own land, suffering so horrendously, in the Nigeria's Middle Belt region, and in other parts of Nigeria too, where sadly I do not have time today to identify their problems.
My Lords, nearly 3.5 years after the ratification of the Trade and Cooperation Agreement with the EU, we're at a critical juncture. It's a moment for reflection and, more importantly, for constructive engagement between the United Kingdom and the European Union, still our nearest ally and largest trading partner. The intervening years have regrettably been marked by disagreements and a palpable erosion of trust, but this trajectory is beginning to change, and I wish to commend the Prime Minister for his role in the Windsor Framework Agreement. His success exceeded expectations and stands as a testament to what can be accomplished through negotiations marked by sincerity and a willingness to compromise. This framework not only addresses the immediate concerns of the people and businesses of Northern Ireland, but also safeguards the integrity of our Union and the Good Friday Agreement whilst respecting the EU single market. The Windsor Framework allows us to embark upon a new chapter characterised by closer cooperation and renewed trust. We have already associated with Horizon Europe, the EU's flagship research programme, and Copernicus, but there is, of course, more to do. I greatly welcome the refresh of the government's integrated review this last year. It addressed the Europe-shaped whole. The previous version reaffirmed the Euro-Atlantic region as the core priority and significantly talked openly about the benefits of working with the institutions of Europe. However, the TCA is not without its shortcomings. Negotiated under time constraints, it necessitated the disentanglement of complex political, economic and legal ties. At its core, it is a free trade agreement, yet it largely omits provisions for services and foreign policy cooperation, areas where there is considerable scope for enhancement, where we here have much to offer. The forthcoming review is scheduled for 2025. This period coincides with the renewal or review of key provisions, including those related to data adequacy, fisheries and energy. This is an opportune moment to re-evaluate and enhance our partnership. We must approach this review with ambition, aiming to strengthen cooperation for the mutual benefit of UK and EU businesses and consumers alike. But this cooperation requires realistic and politically viable proposals. Although there are merits in rejoining a customs union or single market, there is currently little willingness on either side for the UK to do so. Europe and the Western world are contending with instability and geopolitical challenges, with Russia's aggression towards Ukraine serving as a reminder of the critical importance of European unity and cooperation. Yet we have no formal mechanisms for foreign and defence policy cooperation, an obvious gap in the TCA. We really must change this. I also suggest a new framework participation agreement, allowing the UK to engage selectively with EU operations, maintaining our strategic autonomy while fostering collaboration. Additionally, a strategic partnership agreement, like that between the EU and Canada, would formalise areas of consensus and provide a structured basis for cooperation. Outside the EU, but with European partners, we should expand the UK-led Joint Expeditionary Force to include like-minded nations such as Poland. Horizon Europe runs until 2027. The successor programme, FP10, is already being discussed in Brussels and capitals in Europe. We have no role in the decision-making process, but that should not stop us from working with like-minded EU member states to try and influence that programme. Regrettably, the Partnership Council has convened only twice since its establishment. Given the dynamic and important nature of our relationship with the EU, more frequent meetings are essential to address emerging issues and find new opportunities for working together. In terms of trade, our businesses continue to grapple with a plethora of non-tariff barriers, further exacerbated as they now have to deal with 27 jurisdictions. And in the services sector, particularly for professionals undertaking short-term work in the EU, the current patchwork of regulations presents significant obstacles, and I believe both sides should revisit the TCA to see if we can offer more flexibility, as the current list of activities not requiring a work permit or visa is narrowly drawn. My Lords, the forthcoming TCA review should not merely be an administrative exercise, but a pivotal opportunity to enhance the UK-EU relationship in a manner that reflects our shared interests and the changing geopolitical landscape. The Conservative European Forum, my Lords, has recently concluded a year-long inquiry into the TCA and our relationship with the EU. Our report, due next week, will set out recommendations aimed at enhancing the economic prosperity and collective security of both the UK and the EU. I will ensure that my noble friend, the Foreign Secretary, receives a copy and would urge him to pursue our recommendations with our European counterparts.
My Lords, last week I met a minister from Ukraine who told us that North Korea had supplied Russia last month with 1 million shells, but whilst Ukraine had received just a few thousand from her allies. She was displaced from Crimea and she wondered whether her young child would grow up in a free Ukraine. She was determined to restore Ukraine's damaged infrastructure and to build resilience, but she wanted to know how we were going to help. The free world, even Europe by itself, has the capacity to outproduce Russia several times over. And yet, what are we doing to achieve that? What is the British government doing to step up our production capacity and encourage allies to do the same to meet the immediate needs now that Ukraine requires? And at the same time, recent information suggests that components from UK and EU defence equipment are getting to Russia through third countries. What are we doing to stop that from happening? And given the global nature of conflicts today, countries in the south are assessing the likely outcome and wondering where their interests may lie, a point which I very much was appreciated from Lord Boateng about Russia's intervention in Africa. Both Russia and China are actively trying to isolate the free world from Africa. And recent reports reveal that with the demise of Wagner, the group has been reinvested in the Russian Expeditionary Corps, an agency of the Russian state backed by billions of dollars. And undemocratic, authoritarian governments are being offered support to suppress challenges to their power in exchange for mineral rights, power to suppress democracy. Countries identified include the Central African Republic, Mali, Burkina Faso, Niger, as well as Libya, north of the Sahara, and it's also active in several other countries. And Russia is also increasing its influence in South Africa. This strengthens pro-Kremlin support at the UN and extends authoritarian rule and the suppression of democracy. So what steps are the UK government taking to counter the advance and in particular to support democracy and poverty reduction focused development? See, cuts in UK aid to Africa, the DFID-FCO merger and the diversion of funds to the fallout from Afghanistan, Syria and Ukraine mean the UK has lost influence and trust right across the continent. UK aid to Africa has fallen year on year from a peak of $2,989 million in 2019 to $1,240 million in 2022. That dramatic cut means programmes cancelled, expert aid deliverers sacked, development partners in poor countries left bereft, poverty increased and lives lost. And until this policy switch, we had built up a reputation as reliable partners, in it for the long term, building up relationships and underpinning resilience, all trashed. When I asked him last month about aid in Africa, the Foreign Secretary said it was being increased. But as I've just indicated, the increase will not cover a fraction of what's already been lost, and we have to rebuild trust and delivery as well. It's only too easy for Russia and China to play the evils of colonialism while offering a modern colonialism of their own. So if we're to tackle the challenge of poverty in Africa, to realise the continent's potential for its people, it will be by working with local partners in the public and the private sectors with sustained long-term commitment. We have to rebuild the trust to know that that's forthcoming. And development possibilities depend on aid, trading and public investment, often building from the grassroots in countries where the economies depend on millions of small businesses. And the question is, we need coherent, long-term strategy. I have to challenge the government to say, is that even possible, given our government's record? More than 500 million people are living in absolute poverty in Africa, yet this is a continent rich in resource and potential. The UK should engage in the exemplary way it has in the past, not to exploit, but to help the people of Africa, especially in countries where there's a legacy of mutual goodwill, where Russia and China haven't yet got their teeth quite as deep as they have in other countries, and to build those countries' own future of peace and prosperity. This is surely a challenge and a worthy ambition for the UK, but what are we doing to achieve it?
My Lords, I'd just like to start my contribution by saying a huge thank you to my two colleagues on the front bench and to their families. The amount of travel and commitment that they have shown is an example to all of us, particularly, I would say, to some other countries around the world. Just under a year ago, I had a debate in this very chamber, the title of which was Climate Change in Developing Countries. That arose out of the UN report, which said in its final bit, the cash flows to help developing countries cut their emissions must be raised by 6 times over current levels. And I gave a number of examples. One of the examples I gave was the Falklands and the situation there. And I know my noble friend, the Foreign Secretary, has been to the Falklands recently. And in fact, I read in the Independent, and I quote, Lord Cameron stated, if they can responsibly extract hydrocarbons, which is a project called Sea Lion, that can be part of that zero because, of course, we're still going to need oil and gas in the short term while we transition. I think that's an important point to make. It's net zero, not zero. So there is this new project. I would just hope he would be able to influence his colleagues in Cabinet to give some moral and sort of backing financially as final end, if necessary, for that really imaginative project. Secondly, there's the Caribbean. Now, the Caribbean view with great care and worry the annual hurricane season, and I declare an interest that I have family in the Cayman Islands. And it's pretty devastating when it hits. And my understanding is that we do now provide and pay for some special resources to Antigua, Barbuda, Jamaica and St. Lucia by a gentleman or woman called the Climate Advisor. But my question to my noble friend is, well, why is that not extended to the Cayman Islands, Turks and the Caicos and Bermuda, who equally suffer from these difficult hurricanes? I then move on, my lords, to a country I know probably better than any other. I served there in 1963 for the Reconnecting group. I started the Parliamentary All-Party group, and of course I refer to Sri Lanka, a country that's been in incredible problems faced. On the climate side, it was a tsunami hitting Sri Lanka and the Maldives really hard. I remember Boxing Day, my wife and I watching it, and a few days later we were out there trying to help them deal with that problem. Over 1,000 people killed on one railway accident, or not accident, the tsunami, and huge numbers killed. And there's a country that's been through massive difficulties, some of them of their own making, some of them not, but it doesn't matter. They are an important part of the Commonwealth, and I say a thank you to our Foreign Office for the way they've stood by them and questioning them very hard at times, but equally, I think, underneath, the Sri Lankans know that they are part of the same family. So at this point in time, two things are really happening. There is the talk, and more than talk, work being done on a Truth and Reconciliation Commission. And that is, in my judgment, to be greatly welcomed. And I reflect on the late Sir Desmond de Silva, that great lawyer, as evidence that the quality of lawyer you have in Sri Lanka is second to none. And it would be, if we set it up, or it is set up, it would be, of course, across the ethnic groups. It would have to be. But there are people there who are thoroughly objective. And I think there is one challenge still, though, that country lives by good tourism. At the moment, it's recovering, but the one element that's missing are those of 75 and over. They are, on the whole, British citizens. It is the FCDO comments on that country that at the moment cause me concern, because they refer to the fact that there are protests going on. Well, there aren't any. And there's been there is a fuel shortage. There isn't one, hasn't been for 18 months. And firstly, also, that there are other difficulties from a terrorist nature which we haven't had for 5 years. So could I ask my noble friend if he could look at that guidance? It helps that particular age group, because at least from surveys that have been done, 80% of that age group look at that guidance. And perhaps I could bring a couple of people from this newly set up group, Experienced Travel Group, which is private sector, to talk to perhaps a junior minister about amending that.
My Lords, as has been said today, foreign affairs and what happens here are becoming more closely linked. So I hope I won't need to apologise to your Lordship for making a partially domestic plea in this debate. 10 days ago, I was in Kiev. The mood there is anxious, but the determination is great. And there is frustration, as many noble lords share, that not nearly enough weapons from us, from EU countries, and above all from the United States are reaching Ukraine. And the American elections could well prolong this agony until November, and actually even beyond November. That's really a frighteningly long time. And I'm afraid there is evidence, particularly in Germany, that some Europeans are taking this delay not as a spur to action, but as a cue to hedge their bets. But what I also found in Kiev, however, was that Britain's reputation still does stand high in Ukraine, an impression reinforced by what the most Reverend Prelate, the Archbishop of Canterbury, whom I'm sorry I didn't run into in the streets of Kiev, reported. We were the first major country to support Ukraine during the Russian invasion of 2022, and our support remains solid. And Ukrainian morale is bolstered by the knowledge that not only our government, but so many British people are active supporters. We lead the world in our charitable and voluntary backing for Ukraine. My Lords, such popular backing is not merely a pleasant extra. In this grim war, morale matters particularly greatly, and so does practical and humanitarian help, which goes beyond the supply of weapons. So I think as a matter of policy, not just of decency, our government should actively assist the voluntary efforts which so many of our citizens are making. And I'm sorry to say that this official backing is not, in practice, very warm, though I should say to the noble Lord the Foreign Secretary that I'm not referring to his department in this respect. We fly the Ukrainian flag over our public buildings, but what goes on inside those buildings can be maddeningly obstructive. And I want to give two examples from campaigns in which I'm involved. The first is the supply of weapons to Ukraine. Vehicles to Ukraine, chiefly 4x4s, repurposed as field ambulances. With missionukraine.uk, I helped deliver one such vehicle to the front last summer, and I saw how they can save lives. In these ambulances, the wounded are pulled out of the line and taken to the nearest stabilisation point. Without such transport, many more die. Now, more than half of those vehicles which originate outside Ukraine come from Britain, usually delivered by British volunteers. British number plates are a frequent sight near the front, and I have here on my phone, which obviously I can't really show all your noble lordships, a new picture of a British plated pickup beside the ravaged town of Avdiivka. I'm delighted to report that now, after months of prevarication, the Mayor of London has at last backed the proposal of the umbrella group ULEZ for Ukraine. As from the 18th of March, all vehicles destined for scrappage under his controversial ULEZ scheme can, if the owners wish, be handed over to the charity British Ukrainian Aid. Now, the ULEZ scheme attracts 100 vehicles a day, so it seems a reasonable guess that 3,000 vehicles from it could ultimately end up in Ukraine. And such numbers would represent a breakthrough in a war where the average lifespan of a field ambulance is 4 to 6 weeks. As I say, my lords, this has been hard work, but there is real progress. And the other task, less far advanced, is boats for Ukraine. Their purpose is to cross the Great Dnipro River, and they are at present the only means by which troops and supplies can reach the potential bridgeheads which have been gained and held by Ukrainian forces on the eastern bank in recent months. These little ribs and dinghies, which the narrow channels require, have been making this almost unprotected passage, reinforcing their comrades and bringing back the wounded. And it really is one of the bravest things that is happening in this war. British organisations have been assisting for 6 months, but as with the 4x4s, my lord, the task requires scale. Before Christmas, some volunteers in missionukraine.uk had a brilliantly economical idea. In Dover, they observed, there's a big pound of small boats seized from illegal immigrants as they arrive. Why not turn this waste to good, they thought. The small boats should become, because they know a bit of British history, the small boats should become little ships for Ukraine. This is a resonant scheme, my lords, and perhaps as a result it is being stolidly resisted by the bureaucracy. On the 31st of January, the Home Office refused a direct request for help. One of its lines is that the boats are not seaworthy, to which comes the simple reply, we know that. It is our job to make them fit for their task. Please just hand them over and we can do the rest. Hundreds of boats and engines are wanted by the Ukrainian Ministry of Defence. Unless the border force has secretly destroyed these boats, my lords, such numbers are currently idling beneath the white cliffs of Dover. I hope your lordships will wish to urge the government that the little ships be released for a last and better voyage.
It's a great pleasure to welcome the Noble Lord Cameron to his position as a Foreign Secretary. He's a rare example of somebody who has been Prime Minister and come back as a Foreign Secretary. Aren't we all lucky? But I have to warn him that he has landed almost immediately upon arrival in a problem created by another Prime Minister who became Foreign Secretary, and that is Lord Balfour. And so we have the Israel-Palestine problem, or the Israel-Hamas problem, did not start in October 2023. It started in November 1917, and we still have it. And I think, in a sense, as Arthur Koestler, whom some people may remember, who was a communist, then became an ex-communist, but he was one of the few people who had gone and worked in a kibbutz in the 1920s. He said, one country gave away to another country a third country which did not belong to them. And that was very much the message that before Palestine had fallen from Ottoman Empire, it was signed over to welcome Jews from all over Europe and America to come and make a nation. And it is actually a fact, and I have been reading lots of books about this, that at no stage did we say that the Palestinians had any claim on the territory where they had been living for several centuries. But that is the dilemma of the problem. Two communities of very ancient origin can claim truthfully and simultaneously that it is their country and not anybody else's. And we have taken 100 years to prove who's right, and neither is right. So, but we will have to solve this problem, because already, not only since October 2023, but for a long time, there has been a lot of killing and damage to both communities, carried on with a passion which is quite surprising. Now, obviously, being an atheist, I blame religion for this. The children of Abraham have always quarreled with each other now for about 2,000 years. And after all, anti-Semitism was not invented recently. It was invented by the Christians. And then the rest, of course, we know. Now, the problem is this. The October events having happened, and they are of a scale which we had not expected for a long time. It partly shows that Hamas was better prepared than it had been until recently. And given that the retaliation by Israel in Gaza and of course elsewhere, is a two-state solution at all feasible to anticipate? Because I think passions have been highlighted so much, and so much sort of killing has been going on. 1,200 people captured or killed by Hamas in October, 300,000 people, 30,000 people killed, men, women, and children. That's 25 Palestinians per each Israeli. And I think things are getting completely out of control. The question for the Foreign Secretary is this: is a two-state solution any longer feasible? Is it at all likely, given the very peculiar shape in which the partition was decided by the UN, is it at all likely that peaceful solution can be implemented and that these two communities would be able to live with each other for even a day longer if ceasefire had happened? And I don't obviously know the answer, but I think there are two different answers possible. One is that this territory can only belong to one country, and we have to find another solution for the refugees and the people living on the Palestine side. I mean, I'm presuming that the Palestinians will lose. I don't desire that, but that is currently the situation. Where would the Palestinians go? There are millions of them to resettle. And if they can't resettle in Palestine, where do they go? And I think that is the sort of problem that we are facing in terms of climate change for other communities, which are being made homeless because the sea level is rising or whatever it is. So we need to think, A, how to stop the war right now in Israel-Palestine as soon as possible, and then how to rehouse the refugees who are scattered in Syria, Lebanon, Iraq, and all those places, plus people who are actually are being thrown out of Gaza and West Bank and everywhere else. Because that is the prospect. The prospect is very simply that we will have to have two different settlements, because it is not possible to think that they could live in a single area. And that is going to be a major challenge. We will have to create some room. I have one slightly quixotic suggestion, and then I can sit down, and that is that across the Caspian Sea, there are the many Islamic states which were formerly part of the Soviet Union, Kazakhstan, Turkmenistan, and so on. And I think a tremendous amount of money ought to be raised to resettle the Palestinian refugees in that region. And if everybody agreed to that, we may have peace for a while.
Well done. My Lords, it is a pleasure to follow the Noble Lord Desai. I would like to focus on two important allies, Ukraine and Israel, who are battling forces intent on undermining the democracy and the protections on which our way of life depend. I commend and congratulate my noble friends on the front bench, both the Noble Lord Ahmed and, of course, my noble friend, Lord Cameron, who I'm delighted to see return to government, for our country's strong support for both of our allies. The noble Lady Baroness Suttie encapsulated ideally all the reasons I would mention why we must not waver in our support for Ukraine, even to step up further support, which is essential so that Russia does not prevail. Ukraine is fighting on the front line for Western European democracy, especially after the appalling death of Alexei Navalny, to whom I pay the highest tribute. We must stand firm. Today marks 150 days that the Palestinians have been holding the Israeli hostages. No Red Cross access, despite promises of such in the last humanitarian pause. No willingness to even confirm who is alive. This is the other major threat to our national security and our democratic norms, and is demonstrated by the reaction to the Hamas murderous, barbarous attacks on Israel. Islamist fanatics and threats have been excused or appeased. The Western pullout from Afghanistan may have emboldened the Taliban ideologues and others seeking to establish a caliphate. Iran and its satellites in Syria, Yemen, and Gaza are determined to spread their hate across the Western world and undermine our security. But turning a blind eye to Iran's preaching of medieval jihad, as it has slowly taken over these countries, now extending to Gaza, as we see, is a threat to us all. UNRWA has held a mandate for education and social care for the Palestinian people. However, it has actually engaged in an extreme form of child abuse. And I agree with the Noble Lady Baroness Deitch in all that she has said to call out the problems created by UNRWA. In UNRWA schools, there is glorification of jihad. The teaching materials encourage violence and martyrdom, and the content promotes anti-Semitism, demonization, and delegitimization of Israel, making the Jewish state full of subhumans. It is part of the problem, and UNRWA should be replaced. Glorifying martyrdom as an essential part of the Islamic faith should not be accepted or tolerated. Hamas and the Palestinian Authority's stated aims are the eradication of the Jewish state. Recognition of a two-state solution while this indoctrination persists and Palestinian leaders refuse to accept Israel's very existence would be a reward for murder, terror, rape, and hostage-taking, and an indication, I fear, of Western weakness in the face of threats that require strong, determined support for those who believe in our own values. Support for Hamas and the Palestinian terrorists calls for a ceasefire, and chants of from the river to the sea amount to support for terrorism and ideological hatred. My lords, they amount to anti-Semitism. And in particular, I am exercised by the sexual violence that is also being excused. There is no excuse for rape, wanton assault, and torture of Israeli women and children. Rape is not resistance. Hamas filmed and glorified its pogrom and violation of Jewish women. Yet Western supporters here and in other countries ignore this. Sisters Uncut claimed report of Hamas sex attacks amounted to Islamophobia and racist weaponization of sexual violence. Women's groups who rail against such attacks on all other women have stayed silent. It seems it is me too, unless you're a Jew. Western leaders fail to recognize at our peril what a major challenge the current wars in Ukraine and Israel-Gaza pose to the enlightened values we claim to hold dear, and I urge my noble friends to please stand firm on the right side of history against the forces of anti-Semitism and anti-democracy.
I don't think Lord Marsford's here, so it's Lord Mitchell.
Thank you. My Lords, the 6th of October saw Israel approaching the zenith of its dreams. Following the initial success of the Abraham Accords, full diplomatic relations with Saudi Arabia were tantalizingly close. After 76 years of rejection by the Arab world, Israel was poised to achieve what she wanted, most of all, international acceptance. Cruelly, the 7th of October changed all that. At the beginning of January, I went to the Gaza border, along with the noble Lord Pollock. I saw the mangled bicycles and the smashed barbecues. I saw the bullet holes and the bloodstains on the walls. I read the names and saw the photos of those who were butchered. The people of Israel were traumatized. I was traumatized. They still are. I still am. But as I stood there, I looked to my left, and no more than a kilometre away, I could see the Gaza border. I could hear the pounding of the shells. I could see the smoke hovering over the buildings, and I could smell the explosives hanging in the air. Of course, I felt, I felt rage that such barbarity was committed against innocent Israeli civilians, but I also felt the horror that such pain and death was being inflicted on the people of Gaza. It's hard to reconcile such inner conflict. 5 months into this war, the hostages have still not been fully released and Hamas is still functioning. Gaza has been flattened and its people are starving and desperate. 1,700 Israelis are dead, many wounded. Tens of thousands of Palestinians, men, women, and most of all children, are also dead and wounded. If we condemn one party, we must condemn the other, and I do. 50 years ago, the great Israeli statesman Abba Eban made the famous quote that the Palestinians never miss an opportunity to miss an opportunity. Sadly, the same can be made about Benjamin Netanyahu today. His day after plan was presented last week. It offers the Palestinians nothing more than continual subjugation. The great tragedy of today's situation is the craven, ineffective leadership of both the Palestinian and Israeli governments. Mahmoud Abbas is old and immovable. I've never heard a brave or constructive word pass his lips. He does the Palestinians no favours. Benjamin Netanyahu is just as immovable. His mantra has always been, not an inch. He portrays himself as Mr. Security, and he will never give the Palestinians the state they deserve. For him, it's always about the next election. He has allied himself with ultra-right-wing clique. Ironically, my lords, they too believe in from the river to the sea, but in their case, meaning the total annexation of the West Bank and Gaza. Both countries need new leaders who have new visions. You may say that all this has been tried before and it has failed. True, but the Oslo Accords and the negotiations in the year 2000 came very close. So what is different now? First of all, the parties are exhausted. Secondly, there are now other powers who can guarantee a peace. The US, of course, and Europe too, but also Saudi Arabia, the Gulf states, Egypt and Jordan. They all have skin in the game. They could provide the massive funding that could be used to rebuild Gaza and give hope to Palestinians, both in Gaza and the West Bank. They could also give Israel guarantees by way of a military alliance, and they could ensure that the Palestinian state remains demilitarized for the foreseeable future. My lords, I have been a friend of Israel since its creation 76 years ago. Believe it or not, at the age of 5 years old, I do remember Israel being created. Nobody could call me a fair-weather friend. I've been there through thick and thin. But now, I think it's necessary that they accept a sustainable ceasefire, that work hard to make it permanent and get back the hostages. I will end by quoting Abba Eban once more. History teaches us that men and nations behave wisely once they have exhausted all other alternatives. We saw that in Northern Ireland. Surely, my lords, that moment is now.
2024 is turning out to be every bit as challenging and volatile as expected. Of the three most pressing geopolitical issues of the day, Ukraine, Middle East and China, two are live, kinetic even, and China in the waiting room. Meanwhile, half the world is going to the polls, elections which will profoundly affect us all, from Taiwan at the beginning of the year to India and, of course, USA towards the end of the year. Elections which also drive a degree of introspection, which is difficult at a time when global leadership is so needed. And I can think of few more important moments to be a British Foreign Secretary. And I thank you and also Lord Ahmed for your leadership, judgment and humanity on the world stage to date. My question today is what, within the confines of British influence, can we do to help? And given the time constraints, I'm going to just touch on three, the ones we can't ignore: Ukraine, Middle East and China. First, Ukraine, my lords. Following a bleak winter of stalemate, we arrive at the grim second anniversary of the invasion. Navalny's death, a stark reminder of how those who oppose the regime are treated, but also in his bravery that Putin does not speak for all Russia. However, with Putin's imminent re-election and Russian troops on the offensive, we must be prepared for things to get worse, all at a time when American willingness to stay the course is called into question. So what can be done? First, hold fast. Remember, Putin is fighting a costly war, which he had hoped to win in just a few months. Ukraine may not be winning as it enters its third year, but nor is Putin. Second, we must continue with the reinvigoration and expansion of NATO, exactly what Putin never wanted, and be resilient to Trump's taunts. But that also means meeting the 2% target, especially amongst those who seek to lead the organisation. Third, Europe must be wary of losing heart and fast fixes. It has been a while since we paid the price for peace. There is a danger that those who might seek a Finnish-style resolution, for example, just enable Putin to pause and then come back for more. Fourth, I urge the Foreign Secretary to continue to make the case to our American allies that for a relatively low price they are fighting a war which we, the West, cannot afford to lose. But we must build our resilience, my lords, and be prepared to step up if needs be. I turn next to the Middle East, and I wanted to commend the Foreign Secretary for the steadfast support for Israel following the terrible atrocities of the 7th of October, but also for being the first to call for a sustainable ceasefire, urging caution and prioritising humanitarianism. In this, we have acted as a trusted friend to Israel, one who can always be counted on, but also who doesn't fear to flag concerns. And surely Rafah is one such. We have a 2-week opportunity before Ramadan, and this is a moment surely to use our influence and urge Israel not to move into a tiny area inhabited by so many with nowhere to go. I also urge the Foreign Secretary to continue work with Americans to have the hostages released and to bring radical improvement to the humanitarian solution, and that a two-state solution is kept firmly on the table as a long-held British foreign policy objective, and surely the best hope for securing long-term peace and security for Israel in the region. Finally, a brief word on China. I commend the government's policy, which has been largely consistent over the last decade, balancing between national security, human rights, sovereignty and economic considerations. The variable here has been Xi's trajectory, which has hardened in recent years, and we are right to be vigilant. But I would say, alongside building a credible deterrent to China, we should also be mindful to keep channels of communication open. The episode of the spy balloon showed us that whereas with the Soviet Cold War we had a red phone to pick up, we had no such device for Beijing. This is dangerous, especially when some of the world's most pressing problems like climate do require some sort of cooperation. I end, my lords, by saying we come to the US elections. We must always remember that we work with our allies, whoever they choose as their leader. But we also should be building our resilience and preparing for the unpredictable as we come to the end of the year.
My lords, understandably, immediate crises have been a major part of the debate this afternoon. But what I want to concentrate on is our significant role in maintaining and promoting values to strengthen democracies and rules-based international system, and the importance of necessary investment in nurturing old and new alliances, engaging with countries not necessarily within the current conflict areas, a number of which have been mentioned by a number of the Noble Lords today, in order to build long-term relationships, trust and influences. In the current context, it may seem naive to talk about these issues, but, my lords, in an increasingly complex and unstable world, winning hearts and minds is even more important than ever before, as has powerfully been demonstrated in the Russian-Ukraine war. My lords, in an increasingly volatile world, we need to renew our commitment to rules-based world order, double our efforts with the old and new alliances in order to restore declining confidence in liberal democracy. New and formal alliances are challenging the existing multilateral institutions, becoming more assertive, and questioning the efficacy of democracy. Survival, security, and prosperity in a hyper-connected world now have new dimensions which require better understanding, new thinking and approaches, and redoubling our efforts with regional and other emerging powers whose actions will determine the future. This, my lords, will require strategic thinking, holistic and nuanced approach to international affairs. My lords, our foreign policy narrative to date has been shaped around our liberal values, a reflection of the values we uphold. They have influenced how others see us. Sadly, my lords, this positive perception is getting slender by the day. And if we want to continue to be an influential voice and strong player on the world stage, both as a force for good and for national interest and security, then what we do and how we behave at home and overseas has to be consistent with our values. Ability to influence, build trust, relationship lies in the credibility and the moral authority we generate through our actions and our behaviours. The way we act and influence we bring to bear will determine our ability to shape the future. My lords, it will take persistence and courage to develop strategies to win minds and hearts. This will mean maximising effectively all levers at our disposal: military, economic, diplomatic, social and cultural. Intercultural interactions, country engagements and people-to-people dialogues are crucial components of our foreign policy. We have been in this space for nearly 90 years. British Council, our prime organisation, was founded in the 1930s at a time of global instability, when Britain's influence was weakened and extreme ideologies were gaining ground. My lords, there are parallels of what's happening now, and there are lessons to be learned. British Council was born to create friendly knowledge, understanding by developing closer cultural relations. And we have been a world leader in this space, well ahead of everyone else, and well before the term soft power was coined by Joseph Nye. My lords, creating friendly knowledge and understanding is neither soft nor power. In today's hyper-connected world, it is about mutual exchange and understanding, an essential and strategic part of foreign policy to create a fertile ground for diplomacy, to create an environment conducive to dialogue, alliances, partnerships for business and security cooperation, supported by our policies and behaviours which enforce our respect for rule of law, democratic processes, and so on. Our internal affairs and our shared societal values and our domestic political context is equally important. It is key in enabling or constraining our ability to forge an effective foreign policy in a fast-changing world. My lords, we can be in an enviable strategic position if we build a refreshed strategic relationship with Europe, maintain but not be subservient to transatlantic access, despite the challenges we're going to face, and engage meaningfully with the Commonwealth, through that to the global south. And along that, we have our footprint in over 101 countries through the British Council. My lords, there is no room for complacency or taking our eye off these long-term issues. These should be an integral part of our overall strategy, backed by proper investment in diplomatic networks, in organisations like the British Council, the BBC and other cultural and educational organisations. They are an essential component in our foreign policy and not an option extra. My Lords, I know that both Lord Cameron and Lord Amherst are committed to the issues I've been talking about, and I want to end by paying my tribute to the excellent work they are doing in very difficult circumstances, and I look forward to their response.
My Lords, I will speak today about our government's response to global Christian persecution. In 2019, the Bishop of Truro, now Bishop of Winchester and a member of this House, highlighted in his review the near abandonment of the world's most persecuted religion by Western powers. By the UN's definition, levels of persecution of Christians around the globe were close to genocidal. Their extinction was imminent in the Middle East. In Iraq, the number of Christians is now 10% of what it was 20 years ago. Christian persecution is now even worse and still the worst of any religion in the world. 1 in 7 Christians, 365 million, face high to extreme levels of persecution for their faith. 80% of all acts of religious persecution are against Christians, which is a staggering proportion. Nearly 5,000 Christians were killed for their faith last year, compared with nearly 3,000 in 2019, when Truro was published. And twice as many Christians were forced to flee their homes in 2023 compared to 2022. Any concerted effort to secure freedom of religion or belief barely scratches the surface if Christians are ignored. This is not just because of these numbers. As Truro states, the persecution of Christians is a bellwether for repression more generally. I need to mention 2 major areas: Northern Africa, including Nigeria, which the noble Baroness Cox, her speech was very eloquently describing what's happening there, and the Sahel, and the Indian subcontinent, where Christians are routinely targeted, terrorized, and killed, in countries which aspire to be, or already are, major trading partners with the UK. Nigeria is the 6th worst country to live in as a Christian. More are killed there for their faith than in all other countries combined. Armed groups like Boko Haram or Islamic State West Africa Province burn churches, target Christians for rape, murder, and kidnap. Terrorism cannot be solely blamed. Deborah Yakubu was murdered in 2022 after expressing concerns in a college WhatsApp group about discrimination against Christian students. She was stoned, beaten, then burnt on a pile of tyres by a mob. Yet the UK signed a £7 billion trade partnership with Nigeria a matter of weeks ago. So may I ask my noble friend, the Foreign Secretary, if such abuses were raised at any point in negotiations? My Lords, in the Indian subcontinent, persecution against Christians is rising, and rising fast. Speaking about your faith is hazardous in most of India, where Christians can be arrested and subjected to physical violence on false charges of forced conversions. Acid attacks, so-called honour killings, mob beatings, and executions happen regularly, as do arson attacks on churches. Again, can my noble friend confirm that this government will use the lever of trade to improve rights to religious freedom? The Foreign Office's own assessment in 2022 found that many Truro review recommendations had not been implemented. It cited failure to create both an early warning mechanism for religious persecution and a data-gathering system of religious freedom abuses. There was still no name or term for Christian persecution, and no meaningful culture shift in the Foreign Office to take it seriously. More positively, on the FCDO scorecard, their November 2023 white paper on UK aid refers for the first time to and prioritises persecution on grounds of religion or belief as a driver of poverty. I commend my right honourable friend Andrew Mitchell, the minister who listened to FORB concerns and included this. Additionally, the Prime Minister now has a highly effective envoy for freedom of religion or belief, my honourable friend Fiona Bruce. Her important role should be established in statute. Will the government support the bill to secure its continuity? It acts
as an important counterweight when considering with whom we trade. I understand the pressure to the government to bow down to the god of bilateral trade agreements while sacrificing the weak and vulnerable and our own British values. But where did these values come from? The historian Tom Holland says in Dominion, "So profound has been the impact of Christianity on the development of Western civilization that it has come to be hidden from view. Without Christianity, where would there be tolerance, respect for others' views, and the impulse to move beyond narrow personal or indeed national self-interest?"
House of my interests in the Register, especially as Executive Chairman of the Changing Character of War Centre at Pembroke College in Oxford and as Founding Chairman of the Concord Foundation, an independent peace-building organisation. My Lords, as others have commented, our world is spinning into increasing turmoil. It's not just the spreading violence and war. People across the globe believe they can no longer trust the institutions they depended upon for stability. They see widespread corruption and incompetence in their political, faith, intellectual and even sporting and cultural elites. They see the galloping extension of disruptive technologies they do not understand, and they believe their leaders neither understand them nor know how to control them. They fear the existential threats of climate catastrophe and global, perhaps even nuclear war. Addressing these complex issues meaningfully in 5 minutes is not possible, so I will focus on just 3 questions for the Noble Lord, the Foreign Secretary. First, on the Russia-Ukraine war. I'm rather proud of the role that our country has played to date in the war effort, going back long, long before the February 2022 invasion. While our military, intelligence and political contributions have been and continue to be significant, we do need, as the noble and gallant Lord Stirrup has pointed out, that there is a real problem of replacement of our stocks of weapons and ammunition. However, whatever the outcome of the war, and we don't know what it will be yet, there will come a stage, and I fully recognise that now is not the time, but there will come a stage for negotiations that bring it all to a negotiated political conclusion. Does His Majesty's Government agree that meantime it is important to ensure that there are some protected channels of communication with Russia which can be of use when the time comes? On Israel-Gaza, we all agree that the Hamas attacks of October the 7th were utterly appalling and unforgivable. But we all know the problems between Israel and the Palestinians did not start in 2023. And it's my view that the military actions that have been taken by Israel after the immediate response are not defending Israel, but harming Israel. The Noble Lord Ahmed of Wimbledon is a wonderful minister and representative of our country at home and abroad. But I have to disagree with any suggestion that the international community is united in support of Israel. On the contrary, the actions of the IDF, with the deaths of thousands upon thousands of women, children, babies, sick people in hospitals, elderly people, all starving and terrified as they're caged in and unable to escape these horrors. This is undermining the moral standing of Israel in many parts of the world. Outside of Western Europe and North America, the perspective is completely different from it is here. Indeed, our own standing as a country is being affected. In any situation of violent political conflict, and I'm fairly familiar with them, however tempting it may be to back one side or the other, when you do that, you simply become part of the conflict. Sometimes there's absolutely nothing else that you can do. You have to back one side. But the consequence is a very limited role in brokering peace. If and when this war ends, there will need to be someone who will ensure the security of Gaza. And despite what the current Israeli Prime Minister says, that's not a role that will be able to be taken by Israel. And I rather doubt that our own country or our US ally can undertake it either. Is His Majesty's Government taking seriously, as I believe they should, the offer from President Erdogan of Turkey for his country to play a significant role with others in providing some security to all sides in that context? And finally, I turn to Tunisia, a country that triggered the so-called Arab Spring, which gave us such hope for democracy in the MENA region. How is His Majesty's government responding to the suspension of democratic structures and the imprisonment by the current president, President Said, of many elected representatives, including the former Assembly Speaker, Sheikh Rashid Ghannouchi, who had been working against the odds to build a pluralist and Muslim democracy? And I emphasise Muslim, not Islamist. What is His Majesty's government going to do to press the President of Tunisia to release democratic politicians of all parties and allow them to build a new pluralist and democratic Tunisia that can give hope again to all of us for democracy in that region?
My Lords, I join others in my recognition and thanks to our noble friends, the Foreign Secretary and Lord Ahmed, for all the work they do. It gives us all confidence seeing you on the world stage on our behalf. And thank you very much indeed. My Lords, it's not an exaggeration to say that the United Kingdom currently faces the most serious and sustained threat to its international relations position since the end of the Cold War, in the context of our position as a prominent member of the free world. We face emboldened aggressors and multiple threats. How we respond to these will be a defining moment for British foreign policy. Two current conflicts encapsulate the possibilities and problems for the United Kingdom in a fast-changing world: Ukraine and Gaza. While at first they do not seem connected, they in fact share a common pattern and, even more importantly, a common message: that if the free world does not stand up to aggression until it has been defeated, then we can only bring further aggression upon us to follow. This is an obvious lesson from history, notably the history of the 1930s and what it teaches us, and which His Majesty's government would be wise to understand. We are now in the third year of a war visited upon Ukraine solely by Russian aggression. For all Vladimir Putin's fictions about why he started this war, none of us in this chamber should be under any illusions that it was anything other than an old-fashioned land grab. We are having a conversation about Ukraine today because Ukraine did the incredible. It stood up to the Russian steamroller and stopped it in its tracks through the bravery and commitment of its own people. Since then, in addition to Ukraine's admirable courage, the country has been emboldened in its defence by the staunch support of its allies. But now we face a troubled year ahead in Ukraine, with crucial supplies stalling from the United States and debates abounding about whether and for how long Ukraine can survive without our full-throated continued backing. The cold-blooded murder of the largest number of Jews in one day since the Holocaust was always going to elicit a severe response from the Israeli government, and rightly so. For no democracy, even our own here in the United Kingdom, could turn the other cheek to such atrocities without seeking to prevent those who committed the crimes in question forever being able to do the same again. This is all the more so given the despicable taking of large numbers of hostages by Hamas and others in Gaza, 130 of whom remain unaccounted for nearly 5 months into the conflict. We all grieve and react in total distress at the horror of the tragic deaths of children and women and all those citizens killed in Gaza. But far from being a genocide or the greatest crime in history, The care that the Israeli Defence Forces have largely taken during this operation to minimise civilian casualties will likely come to be studied for years by free world military planners facing similar campaigns. As with Russia's war of aggression in Ukraine, the Hamas war of aggression against Israel initially elicited firm free world support. Free world leaders, this country included, understood entirely that Israel could not allow Hamas aggression to go unpunished and that the hostages needed releasing and freeing. In only a few short months, that solidarity of purpose has been undermined as country by country, elements of the free world have peeled off from the idea of defending democracy. Instead, we have seen vapid and inane requests for an Israeli ceasefire now, sometimes with even no conditions for Hamas's continued rule in Gaza or the release of hostages attached. I would posit, therefore, that British foreign policy must make 2024 a year of decision for the free world, and that our stance in the two conflicts I have addressed will be central to this. It might be tempting to give up on supporting Ukraine because we are growing weary of doing so, or forcing Israel to compromise because we are tired of fending off the aggression of the street mobs here in the UK that did so much damage to the reputation of the other place a couple of weeks ago. But neither approach is in our national interest, for if Ukraine is driven to the negotiating table through weakness this year, then Mr. Putin's decision to wage war will have been vindicated with additional territory. And if Israel gives in to the international pressure before it has succeeded in delivering a final death blow to Hamas, then terrorism will be seen to have triumphed through the improbable act of survival, even after committing the most heinous of crimes. And do we think that Russia and international terrorists will be satisfied with their ill-gotten gains after achieving them? Of course not. They will come back for more after a period of reconstruction, certain that the free world will eventually crumble before aggression if they just wait out our period of outrage over their actions. For this reason, I implore my noble friend, the Foreign Secretary, to stand firm with our fellow democracies in 2024. We must make the decision that allow our allies to finish the jobs that they did not want, but were forced upon them, and which we would do the same if we were in their place.
My Lords, the Middle East is a part of the world the UK understands and is in turn held in affection. So it is with concern that I hear from long-standing friends there that those feelings are changing. We are being seen as either bystanders or complicit in the current conflict in Gaza. My noble friend, the Foreign Secretary, however, deserves appreciation for his leadership in expressing that the state of Palestine be recognised and calling for the accountability of crimes committed by both sides in Gaza. The change of tone from the United States is an indication of the noble Lord's influence. The dream of the Palestinian people is the same as all people: freedom, security, food and shelter, some degree of hope for a better future through education and employment. I condemn the Hamas terrorist atrocities of 7th of October in the strongest possible terms. But the indiscriminate killing of so many innocent Palestinian civilians is causing such outrage, anger and sorrow across the region and throughout the world that Britain's ongoing support of Israel's war in Gaza is damaging our equally important relationships with other allies in the region. It is as if the Palestinian people have been dehumanized to such a degree that some in this place and in the other place are not even recognizing the enormity of the injustice being committed against the Palestinian people. So many of them children, bombed and starved for crimes they did not commit. International humanitarian law does not permit collective punishment, but that is what is happening in Gaza. It is wrong and it must stop. We proclaim the rights of the child. When it comes to the rights of Palestinian children, our lack of action these past 5 months makes a mockery of that declaration. How many potential artists and scientists have been simply eliminated? So much talent is literally being killed. If we wish to generate a better future, then this is not the way of doing it. Our credibility, our legitimacy, our role as central to the contemporary global world order is because of our adherence and support for the rule of law, both domestic and international, and for justice and fairness. And the British people are fair and expect their representatives here in the Parliament to be fair and just on their behalf. Even if we were simply to consider our own interests in much of the Middle East, we have to show ourselves as fair brokers. Making every effort towards bringing this ghastly situation to an end is vital, and I know my noble friend, the Foreign Secretary, is working tirelessly to do this. The United Kingdom has a legal, moral and historical obligation to make every endeavour to help both sides make peace a reality. But the process for a lasting peace cannot be ambiguous. There are no partial solutions. Our support for international efforts for a full, immediate and permanent ceasefire from both sides is essential, not just the 6 weeks stipulated by the United States. The safe delivery of aid without obstruction. And I ask if the Foreign Secretary can say why medical equipment such as ventilators and anaesthesia machines are being refused entry by Israel. The immediate exchange of Israeli hostages and non-Hamas Palestinian detainees. The forcible displacement of people to stop. There are now 1.5 million in refugee camps in Rafah. The reconstruction of Gaza to start, and ultimately those displaced able to go back to where they once lived. The illegal occupation by Israel of the West Bank and East Jerusalem must end. Hundreds have been killed there since January of last year. And as for Gaza, in 2010, the House of Commons Hansard shows that my noble friend, then the Prime Minister, said, "We are not going to sort out the problem of the Middle East peace process while there is effectively a giant open prison in Gaza." Yet Israel has recently stated it wants to remain in overall security control of Gaza and select the Palestinian technocrats they choose to run it. Can the Foreign Secretary say if he believes that this would be in any way acceptable or have legitimacy in the eyes of Palestinians? Most would argue that 2 independent, separate states is the only solution. It is a right of the people of Israel to have peace and security, as to the people of Palestine. 2 separate, independent states that recognise each other's right to exist.
My Lords, it's a rare privilege for us to have a Foreign Secretary wind up a debate on foreign policy in this House. Such are the quirks of politics, I suppose. I'd like to concentrate on one topic, and that is economic sanctions. The sanctions regime has emerged as one of the most important tools of British foreign policy. Despite, or perhaps because of their long and tangled history, their rationale remains deeply mysterious. Are they tools of war avoidance, or are they an extension of war by other means? A hybrid. It's a hybrid tool at best. This ambiguity, I would argue, is fatal to any peacekeeping or peacemaking purposes they may have, because they insert a warlike mentality into what should be efforts at peace. Hence, the utmost clarity is needed in defining their purpose and assessing their results. Since 2014, the number of individuals and entities designated under the UK sanctions regime has grown from 230 to 2,000. The Foreign Secretary added another 50 a fortnight ago. Their stated purpose is to degrade Russia's war-making capacity, to deplete Putin's armory. These are direct quotations. And another one, the Russian economy will be devastated by sanctions, predicted US Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen after Russia invaded Ukraine in 2022. But 2 years on, Russia's economy is a long way from being devastated. Indeed, it has proven far more resilient than many believe possible. The IMF now predicts that Russian GDP will expand 2.2% this year, which is much faster than is predicted for the UK. And there are two main reasons for this. The first is trade diversification. Far from having no place to hide, as Liz Truss, then Foreign Secretary, predicted on the 31st of January 2022, Mr. Putin and his friends have found plenty of places to hide. Moscow has been able to pivot its oil exports towards Asia, now the destination for 80% of Russian crude delivered by sea. Sanctioned goods, including critical components for military equipment, continue to reach Russia via neighbouring countries. Beijing is now Moscow's main trading partner, and the yuan is one of the main foreign currencies in Russia. So that's one reason. The second reason for Russia's economic resilience is what I would call military Keynesianism. Russia has successfully converted a civilian economy into a war economy. Not only is growth positive, but a higher fraction of GDP is concentrated on war production. So the efficacy of economic sanctions has been repeatedly challenged by experts. Not least, I should say, the report on economic sanctions of the House of Lords Committee on Economic Affairs, on which I had the honour to serve. So not only may the efficacy of sanctions be questioned, but they stitch animosity into the fabric of international relations. They thus precipitate the breakup of the global trading and payment system, which in turn makes the world more warlike. So there are lots of unintended consequences here, and we need to be very clear about what they are before simply urging more and more sanctions. It would be an important outcome to this debate were the Foreign Secretary to authorise a strategic review of the purpose and track record of sanctions, to be made public before international relations are allowed to drift into a permanent warlike state, which may easily topple over into actual war between nuclear powers.
My Lords, may I add my gratitude and appreciation to the Noble Lords Cameron and Ahmed for not just for what they do, but for the way in which they do it. I want to spend a little time focusing on how we continue to apply moral principles surrounding war in this ever-changing landscape. These are dangerous, as we've heard countless times this afternoon, dangerous and uncertain times for which we must prepare, and good preparation is itself deterrence. And I would add my name to Baroness Goldie's appeal that we see a significant increase in defence funding. There is now a risk that the changing nature of war and warfare is shifting our understanding of when military force should be resorted to and the restraints that should check its use. The concerns lying behind just war theory still apply. What is proportionate response and engagement? How do we protect non-combatants? What is preemptive action and what is preventative action? And how will military engagement contribute to a just and lasting peace? My Lords, old-style wars, at least in theory, as von Clausewitz expounded, were contests of wills. He defined war as an act of violence designed to compel our opponent to fulfill our will. But today, and for many decades now, the potential exists that our opponent could be destroyed, and us too. And we've seen contemporary conflicts which involve networks of states and non-state actors, and where most violence is directed against civilians as a way of controlling territory rather than against enemy forces. Forced migration is often an unintended consequence.
Such wars are decentralised and have low levels of participation and tend to disassemble the state or involve the fragmentation of federations. In their place, they create new, unstable, inward-looking sub-state entities. In these situations, state services such as health and education and the rule of law are degraded, with finance coming less from taxation and more from war-related and criminal activities. Such wars often produce transnational extremist political or religious ideologies. And of course, all this is exacerbated by the impact of climate change. Then the failure to plan a just post-war situation can prolong the war, can lead to internal chaos after the war, the failing of the state, or the seeds of a new war. And my lords, we're also fighting wars differently, with highly advanced weaponry and the increasing use of AI. The speed of development in military applications of AI inevitably raises concerns. We shouldn't, of course, forget the huge potential of AI systems in defensive context. But the wider ethical problem is that when we delegate decision-making to machines, they will act according to the moral assumptions with which they have been fed. Those who develop AI applications for use in military offensives as opposed to defence need to do so with such moral understanding that they do not inadvertently design algorithms that risk committing war crimes in our name. My lords, if I return to where I started, even when the use of armed force is considered justifiable, the overarching aim of just war is a just and durable peace. It means that just war advocates are concerned with limiting the occurrence of war, and when it does occur, ensuring that its conduct is as humane as possible. And so my question to the noble Lord Cameron is whether he believes that our current understanding of the ethics of war are sufficient to deal with the changing nature of adversaries and the complex ways in which wars are now fought, and whether he will commit to exercising UK leadership with the UN and other institutions, albeit undergoing reform, as we've heard appeals to ensure that the conventions and treaties that govern our actions in war remain fit for purpose, the purpose of lasting, just peace.
My Lords, it may be for the convenience of the House to pause the debate at this point and to take the statement. The debate will then resume with my noble friend Viscount Trenchard as the next speaker after proceedings on the statement have finished and not before 8:10.
Before I call the next business, perhaps we could have a short break to enable noble lords to withdraw. Questions on a statement made in the House of Commons on Thursday, the February 19th, on the publication of the Angelini Inquiry Report.
Thank you. My Lords, this damning report is about women's safety. It is also about trust and confidence in policing and whether we have the standards in place to maintain confidence in individual officers. The work of the vast majority of police officers is that they work immensely hard and with integrity to keep our communities safe, and it is undermined when standards fail. And I think we need to thank Lady Ellish for her inquiry and its comprehensive first report. My Lords, this report exposes a catalogue of appalling failures in police misconduct processes. And what is truly frightening is the line that is present in this report, which says there is nothing to stop another Cousins operating in plain sight. And we can believe that that might indeed be the case, because there is the story of PC Cliff Mitchell, who was vetted months after Sarah Everard was killed,
and he had an allegation of rape in 2017 and a non-molestation order against him, and it did not stop the Met from recruiting him. So at about the same time the Met were telling us that vetting had been tightened up, they were simultaneously congratulating PC Mitchell on passing his police entrance and handing him a warrant card, which he used to get the trust of women that he went on to abuse and rape. This government has been repeatedly warned about failures around vetting and misconduct. Independent inspectorate reports of 2012, 2019, 2022 and 2023 all highlighted serious failures in vetting processes, which is why 2 years ago on these benches we called for mandatory national vetting standards. And I have to ask the Noble Lord the Minister why this has yet not happened. As for the misconduct charges the statement referred to, most of them are not even in place yet. And again, this is 3 years after Sarah Everard was murdered. So will the Noble Lord the Minister commit today to a new mandatory vetting framework underpinned by legislation that all forces must abide by, under which any evidence of past domestic abuse or sexual offending will be pursued and not simply taken into account convictions? As a minimum, the Noble Lord the Minister really should accept recommendation 6, which is about, and I quote, a review of indecent exposure allegations and other sexual offences recorded against a serving police officer. At a minimum, surely the Noble Lord the Minister could accept that today. The recommendations, as well as talking extensively about vetting, they also focus on indecent exposure. Indecent exposure is still treated as a joke by police, something she should not be bothered about because he is pathetic and harmless. It's seen as old men, past it, pathetic, trying to get attention. And many, if not most women, have actually experienced this at some point in their lives. But indeed, Cousins was in his 40s and did this 5 or so times, including one scary time when he masturbated on a banking on a country lane as a lone woman cyclist cycled past. And there was an incident just before Sarah Everett's kidnap, rape and murder where he drove undressed through a McDonald's. People got the name, model and licence number of his car on that occasion. The vehicle was traced to him. My lords, nothing followed after that. Clearly, the sexual impulse that drives indecent exposure is to force attention to the man's sexuality on a woman who doesn't want it. And we have to ask the question, how far is that the motive which drives rape? What is clearly a terrifying experience for a woman, often isolated and confronted with a man bigger and stronger than she is, and who will be afraid of what might happen next, and his getting away with it encourages a predator to feel that they can act more boldly next time, increasing the threat to women. The recommendations in this report are absolutely clear, and they have a timetable. So will the Home Office insist that all police forces have a specialist policy on investigating all sexual offences, including so-called non-contact offences such as indecent exposure, by September this year? Will the Minister commit to guidance and training on indecent exposure being in place by December this year? Will the Minister ensure that the College of Policing, in collaboration with the National Police Chiefs Council, should improve guidance and training on indecent exposure? And will there be an immediate review called for in Recommendation 3, which concerns treatment of masturbatory indecent exposure within the criminal justice system? The review needs to focus on recognising the seriousness of the offence, identifying it as an indicator of disinhibition by perpetrators, and understanding and addressing the wider issue of sexual precursor conduct so as to prevent victimisation and to improve the response to victims when it occurs and bring more offenders to justice. Recommendation 4 is research into masturbatory indecent exposure with immediate effect. Does the Noble Lord the Minister have a schedule he can tell us about today? Recommendation 5 is a public information campaign on indecent exposure by March 2025, where the Home Office, together with the National Police Chiefs Council, should launch a public campaign to raise awareness about the illegality, criminality and legal consequences of any type of indecent exposure. That's March next year. My Lords, when it comes to women's safety, the reality is that the number of prosecutions for domestic abuse have halved. Rape prosecutions are still taking years. Early active action and intervention just still does not happen. There is a shocking drift on women's safety, and in what the Home Secretary has said on Thursday, how long must we go on saying the same things, which is what my honourable friend Yvette Cooper was saying on Thursday. My Lords, the first Women's Safety March was on the streets of Leeds nearly 50 years ago, and we are saying the same things about our daughters and our granddaughters' safety today. We really cannot stand for any more of this, my Lords.
My Lords, what happened to Sarah Everard was horrific and made worse by the fact that this callous murder was committed by a serving police officer. The report says that Wayne Couzens should never have been a police officer, that numerous opportunities were ignored to end his career, and it lays out a number of steps to ensure this appalling tragedy is not repeated. The Minister has promised decisive action, outlining several welcome measures. Yet the vehicle required to take such action is available to him now. The Criminal Justice Bill is due to reach this House in the coming weeks. As it stands, the charity Refuge says it is seriously disappointed with the bill's measures on police perpetrators, which it believes will do very little to rid our forces of abusers. The government has so far resisted a series of amendments, such as one which would mean all allegations of police-perpetrated domestic abuse would be recorded either as a police complaint or conduct matter. This would inform vetting and any potential future investigations. Can the Minister reconsider placing such provisions on the face of the bill rather than falling back on regulations and, worse still, voluntary codes of practice which seldom, if ever, work? Does the Minister accept the time has now come to spell out in no uncertain terms that violence against women and girls is not acceptable if you're a police officer? That surely means being clear that domestic abuse is not just a criminal matter, but a disciplinary matter within the police services themselves. I also want to address the issue of consistency. At the moment, there's too much variation around the country, and the issue of warrant card removal illustrates this well. In some forces, officers are required to surrender their warrant cards if they're suspended. In other forces, they are not. Sarah Everard's murder horribly underlines the power that comes with a warrant card. At the very least, surely suspended officers should be required to surrender warrant cards nationwide. This is something the Domestic Abuse Commissioner is calling for. Another matter of consistency is on the issue of suspensions themselves. The government is now saying there will be an automatic suspension of police officers charged with certain criminal offences pending trial. Can the Minister confirm that domestic abuse offences will be among those leading to suspension? The government is also planning to change the rules that make it easier for forces to remove officers without vetting clearance. But removing those who fail vetting or are guilty of gross misconduct will still not be a legal obligation. These measures will not be mandatory or backed by primary legislation. A Liberal Democrat Freedom of Information request last October revealed that 129 Metropolitan Police officers were still working on the front line while under investigation for allegations of sexual or domestic abuse, 8 months on from the Casey review. This is frankly a disgrace. Meanwhile, a clear issue of culture and leadership remains to be addressed, and this is particularly critical in the context of an increasingly young and inexperienced workforce, a third of whom have less than 5 years' service. The Police Foundation describes a culture of silence and complicity, where the default is to keep quiet if you want to get on or to fit in. This report rightly says that our police must be held to a higher standard of behaviour and accountability given the powers they have. Good officers will welcome anything that does this. My Lords, time and again, we've had excellent reports which identify the issues and make recommendations to stop them happening again. Most of the recommendations are accepted, but they are seldom, if ever, implemented. So can the Minister explain what the Government proposes to do to ensure a full and speedy implementation of the recommendations in this report? And crucially, can he also say what the consequences will be for those forces who fail to comply?
Well, can I thank both noble ladies for their comments? And again, I think the first thing to say, and I said it earlier, but my thoughts are obviously with the family and friends of Sarah Everard. The second thing to say, and it was highlighted by the noble lady Baroness Thornton, and it was remiss of me to neglect to say this earlier, is that we do owe this to all the decent police officers out there, and they are very many, who I would like to thank. We owe it to them to get this right. And finally, I'd like to place my thanks on record as well to Lady Eilish, who has delivered a very efficient, speedy report. It's obviously only part one. I would note that part two is considering cultural issues, which include misogyny and predatory behaviour. So there will be much more to be said on that subject, which is not to say that we shouldn't also be acting speedily and efficiently now. And we are. I will explain how. My Lords, the vetting process obviously has come in for a considerable amount of criticism, with some justification. And the Noble Baroness Lady Thornton has asked me why the government isn't legislating to put vetting standards on a statutory footing. The report did not specifically recommend that the government legislates on vetting standards. And as I've just said, we know that part two will be looking at depth into vetting and recruitment amongst other cultural issues in policing. And of course, we'll consider any findings from part two in due course. But we do expect policing to examine the Angelini findings from part one in detail for them to be addressed. And to ensure that forces are adhering to the existing standards as set out by the College of Policing, the College will be establishing a process of national accreditation, setting out the highest standards that policing must meet, with the aim of increasing confidence in policing. We are introducing regulations on vetting, which will make it easier for forces to remove those who cannot hold the minimum level of clearance. As Lady Eilish says in her report, it's not possible to make any conclusive finding that earlier interventions would have prevented the horrific crimes that obviously the report was responding to. But I don't think that Cousins would have been able to remain a police officer if he was serving today, and I think it's important to state that for the record. Vetting has been significantly tightened and tolerances are lower, and forces now do a full re-vet on transfer. Lady Eilish highlighted that is clear in the new vetting code. And also there was a data wash process, and we're funding policing to develop automated screening so that records added to the Police National Database, such as the indecent allegations made against Cousins in 2015, will get quickly picked up by the employing force. In January 2023, the then Home Secretary asked HMI CFRS to carry out a rapid review in response to the November 2022 inspection report into vetting. That also looked at what forces are doing to identify and deal with misogynistic behaviour. The Inspectorate did identify good process in certain areas, and in January this year, the NPCC provided evidence on the implementation of relevant recommendations across forces to the Inspectorate. We have also asked the College of Policing to strengthen the statutory code of practice, which I've mentioned, and that code was published in July of 2023. And I referred earlier to the authorised professional practice guidance that's available for public consultation. And finally, my Lords, in January 2024, the Home Office agreed to provide an additional £500,000 to policing to develop a continuous integrity screening system for the workforce, building on the data wash exercise. As regards recommendation 6, that is actually one for the NPCC, but of course I would hope they would implement it as quickly as possible, and indeed that goes for all of the recommendations. We discussed some of them earlier and they all make perfect sense to me. I hope they make perfect sense to others as well. My Lords, the Noble Lady Baroness Thornton asked about indecent exposure and whether or not the police are taking such offences seriously enough. In accordance with the strategic policing requirement, We do expect that all sexual offending, including for cases where there is no contact, are taken seriously, because we want victims to have the confidence to report these offences. We need them to know that they will get the support that they need and that everything will be done to bring the offenders to justice. As Noble Lords will be aware, we have added violence against women and girls to the revised strategic policing requirement, which means that crimes that disproportionately impact women and girls, such as indecent exposure, are set out as a national threat for forces to respond to, alongside other threats such as terrorism, serious and organised crime and child sexual abuse. The strategic policing requirement is set by the Home Secretary and provides clear direction to policing, and it highlights where police forces need to work together using their local and regional capabilities. This requirement covers all forms of violence against women and girls, but we continue also to work closely with the National Police Chiefs Council Violence Against Women and Girls Task Force to drive improvements in the policing response, and they will soon be publishing an updated national framework on how policing needs to prepare, prevent, pursue and protect to robustly improve policing's response to these crimes. My Lords, the report did find that what might be considered lower level sexual offending, such as cousins sending unwarranted pictures of himself, could lead to more serious sexual assault. And obviously, as I've said, we regard that any kind of sexually motivated crime is abhorrent and should be treated very seriously. Women do need to be confident calling the police and reporting crimes, and trust that they'll be taken seriously when they do. We, in tandem with the policing partners, as I've said as well, we'll be obviously considering Lady Eilish's recommendations very carefully, and we will respond fully after a review of all of the contents. I'm afraid I can't give a timetable as to recommendation number 4, but as I said earlier today, we will be responding in full very soon. My Lords, in terms of women joining the police, the statistics, I was looking them up actually after Baroness Ducey's question to me earlier, and they're not as bad as perhaps I might have inferred earlier on today. The 20,000 officer uplift programme provided a once-in-a-generation opportunity to support forces. The police force is now more diverse than ever, with more female, that's 53,080 women police officers, and ethnic minority 12,086 as of the 31st of March 2023. So those numbers will have changed, I'm sure. But that accounts for 35.5% of officers being female. That's the highest number and proportion of female officers in post since comparable records began. Between April 20 and March 2023, 43.2% of new police officer recruits in England and Wales were female. And that is a notable increase on levels that we've seen in previous years. I won't go into more details, but I think that is an encouraging picture, and obviously that is an encouraging start, particularly when it comes to the cultural change that we've talked about at some length over the course of the day. Baroness Ducey also asked me a very good question, which I was unable to answer, about how officers and police staff should be encouraged to call out wrongdoing when they see it. I've gone into a bit more detail on this. It's still not as much as the noble lady would like, I suspect. But the fact is that police officers have a statutory duty to report wrongdoing by their colleagues when they see it, and not doing so constitutes a breach of their standards of professional behaviour. The noble lady referred to the Criminal Justice Bill, and of course a duty of candour is included in the Criminal Justice Bill, which will help this progress significantly, I believe. There are, however, a number of other routes, both internal and external, through which police officers and staff can raise concerns. External routes involve those such as staff associations, trade unions, the office of the relevant PCC, if the matter concerns the Chief Constable, Crime Stoppers, and the Independent Office for Police Conduct. Police officers can report wrongdoing directly to the Professional Standards Department within their force, and most police forces in England and Wales have reporting phone lines, many with protections for anonymity. There's a reporting line run by the IOPC which enables officers and staff to report concerns of wrongdoing that a criminal offence has been committed, or where there is evidence of conduct that would justify disciplinary proceedings. I appreciate that doesn't fully answer the question about others who might report domestic abuse, but I am going to take those comments back and find out what can be done on that. I appreciate I'm running over time. With your indulgence, I will just very quickly finish off by talking about recommendation 5, which is what the government has done to try and change societal attitudes towards women and girls, or should be doing to try and change societal attitudes. And I think it is important to highlight the government's programme enough, which is designed to deliver a generational shift in the attitudes and behaviours underpinning abuse. The campaign has a continued focus on encouraging bystanders to safely challenge any abuse they may witness and to trigger reflection amongst perpetrators and their peers. Evaluation of the campaign shows that Enough is successfully reaching target audiences, driving behaviour change, encouraging bystanders to intervene when they see abuse, helped by the creation of the Stop mnemonic, which is proving highly effective. I'll finish there for now. I'm sure there's more to be said on this subject, but I do think that Recommendation 5 makes a considerable sense, and I will certainly be taking the Noble Lady's recommendation back to the Home Office.
My Lords, I want to raise the issue of proper accountability, because there appear to be few real consequences for police officers who grossly breach police discipline. For example, there's no legislation that prevents members of police staff retiring or resigning while they're under investigation for gross misconduct. I'm told that because of Operation Onyx, which the Noble Lord the Minister will know was commissioned following the appalling case of David Carrick, 51 Met officers had been referred for dismissal and would have been dismissed but for the fact that they resigned and retired on full pension. My Lords, if I understood the Noble Lord the Minister correctly, there was a statutory duty on Cousin's colleagues to report his behaviour which earned him the nickname the Rapist. Were such reports made, and are people being investigated and possibly prosecuted for not doing that? Because they should be. Well, Lords, if the government can legislate for public order every year, and they do, why can we not legislate for public discipline? Why, for example, is the police disciplinary rule book not in statute and therefore enforceable, and breaches of it criminal offences? That wouldn't at all impinge on operational independence. Why do we not go down that route?
My Lords, I think it's important to say that the first thing I would observe from the Noble Lord's remarks and question is that Lady Eilish didn't find any evidence of that particular name being applied to Cousins, and I think she was explicit about that in the report, which is not the same as explaining away the accountability of the officers who were perhaps aware of his behaviour. The fact is that we have launched a comprehensive review into police dismissals, as the Noble Lord will be aware. That was in January 2023, and as a consequence of that, we are making significant changes to the way these dismissals are handled. Changes to the composition of misconduct panels, which replaces legally qualified chairs with chief officers, something chief officers have asked for. That will be implemented in May this year. Streamlining the performance system to make it more efficient and effective, due to be implemented in the late summer of 2024. A new route to discharge officers who fail to maintain basic clearance, due to be implemented late summer 2024. Changes to the misconduct system, including a presumption of dismissal for gross misconduct and a presumption of fast-tracked hearings for former officers and convictions of indictable offences automatically amounting to gross misconduct, also due to be implemented in the summer of 2024. So I think the dismissals process, it has clearly been tightened up. It will be tightened up further over the course of this year. As regards the pensions issue, I can't really comment on that, but I hear what the Noble Lord says, and I'll make sure the Home Office is very well aware of his concerns.
My Lords, I'd like just to refer particularly to Recommendation 14, which says that with immediate effect, every police force should commit publicly to being an anti-sexist and anti-misogynist and anti-racist organisation in order to achieve, understand and eradicate sexism, racism and misogyny and contribute to a wider culture. And this includes properly addressing and taking steps to root out the so-called banter that often veils or excuses malign or toxic behaviour in police ranks. What concerns me, my Lords, is that this finding, this kind of finding, has been now repeated in more or less every investigation, every inquiry, every report into police malpractice for decades now. And yet here we are again, with this report concluding that police leaders, whose responsibility it is to address these issues, have not taken a stand on these issues and stamped it out. And in many instances, the unacceptable behaviour of individuals, as my honourable friend has just pointed out, is in plain sight amongst their colleagues and has gone unchallenged. So my concern, really, to the Minister is the process by which the detail of the responses, which my noble friend here and the noble lady on the other benches referred to, how the detail of those responses will be decided. Because I don't feel, in terms of the history of this, it can be left to individual chief constables, or even just left to police organisations like the College of Policing, much as I respect them, to come to the conclusions which are necessary. And I'd like to ask the noble Lord, the Minister, how he, because I think there needs to be an absolutely transparent process for the public to feel confidence in it, and for the other police officers that are referred to. So I'd like to ask him how he would intend to involve people with lived experience of these kinds of behaviours of the police, and the organisations that represent, particularly women, but other people who've been discriminated against. And secondly, to take up the point my noble friend just raised, he referred to the question of the statutory duty to report wrongdoing. What is wrongdoing? It clearly doesn't include, it would appear at the moment, the kind of vile behaviours and comments, the verbal comments, that we've seen in relation to Cousins and elsewhere. So I would like to see, if there is a requirement, the government commit to strengthen that requirement of police officers and staff to report anybody who expresses discriminatory, sexist, misogynistic statements, and that should definitely be included in the definition of wrongdoing. Thank you.
Well, I think, excuse me, I think the first thing I would say to the noble lady is, isn't it lamentable that recommendation 14 had to be written at all in the 21st century? I mean, it's pathetic, frankly, that we have to be having this conversation still as regards this behaviour. I think the noble lady is absolutely right. It's about leadership, it's about culture, and the Home Secretary was extraordinarily explicit on this particular subject, as I referenced earlier. The culture change has to come from the top. Leaders are responsible for setting the standards, and we obviously expect them to keep pushing for improvements to be made across policing. This recommendation is directed at police forces. It is important to remember there is local accountability via the Office of the Police and Crime Commissioner, and that local accountability absolutely should be engaging with all sectors of the community who elect them, after all, in order to do precisely this. The government, however, has invested in the College of Policing's National Centre for Police Leadership, and that's already set out national standards for leadership at every level. This has to be embedded across forces so that officers at every rank know what is expected of them and what development they need to get there. And actually, I think that also goes back to a question that Baroness Ducey asked me, which I didn't answer, about consistency. She's 100% right. There is a lack of consistency across policing forces. But of course, when all ranks are trained nationally, then that will introduce the element of consistency that we clearly need to see. So I completely agree with the noble lady. However, this recommendation is directed at police forces. I do have to maintain the operational independence line because it is entirely appropriate that police forces should be free from central government control. But there is local control that could certainly exercise the type of oversight that the noble lady wants.
Local accountability. Is he satisfied that the various assurances and procedures he has described will apply to the civil nuclear constabulary and to other forces which do not have local accountability?
I think the noble lord raises a good point, and obviously the civil nuclear constabulary comes under the atomic energy people. I forget their precise title, and they were referenced in Lady Eilish's report. I haven't been party to the conversations that are ongoing there. I would imagine those are ongoing, and I would like to report back in due course when I can. Obviously, I can't say more at the moment.
To ask the Minister on the policeman's pension, isn't it right that when they commit these sort of offences, that pensions should be suspended as well immediately as part of the punishment?
I can't say that it's right across the board. I don't know. It would obviously have to be decided on a case-by-case basis, I think. But the way that we've changed the dismissals process will hopefully give that decision-making power to the right people going forward and make the dismissals process much easier for those people to navigate. But as I say, I think it would be foolish of me to say a blanket yes or no. It depends on the case.
My Lords, I beg to move that the House adjourn during pleasure until 8:10 p.m.
As many of that opinion say content, contrary not content, contents have it. Further debate on the United Kingdom's position on world foreign affairs.
My Lords, it's my privilege to start the second half of this debate, and I trust your Lordships are suitably refreshed in spite of the limited time made available for that purpose. I thank my noble friend Lord Ahmed for an excellent introduction, and I thank him and my noble friend the Foreign Secretary for giving us this opportunity today to debate the UK's position on foreign affairs in a world that has become less stable and events harder to predict than any of us had expected even before COVID. It is, of course, excellent for global Britain that a former Prime Minister with much international experience and one who is held in high regard abroad has returned to government as Foreign Secretary. But it is also very good for your Lordship's House that once again the holder of one of the great offices of state is accountable to Parliament in this place. I do not agree with those who say that my noble friend should be made accountable also to another place, because it would be most time-consuming for him to have to account to both houses, and it would diminish the significance of his contributions to your Lordship's deliberations in this place. It is apparent that following Brexit, the United Kingdom's voice in world affairs has remained significant. We are the only G5 country that can develop a new independent trade policy, and as such we are able to contribute positively to the further adoption of free, rules-based trade throughout the world. We need to restore the position of the WTO and to act as a force for good through our newly acquired membership of the CPTPP. It is interesting that 7 of the 12 members of this partnership, following our accession, are Commonwealth countries. I would like to ask my noble friend if he thinks it is possible for the Commonwealth itself to develop a more active role in supporting free trade and upholding the international order. What is also interesting is that the largest economy in the CPTPP is Japan. Our Japanese friends have been very active for several years in encouraging the UK to apply for accession and have effectively helped to persuade those members who were sceptical about the value to the partnership of the accession of a non-Pacific country. Japan understands and shares this country's strong commitment to the international order and welcomes our tilt to the Indo-Pacific and our renewed commitment to defence and security across the world, not by imagining we are any longer a great imperial power capable of unilateral action, but by using our hard and soft power in conjunction with our friends and allies where we can make a useful contribution. In that connection, I must record my great regret that the FCDO has disposed of a large part of our Tokyo embassy estate, which at a stroke lessens the ease with which we could effortlessly project soft power in the minds of the Japanese people. That was a mistake, but I am nevertheless happy that Her Majesty's government now recognises clearly that Japan is our most important friend and ally among Asian nations. It is also a pity that we allowed 2 major gigawatt nuclear power station projects, one with Toshiba, one with Hitachi, to crash, and I would ask my noble friend to give his support to seeking changes to the government's current nuclear policy so as to accelerate the commercialisation of another nuclear technology which we desperately need to roll out much sooner than currently envisaged. I refer to Japan's high-temperature gas-cooled reactor technology, which can make an enormous contribution to our total energy capacity, not just the electricity grid. My Lords, I would also mention the enormous significance of the agreement announced in December by the UK, Japan and Italy to work together to create a new 6th-generation fighter jet, the Global Combat Air Programme. I would ask my noble friend, bearing in mind that the RAF's order for GCAP aircraft may need to be much bigger than he had expected, whether he agrees there is a clear and urgent need to increase defence spending to 3% immediately and probably to a much higher level within a year or two. I would also ask my noble friend what he thinks about the interesting idea proposed by my noble friend Lady Goldie to issue a kind of defence bond in these deeply troubled times. We surely need to think outside the box.
My Lords, as the death toll in Gaza now tops 30,000, we reflect on the catastrophe that continues to unfold since the horrific Hamas attack on 7th of October. I too pay tribute to the noble Lords the Minister for their work and commitment to achieving a resolution, but the impact of their efforts may be less as a result of the unconditional support that they have given to Israel since the events of October the 7th. In Gaza, the death and destruction continue and have not resulted in the freeing of the hostages. At least 30,200 people have been killed in Gaza, including more than 12,300 children and 8,400 women. More than 71,300 have been injured, including at least 8,600 children and 6,300 women, and there are more than 8,000 missing. In the occupied West Bank, more than 500 Palestinians have been killed, including more than 108 children and more than 4,600 injured. As Lady Morris, President of Medical Aid for Palestinians, told us, a quarter of people are at risk of imminent famine, and 1 in 6 children in the north are acutely malnourished. Gaza's children are being starved at the fastest rate the world has ever seen. And I'm sure she would testify that, unlike has been said earlier, in Gaza there are no places of safety for the protection of the civilian population, which is why the fatalities and injuries are so high. The Executive Director of UNICEF said last week, horrific news out of Gaza that at least 10 children have reportedly died of malnutrition and dehydration so far, while many more are on the brink. 1 in 6 children under the age of 2 in North Gaza are acutely malnourished. Over 500,000 Palestinians in Gaza are at starvation level. Does the noble Lord the Minister agree that starvation as a weapon of war is actually a war crime? Infectious diseases are also spreading rapidly, and there's little access to medical care. No hospitals are fully functioning across the territory. At least 90% of children under 5 are affected by one or more infectious disease. Does the noble Lord the Minister agree that an immediate permanent ceasefire is even more desperately needed now? The UK government has so far refused to halt arms exports to Israel, despite the risk that these weapons pose to civilians. Special rapporteurs, independent experts and working groups issued a statement on the 23rd of February. It warned that the transfer of weapons or ammunition to Israel to be used in Gaza is likely to violate international humanitarian law and must stop immediately. Further, the Dutch Court of Appeal order on the 11th of February required the Netherlands to halt its export of F-35 fighter jets parts to Israel because the clear risk that they might be used in the commission of serious violations of international humanitarian law in Gaza. The UK's own arms criteria established the very same obligation, and yet the UK produces 15% of the parts of all F-35s being used in Gaza. The UK did suspend arms licence to Israel during the bombardment in Gaza in 2014, despite the very much lower deaths and injuries, and the Foreign Secretary was then Prime Minister. In the light of the potential complicity of the UK in war crimes, will the noble Lord the Minister halt arms exports to Israel as he did in 2014? Is he aware that hand-wringing pleas for restraint while still supplying weapons seems rather hypocritical, whether it is the UK or the United States? Israel is now pushing ahead with an additional 3,300 illegal settlements in the West Bank. Could the noble Lord the Minister let us know what's the British government's view of this and of a further expansion of settlements potentially into Gaza? And will it ensure the rights of the Palestinian people to return to their lands, as is their right under international law? My Lords, the Noble Lord the Minister has spoken about a two-state solution. If he truly believes in this, then time is very short and action must be taken now by making Hamas and Israel accountable, releasing the hostages and showing to all the parties a commitment to a different vision of peace and justice, with security for Israel and Palestine, and starting with the recognition of the Palestinian state.
My Lords, I have three quick questions for my noble friend, the Foreign Secretary. Do you agree that for centuries, freedom of the press has essentially meant freedom from the control of governments, both foreign and domestic? I've an interest to declare here, as I've been writing for the Telegraph and the Spectator for over 30 years. Although actually they pay so little, I wouldn't really call it an interest so much as a mild or passing interest. And I don't want that in any way to be taken as a criticism of Lord Moore of Etchingham, owing to the fact that he was only obeying orders. My second question is a follow-up to that of Lord Ricketts. What is Britain doing, Foreign Secretary, to persuade the G7 to give the $300 billion of frozen Russian assets currently held by Euroclear in Brussels to the Ukrainians in their entirety for the defence and reconstruction of Ukraine? We sequestered funds, huge amounts of them, in both the First and Second World War, as did the Americans. There's plenty of precedent for this. And the moral case is obviously clear, especially after the death of Alexei Navalny. And the legal and economic arguments against it have been comprehensively demolished in a recent article in the Financial Times by Bob Zellick, the former president of the World Bank. And he wrote, "Policymakers rarely find opportunities based on sound policy, good politics, and compelling ethical values. The G7 and other friends should quit dithering." Foreign Secretary, you've done a wonderful job in Washington trying to persuade Congress to part with the 66 or so billion. But this would be almost 5 times the amount, and obviously would set the Ukrainians up extremely well in the event of a Trump presidency. My third question is, which country or group of countries will genuinely guarantee Israeli security against a future Palestinian state if it turned out to be revanchist? There are 15 demilitarized states in the world, none of which is in a conflict zone. No countries intervened when Hamas overthrew Fatah violently in Gaza in 2007. Who will step in when the so-called police force of a future Palestinian state starts to acquire heavy weaponry and armour or attack drones? The chronically anti-Israel United Nations, the G7, the Arab League, Britain and America have the dubious fact of having guaranteed Ukraine in 1994 after they got rid of their nuclear weapons. Surely Israelis are right to fear that any security guarantees will not be worth the paper on which they are written, at least while Palestinians still harbour these ludicrous dreams of expelling the Jews from the river to the sea.
Thank you, my Lords. My Lords, I would like to make just 2 points here. And like everyone else, I wish there were no wars in the world. And I wish we could all live in peace and harmony. And I wish we did not have to watch on our TV screen night after night humanity tearing each other apart around the world. But that, my Lords, is just a wishful thinking. So let me return to the real world. At this moment, we have a conflict in Gaza and Ukraine. Ukrainians are fighting for the survival of the country against a tyrant, Putin. And we, along with the US and other European countries, are standing with Ukraine. And the way the things are going, in spite of all our help and effort, it looks as if the tyrant might prevail. President Macron alluded to the fact that NATO may consider sending troops to Ukraine, and the proposal was immediately shot down by everyone, including our government. So our government and NATO considered another option, which is something that the NATO did in the Balkan War in the 90s to bring another tyrant to his senses, President Milosevic of Serbia. Can I suggest that the NATO consider air cover on the Ukrainian soil only on the Ukrainian soil only, to protect the troops on the ground, to keep the Russian troops away from the Ukrainian borders? Like I said, the NATO done it before, so why not consider it again in Ukraine? Bit drastic, but a thought, my lord. I'm going to move on to Gaza now. I'd like to move on to Gaza, my lords. And what happened on Israel's soil on October the 7th was horrendous. And my heart goes out to all the victims of the Hamas, a terrorist organization. A state of Israel has a right to protect its border and its citizens. And what Israel is doing in Gaza now to men, women and children is beyond description and is disproportionate, and I totally condemn it. My point here is historical, my lords, and I don't mean to stir up old colonial wounds here, but the British government, after the First World War, had a Palestine mandate from the League of Nations to sort out the questions of Palestine and leave peacefully both communities, Jews and Arabs, living in harmony side by side. But we failed on that count and left in a hurry. My point being, my lords, I feel that the British government even now bears a moral obligation. I think like Baroness Mubarak has used that word, moral obligation towards the Palestine conflict, stemming from its historical involvement following the 1947 withdrawal from there, and we left behind a complex and unresolved situation, which resulted in decades of conflict and bloodshed on both sides, resulting in immense suffering for Palestinians, and millions of them became stateless refugees in their neighbouring countries. As a former colonial power, Britain has a moral responsibility, again I say, a moral responsibility to advocate for just resolution, acknowledging the consequences of its past action and engaging in diplomatically as the main power, and providing further humanitarian and supporting peaceful resolution. Addressing this long-standing issue aligns with the British values of justice, compassion and international responsibility, fostering stability and hope in the region. Thank you.
My Lords, at a recent meeting, Xi Jinping said to Vladimir Putin, "Right now, we are witnessing changes the likes of which we have not seen in 100 years. He was referencing the change in the balance of power. It sounds like grandstanding, but what if he's right? Today's debate comes at a very important time. If the events of 2023 and 2024 tell us anything, it is that for the first time in a generation, there is a genuine global challenge to our way of life in the West and to the international rules-based order. The geopolitical dynamics are changing, and we need to wake up if Britain is not to be caught in the crosshairs of increasing competition between great powers. The gathering of the BRICS in 2023 was perhaps the most important gathering last year that nobody was talking about. Neil Ferguson talks of an axis of ill will, comprising nations that are hostile to the West, hostile to the liberal democratic rules-based system. We should take his words seriously. This gathering is not just a talking shop, it is underwritten by China, a global superpower which is intent on rebalancing the geopolitical dynamics. To see this, look at three nations: Iran, Russia, and Saudi Arabia. Iran's economy has grown faster than Western counterparts despite US sanctions. Why is this? Because Beijing has consumed 90% of Iranian oil imports in 2023 and signed a $400 billion partnership agreement in 2021. Secondly, Russia's GDP is growing faster than any country in the G7. Why is this? Because Beijing is now their main export partner for gas and other commodities. Beijing has ensured that sanctions against Russia have hurt Germany far more than they have hurt Putin. Meanwhile, the Chinese have poured $17 billion in investment and construction into Saudi Arabia in the last 3 years, changing the balance for Sunni states too. The aggression of the Houthis against Western nations only started once Beijing had brokered rapprochement between Saudi and Iran in that nation. Furthermore, we would be naive to think that the wars in the Middle East and Ukraine are purely isolated incidents. They're emblematic of the shifting of geopolitical tectonic plates. The odds that a third front opens up in Taiwan or the South China Sea grow sadly shorter by the day. Xi has consistently stressed that the Taiwan issue cannot be passed on from generation to generation. And US intelligence sources and the Taiwan foreign minister have said 2027 is the year they are concerned about. If Britain is to stand tall and be resilient in the coming years, it is essential that we prepare now. There are three principles which should govern our actions. First, we must set our economy and society onto a resilient footing. Geopolitical risk should be run through our every decision. If this means directing investment into local and reliable supply chains, then that may be necessary. If it means increasing military spending, then we should do that too. If it means adjusting our net zero targets to avoid critical dependencies on China, then we need to consider this as well. We urgently need to know how a crisis in Taiwan would impact us. A recent study by the Rhodium Group forecasts that a conservative estimate put the damage at $2 trillion globally. Given that our trade to GDP ratio is 70%, and given that the odds of the US, who are far less vulnerable than us to these shocks, using the full force of economic statecraft in the context of any confrontation are high, we should be making this a priority. I would ask my noble friend, the Foreign Secretary, what assessments has His Majesty's government made of these risks, and would he make any such assessment public? Second, we must work with allies to strategically prioritise the maintenance of the international rules-based order. The liberal democratic world, underpinned by the West, has provided for greater prosperity worldwide than any other system. If we don't understand this, and if we don't invest in this, we will be handing over the rules-based order to nations who play by different rules. And finally, we must take a step back and ask ourselves, who are we and what are we building? Confidence in our identity and character as a nation matters. In a time of shaking, will Britain allow itself to be riven by division internally, or will we stand tall? In the early 20th century, we were resilient in crises and came out stronger on the other side. Our current internal weaknesses and lack of confidence in our own civilization leave us vulnerable. We must remember who we are and why our way of life is worth defending. If we fail to do this, we may not like the world order our children inherit. But if we succeed in doing this, then not only do we still have an important role to play in the world, but we also will have the resilience to stand in a time of shaking and a clearer identity as to who we are as a nation.
Yeah. My Lords, it's a pleasure to follow the noble Baroness Lady Stroud. I note that with Baroness Hellett, who follows me, we form a wedge of former coalition advisers on the order paper, perhaps placed there as a reminder to the Foreign Secretary of calmer, gentler times when Prime Ministers lasted their full 5-year terms and parties cooperated to solve problems in government rather than tearing themselves apart. But, my Lords, I declare my interests as CEO of United Against Malnutrition and Hunger, Trustee of the Royal African Society and Chair of the Africa APPG's inquiry into just energy transition. I want to associate myself with the excellent speeches of my noble friend Lord Bruce and Lord Boateng, highlighting the need for a total refresh of UK policy towards Africa. I want to focus most of my remarks on the implications of climate change for our foreign policy. But first I want to say a brief word on Gaza. Over a quarter of Gaza's population are said to be one step away from famine. Almost the entire population is in desperate need of food, and child malnutrition is at catastrophic levels. This cannot continue. As my noble friends on the Liberal Democrat front bench and others have argued, there must be an immediate ceasefire. Sadly, Gaza is not the only place where conflict is fueling malnutrition. In Yemen, in DRC, in Ethiopia, in Sudan and South Sudan, and in Ukraine, conflict has exacerbated a global hunger crisis already driven by climate-related extreme weather events. The impacts of climate change will only worsen. The science is unequivocal. Warming is already above 1.1 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels, and further warming is inevitable, with the 1.5 degree Paris target almost certain to be breached, and probably far beyond. This is already having huge impacts through more frequent and longer duration climate events such as heat waves, floods, droughts and tropical cyclones. A few weeks ago, I was in Isiolo County in Kenya visiting impressive projects run by UNICEF to prevent and treat severe acute malnutrition. Isiolo County is only now recovering from prolonged drought, which is becoming more and more common in this part of Africa, creating acute food insecurity for millions. Every increment in warming will bring escalating hazards for human health and ecosystems. As the APPG on malaria and neglected tropical diseases notes, changes in precipitation combined with increasing temperatures will alter vector breeding habitats and pathogen development, changing the geographical distribution of diseases, transmission risks, prevalence rates, and the virulence of disease. 500 million more people could become exposed to chikungunya and dengue by 2050, with a recent UK Health Security Agency report warning that dengue could be transmitted in London by 2060. Warming is being accompanied by unprecedented biodiversity loss, by increasingly desperate competition for resources, and by rising sea levels that threaten massive human dislocation. Our foreign policy needs to shift dramatically to meet this reality. First and foremost, this means seeing ourselves as others see us, not just as we would like to be seen. It means understanding that lecturing nations on clean energy transition who've done little to contribute climate change but are most vulnerable to it, while granting new oil and gas license in the North Sea destroys credibility. It means honouring our pledges on international climate finance. The Independent Commission for Aid Impact recently stated that to meet the UK's pledge to spend £11.6 billion on ICF by 2025-26, we need to spend 55% of the total in the next 2 years. I hope in his reply the Noble Lord, the Foreign Secretary, can tell us whether that is actually going to happen, and if so, how the spend will be profiled. ICAI also criticised the government for moving the goalpost by changing the way the target will be met, which they said amounted to an additional $1.724 billion being categorised as international climate finance, which was not new, and additional spending for developing countries. Again, this is destructive of our credibility in an area we once led on. My Lords, we also need to recognise that addressing climate change will require us, as the Noble Baroness Lady Fall said, to work with governments and countries we do not like. That doesn't mean abandoning our values and principles, but it does mean cooperating together for a wider good. My Lords, the climate crisis poses an existential threat to humanity. We need to face up to that reality and make and make global cooperation to protect our planet the #1 priority of our foreign policy.
My Lords, it's a pleasure to follow my noble coalition friend and the noble lady. And may I just start first by joining many noble lords who have paid tribute to my noble friend Lord Ahmed for his tireless work and endless optimism and energy. I would also like to pay tribute to the late Lord Cormac, and I will miss the wisdom and experience he would have brought to this debate. Future generations may study this period as an example of how the world stumbled into a major upheaval. The world order as envisioned after the destruction and horrors of the Second World War is dangerously close to coming to an end. There has never been a greater need for our foreign policy to be strategically and morally consistent and aimed at unifying rather dividing our society. I fear that we are in danger of lacking on both accounts. I will give you 2 examples necessarily briefly. First, Russia's invasion of Ukraine has brought into question the idea of a Europe at peace, a Europe of prosperity and progress. Vladimir Putin does not see Ukraine as a final destination, but as a starting point in his campaign to undermine the stability of Europe and NATO, from the Baltics to the Balkans. Logic and national interest dictate that we must support Ukraine in resisting Russian attempts to redraw its borders. Yet we are not applying the same logic in Western Balkans, where Russia is actively cultivating separatist proxies and where the risk of conflict is higher today than at any time in the last 20 years. I know my noble friend, the Foreign Secretary, is alive to the danger. In January, he described his sense, and I quote, that the posture of the West when it comes to Kosovo and the Western Balkans is set in a time before Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Could he give an update on what has been done to bring our policy in line with our wider strategy towards Russia? And will this include a UK commitment to reinforce the military deterrent in Bosnia through Operation Althea, as we have done so effectively with KFOR in Kosovo? The second inconsistency arises from Israel-Gaza war. In an 1987 interview with the Jewish Chronicle, against the backdrop of the First Intifada, Margaret Thatcher, a great friend of Israel, repeatedly urged restraint, stressing that it was, and I quote, vital not to use excessive force. In response to a question about settlements, she set out what should be an abiding principle, and I quote, what you do not like yourself, you must not do to others. Regrettably, in the current conflict, Israel's right to self-defense has morphed into disproportionate military response, tantamount to the collective punishment of civilian population. Civilians are being killed and starved as their homes, schools and hospitals are destroyed and their children maimed. Where we have rightly condemned Russia's use of siege tactics and its attacks on hospitals and civilian targets, and where we have rightly condemned the terror attack against Israel, the taking of hostages, and sexual violence committed, we, along with the US and some other democracies, have also provided diplomatic and moral cover to the carnage in Gaza. The apparent double standards have been noted by British people and in countries around the world. My Lords, such inconsistency runs counter to our long-term interest, which should be the shaping force for our foreign policy. It helps Vladimir Putin and undermines our national interest, and it weakens our moral authority. The welcome exception to this is my noble friend's call for a Palestinian state. Could he give his assessment as to just how close or far away the horizon he has spoken about is now? The government has done an admirable job of explaining our policy on Ukraine and in carrying forward public support for our goals. The same cannot be just said of our response to the war in Gaza. How did we end up alienated from the electorate, who are shocked by the civilian toll, and many who are protesting because they believe that their voices cannot be and are not heard in Parliament? My Lords, our role in the world is only as strong as our cohesion. Pursuing policies abroad which divide and weaken us at home is not in our national interest. I recall the words of my noble friend, the Foreign Secretary's predecessor, Lord Hague. Speaking in 2010, he said, "Foreign policy is domestic policy written large. The values we live by at home do not stop at our shores. Human rights are not the only issue that informs the making of foreign policy, but they are indivisible from it."
My Lords, for some months now, it's been evident that 2024 was going to be a nail-biting year for governments worldwide and for foreign policy practitioners, not just because of the plethora of elections, some more properly democratic than others, but also because so many of the fixed points of international relations are under siege. So high time for this House to be debating the choices and the challenges, and a privilege to be doing so in the presence of the noble Lord, the Foreign Secretary. No prizes for starting with the recent statements and actions of the man who is, in near certainty, going to be contesting the US presidential election in November. Donald Trump's incitement to Putin to attack NATO member states is not only a blow to NATO's deterrent capacity, but a breach of the UN Charter, and it is damaging to America's own interests. How much good did US isolationism in the 1930s do for its security? But his actions too, the torpedoing of a bill in Congress which contained what he'd been asking for on migration, was shocking, reversing, as he has done, Louis XV's dictum, après moi le déluge, after me the deluge, into avant moi le déluge, ahead of me the deluge. One conclusion can be drawn already. Whether it's Biden or Trump in the White House after November, we Europeans are going to need to do more in our own defence and to do more together, working in concert, than we have done hitherto. And we need to get started on that now, not later. We need, too, to tighten the noose of sanctions on Russia, working with the EU and the G7 to reduce third country leakage. Then there is the war in and around Gaza and more widely in parts of the Middle East. No one can have followed events since the 7th of October without feeling deep anguish. Anguish for Israelis whose compatriots have been killed in a terrorist attack and some of whom are still being held hostage. Anguish for the many thousands of Palestinian civilians who subsequently lost their lives. But we really should stop tearing ourselves apart over whether we back an immediate or a sustainable ceasefire, neither of which we are in a position to deliver, and instead concentrate on how to prevent such appalling events happening again. And in that context, I applaud the shift in policy over Palestinian statehood, which was hinted at by the noble Lord, the Foreign Secretary, and the move away from the long-since bankrupt policy of only offering statehood at the end of a process over which Israel had a veto at every stage. Would that be to offer Hamas victory? Certainly not. They don't even contemplate a two-state solution. And because any such approach would necessarily involve all concerned, Israel's Arab neighbours and Israel itself, recognising each other and committing themselves to respecting each other's sovereignty. The UN has taken some hard knocks in recent years, but now is not the moment for the UK, a founding member and a permanent member of its Security Council, to give up on it, to walk away washing its hands. Nor would it be sensible to propose a process of fundamental reform in such unpropitious circumstances. So better surely to focus on sectoral reforms, and in particular ones which relate to the priority concerns of the countries of the global South, thus helping to bridge the gap that has opened up between them and the West. Measures like strengthening the World Health Organization, enabling it to deal more effectively and more equitably with the next pandemic when it comes along. Measures like bridging the gap between the warm words agreed at COP meetings and members' actual performance on climate change, with additional resources for mitigating measures in heavily indebted developing countries. Measures like getting the Sustainable Development Goals back on track and like restarting a dialogue on strategic stability between nuclear weapon states. I conclude with a plea that we do not give in to counsels of despair or to the siren songs to appease actions which we know are wrong and which we have all committed ourselves to resist. Diplomats, to whose ranks I belonged, and democratic politicians are professional practitioners of the art of the possible. But that art has to be anchored in common interests and common values. So I would express the wish, and I will do so myself, that we dedicate our debate today to two outstanding men who gave their lives to making the world a better place. To Yitzhak Rabin, Prime Minister of Israel, who knew that Israel would never be secure or prosperous without a two-state solution, and to Alexei Navalny, who championed a Russia alongside which we could have lived in peaceful coexistence, and whose parting advice to us all was, do not give up.
It's a pleasure to follow the Noble Lord, Lord Hannay, and to welcome both his final comments and on our relationship with Europe, which I will come back to. Now, it's tempting to focus, as many noble lords have, on the situation in Palestine now, the hideous human suffering in the Gaza Strip, the terrible circumstances of the Israeli hostages, the invention of a new acronym, WCNSF, Wounded Child, No Surviving Family. UNICEF estimates that there are now 17,000 children in Gaza who are unaccompanied or separated from any relatives. That is about 1% of the entire population. Yet still, we sell arms to the Israeli government. But the topic of today's debate is a broad one, the UK's position on foreign affairs. And I'm in the lucky position that I can recycle material, since tomorrow I'll be in Brussels with the Green European Foundation. I declare I have an unremunerated position on its journal's board to chair a debate at the Press Club on a major report, Geopolitics of a Post-Growth Europe. And I'd urge noble lords who seek new answers in a world where the old approaches, the approaches used for decades and continuing to be used by this government, have delivered the conditions that we have today, to take a look at this report. Now, many will be pleased to note that in the introductory essay, Dutch Green Left analyst Richard Wouters concludes the EU should keep the EU close and underline that the door is open for re-entry. EU membership offers the closest form of alliance, Mr. Wouters rightly says. But in terms of our relationship with the nations of the Global South, a growing, still relatively young part of the global population, as our lands are the opposite, the important point is made that it pays for them to sit on the fence, to play off the US, the EU, China, and I'll add in the UK, against each other to secure trade, aid, investment, even security protection. And there's many reasons for them to not prefer us and our allies. That many nations and peoples do not see the Russian invasion of Ukraine as the imperialist, colonialist attack that it is because they associate such behaviour with Western Europe and the US. And they see, rightly, that much of the injustice and suffering they experience today originates from us. They see the enforced austerity of the IMF, the predatory actions of Western lenders, the corrupt behaviour of Western mining companies, the refusal to open up the use of climate technologies, and, crucially, the refusal to allow affordable access to essential medicines and vaccines, with manufacturing close to where they are needed. History is not pre-written, but made by the actions of people, and where we are today is the result of past actions over decades and centuries. Men sitting on these very benches imposed starvation on India, forced 1.5 million Kenyans into concentration camps between 1952 and 1960, and imposed similar conditions in the so-called Malaya emergency. So what should be at the heart of our foreign policy, first, is acknowledging that the many abuses of the past and that we need to take action to stop the continuing oppression that arises from our own actions. Debt cancellation is an obvious area of urgent need, We would, as Wooters points out, ease the pressure on global south countries to sell off their biospheres and their lithospheres, and reduce the pressure to promote often exploitative labour conditions in export-orientated industries, when the efforts of their people could instead be directed towards delivering resilience and security, particularly food security, in the age of climate shocks. Now, I want to finish with a reflection on normative power, the power to export one's values as an integral part of geopolitics, and how living up to those values is actually crucial to being able to use that power for constructive good. With that in mind, I have a direct question to the Noble Lord the Minister in summing up. As Prime Minister in 2015, you made a public call for the halting of the planned execution of child defendant Ali Mohammed al-Nimr in Saudi Arabia. Ali was ultimately spared and has been released from prison. There are at least 3 child defendants now in Saudi Arabia, despite its promises to stop sentencing child defendants to death. Will you tonight publicly call on the Saudi authorities to prevent the executions of Abdul al-Darazi, Yusuf al-Manasef and Abdullah al-Huwati? And a second question. The published value of UK arms sales licensed to Saudi Arabia since the bombing of Yemen began in March 2015 is £8.2 billion. The campaign against the arms trade says it's much more than that. What is the world reading of Britain's values when we export those arms? We hand them over to one of the world's regimes that's most abusive of human rights, particularly the rights of women and vulnerable migrants.
My Lords, at this stage of the evening, I will make one point, hopefully in less than 5 minutes, and in doing so will draw heavily on the stark and authoritative soundings and warnings that the noble and gallant Lord Stirrup and Baroness Goldie and others have laid before us. And that point is that, as a nation, we are not yet facing up to the fiscal consequences of the defence capabilities we now require. For all of the reasons we've heard this evening, sadly, the era of the peace dividend is over. Now, the noble Lord, the Foreign Secretary, when he was Prime Minister, may recall that from time to time I helped him spend the peace dividend in the NHS. But when the threat facts change, our defence posture needs to change with it. And in fairness, of course, the government can point to increasing military expenditure, support for Ukraine, a procurement pipeline, Archer, artillery, Type 26 and 31 new ships for the Navy and so forth. But the fact remains that we clearly do have capability gaps. They were laid out very starkly by the House of Commons Defence Committee in their report at the beginning of December, and we must square up to those. For every 5 service personnel joining the military, the MOD report that 8 are leaving. When it comes to the equipment plan for the Ministry of Defence, looking out over the next decade, which accounts for about half, 49% of the forecast defence spending, we see, according to the National Audit Office, a funding gap of £17 billion at least. And indeed, there's a rather curious feature of the way in which that forecast defence equipment budget has been established, in that, in the case of the Royal Navy and the Royal Air Force, the full predicted costs of their equipment requirements in order to deliver the government's objectives set out in the Integrated Review, the Defence Command Paper, those are priced up. But in the case of the British Army, they are not. And I asked a written question as to why there was this difference between the internal budgeting between different parts of the armed forces in the MOD, and was told on the 21st of December that, quote, the Ministry of Defence's operating model allows top-level budget holders to have different financial positions and be at different stages of addressing their financial pressures. I think one way of interpreting that answer is to say that, in effect, the Army has been used as the balancing item for a set of unbudgeted requirements, and as a consequence, it is very hard for Parliament and government to have a transparent debate with the public about the costs of actually resourcing the military capabilities that we say we need as a nation. Now, of course, better procurement, stronger economic growth will to some extent dissolve these trade-offs, and we're going to have a budget tomorrow. So it's possible that the Chancellor will answer the question tomorrow when we will get to 2.5% of GDP, rising beyond that. But somehow I rather doubt it, because we all know that at this stage of the electoral cycle, actually what's going on is a torturing of the OBR forecasts until they confess. And so the likelihood is that at best these commitments will show up in manifestos, and to the extent they don't, then it will be vitally important that at the start of the next Parliament, whoever holds the reins of power, we are in a position to have this frank conversation with the British people about the progress, the trade-offs and the trajectory that is going to be required to give us the capabilities that we need, because, as the Right Reverend Prelate, the Archbishop of Canterbury said right at the start, to will the end is to will the means.
My Lords, the debate title asks us to take note of the UK's position on foreign affairs. So where do we stand today? One useful starting point, my Lords, is the finding of an Ipsos poll in January. The question was, what difference has leaving the EU had on the UK standing on the world stage? 54% of those polled said it had a negative effect, 17% said it had a positive effect. I concede, however, that on soft power we remain a superpower. The latest Bland survey again had the UK in second place after the US, and much of that, of course, however, is outside the control of government. For example, the quality of our universities. The international context, my Lord, is bleak for all of us, compared certainly with 20 or 30 years ago. No peace dividend, no new international stability, no greater cooperation among nations, and democracy and the rules-based system is in retreat. That picture today is one of wars and rumours of wars. The evolution of relations between NATO and Russia is instructive. 20, 30 years ago, there was the NATO-Russia Act. Today we have Russia's invasion of Ukraine and the threat of Trump flippantly to threaten to abandon the Article 5 of NATO. While what used to be called the Third World, now the Global South, is increasingly moving away from the Western orbit. Some wars we almost ignore, that in Sudan and Eastern Congo. Some force themselves upon us, such as the war in Yemen and the effect on our shipping and food prices. Some, of course, are threats to our allies and domestically. That in Ukraine and, of course, again in the Middle East, that there is essentially a cross-party consensus in the House and beyond. That there is, that in Ukraine, momentum has certainly passed to Russia, that Germany agonizes over the supply of Taurus, long-range missiles. Republicans in Congress block aid and arms to Ukraine. Yet it is unlikely that either side in the conflict will win a decisive victory. For Ukraine to lose would be a great defeat for the West. They are fighting gallantly for all of us. Yet surely we should not give unconditional support and subcontract our own policy entirely to that of Ukraine. If Russia were to prevail, Trump and the Republicans in Congress, and possibly also the German Chancellor, would bear a heavy responsibility. That there should be both a twin task of military support and looking for the diplomatic openings. On Gaza, the position is different. That after the atrocities of October the 7th, there was enormous international sympathy for Israel. But Netanyahu has flitted away much of that by his intransigence and the creation of a humanitarian catastrophe and the pictures of starving children. President Biden had warned against a response of fury. There is at least a possibility of some good emerging if a grand deal were to be agreed, including a two-state solution. My lords, the oracle at Delphi advised us to know thyself, and that should be part of our international role, national introspection on what we can do. There is, however, a degree of interest of unreality post-Brexit. If we are to have a tilt to the Indo-Pacific, that be a tilt away from Europe, where our interests mainly lie, and where, for example, we currently seek to avoid the major part of our foreign policy at a time when Europe is showing, both in the Arctic and in Ukraine, new threats. I end on this, my lord. Our foreign and security policy interests are closely aligned with the European Union. There are three blocs today. China is hostile. The US may become unreliable. The EU is our regional alternative. Theresa May considered a treaty in this area. Does the government envisage building a closer relationship? What new institutions does the Foreign Secretary favour? Or are we too constrained by Brexiteers in the ranks of the Conservatives? To Lord Cameron, our welcome Foreign Secretary, may I say, you ran well once. Where do you stand today on closer relations on foreign and security policy with the European Union?
My Lords, addressing your Lordship's House today about multiple murders is a flashback to my former life as a detective superintendent and a graduate of the FBI Academy in Quantico, Virginia. This debate is very timely, not just because the world appears to be in turmoil at the present time, but because I received a letter last week about the incarceration for 25 years of Vladimir Kara-Murza in a strict regime prison in Russia. He's a radical critic of Vladimir Putin's Russia and the war, and was educated at Cambridge University and has joint British nationality and Russian nationality. The jointly signed letter I received is from 3 British subjects in London who have all had their lives tragically turned upside down by Vladimir Putin. They are: number 1, Professor Michael Borchevsky, whose wife Galina, a scientist and distinguished vocal advocate of democracy, was murdered by shooting in St. Petersburg by Russia's Federal Security Services, of which Putin was then in charge in 1998. Number 2, Marina, the wife of Alexander Litvinenko, a Russian defector who was poisoned by a radioactive substance in London in 2006 by Russian FSB agents. Finally, number 3, Bill Browder, who believes that he himself is a target of Putin for campaigning for justice in the case of his Russian solicitor, Sergei Magnitsky, who was advocating for him in a fraud case in Russia in 2009 when he was arrested, led to a freezing isolation cell in Moscow in a prison, handcuffed to a bed rail and beaten to death by 8 corrupt police officers. He had uncovered evidence that they had stolen £230 million worth of taxes paid to the state by a very successful hedge fund. Mr. Browder has campaigned tirelessly and successfully for severe international sanctions against corrupt Russian individuals, which you will know as Magnitsky sanctions. Mr. Magnitsky's killing remains uninvestigated. Your Lordships will recall other similar assassinations of Putin's opponents, such as Boris Nemtsov, who was shot on a bridge in Moscow, and most recently, of course, which has been mentioned several times, the disgraceful death of Alexei Navalny, an opposition politician whose tragic funeral took place in Moscow last weekend. He was also a poison victim who is believed to have been murdered in a severe Arctic prison. Could I ask the Noble Lord, the Secretary of State, whether representations have been made to the Russian authorities regarding the imprisonment of Vladimir Kara-Murza? All three of my correspondents are in effect exiled from Russia for safety reasons and bring a large amount of experience and intelligence in these matters over many years. So finally, would the Secretary of State agree to meet the three distinguished authors of the letter in my possession, of which I can let him have a copy, with a view to shining a light on the case and preventing Mr. Kara-Murza suffering the same fate as Alexei Navalny? I look forward to a positive reply from the Noble Lord, the Foreign Secretary.
My Lords, can I begin by saying this is the first debate I've taken part in which my good friend the Foreign Secretary has been replying. He is a man of great wisdom. He put me into the House of Lords. There can be nothing greater in the wisdom field than that. Although this is entitled as a debate on foreign affairs, I want to speak mainly about Russia. But before doing so, since Gaza has come up, can I say that I fully associate myself with the speeches of Lord Pollack and Baroness Altman, who I think are exactly in the right direction. Baroness Eaton treated us to a bit of history earlier on. I'd like to treat us to a bit of history as well. And the history is the history of post-war Britain. For those of you who are very boring like me and watch BBC 4 at 10 o'clock on a Sunday night, last Sunday they replayed the broadcast that Hugh Gateskill made after the invasion of Suez. And he berated the British government for breaking international law. I just mention that in passing, since of late we've heard a lot about the breaking of international law, and I certainly don't condone what Russia did, but I do ask that we maybe understand the context in which it happened. At the end of the Second World War, Stalin was anxious, in fact he was more than anxious, that Russia should be surrounded by a cordon sanitaire. And that was the whole purpose of Yalta. We sometimes forget we went to war for the freedom of Poland. We ended up agreeing to the borders of Poland agreed in the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. And that was never settled until Willy Brandt was Chancellor of Germany, at which point it was settled along the lines of the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. There have been lots of changes in borders, and what I would ask the House to consider is that what we are currently facing is a lot of frozen conflicts around the Russian border of the former Soviet Union, and this is where the problem arises. And this is why, just as the United States gets absolutely paranoid about Cuba, we have to understand that the Russians get rather paranoid about their riparian borders. And if we're to avoid a long-term conflict in which issue after issue after issue is brought up, we have got to have some sort of new Helsinki. There's got to be a conference in Europe in which we negotiate and come to a new set of agreements. We know, because it's now been comprehensively leaked, that there was almost an agreement between the Ukraine and Moscow about Moscow having neutrality in the Ukraine, but the agreement was sunk. Now what you've got now is a hopeless war, and it will go on and on and on. And the Russians will almost certainly not be beaten. It will go into another frozen conflict like Abkhazia, South Ossetia, what is now rapidly coming up on the rails in Moldova, what could break out in the Suwalki Strip between the coast and through Lithuania, what could break out on the borders of Latvia and Estonia with the Russian cities that we've created there. So what I'm saying to the Foreign Secretary is the long-term consequences of this have to be the shooting will have to stop. Can't carry on forever. And if it's going to stop, we have to have a series of new arrangements. This afternoon, just before I came here, I was looking at a German newscast. 65% of Germans, as reported this afternoon, believe that the shipment of arms to Ukraine is now excessive, quotes, and 75% of German citizens oppose the export of Taurus missiles to the Ukraine. Do not get this wrong. The fear of many people in Europe is a drift towards war. The job of the Foreign Office, which I served in for a very short time, but I do know its mentality, the job of the Foreign Office is to encourage peace, not to build up to war.
My Lords, the world is at a perilous moment. I wish to refer to the Middle East situation before turning to the overseas territories and conclude with a thought regards China. The situation in the Levant is so distressing, my Lords. Everyone knows the ramifications, not only for the conflicting sides, but for the world. Resolution drifts either willingly by skilled defenders of one side or another, or unwillingly by their co-locators. Is either side ready to discuss life in the region, or do they want to continue to prove themselves right and to die for it? Claims on the rights to the land and who was there first, with control or containment of the settlers, is a quandary as complex as the horrific events of October the 7th. Debating circular claims on the cluster of problems with the many participants who are physically in combat or actively driving it from behind is not going to lead to any sustainable solution. The only question is whether the sides can face reality and discuss the present and the future while putting aside grievances on the past. Can a wedge between Iran and active players in the region be inserted, or are we going to continue to allow skilled puppet masters to continue unabated? A peace treaty will be signed one day. There is no choice. We, all those with a vested interest in a resolution, must not stay on the sidelines. But we must not take sides. Rather, push the sides to face reality and negotiate on its terms. My Lords, I now turn to the overseas territories and take Gibraltar as an example. It has assessed broadening its trade links and wishes to do so with the same rights and privileges as the United Kingdom. It sees potential in increasing trade with Africa. However, to maximise its potential, a level playing field with respect to UK is needed to allow repositioning of its economy to a post-Brexit model and maximising advances in new technology such as artificial intelligence. Article 12 of the UK-Sierra Leone bilateral FTA is clear, however. The government, and I quote, may consider extending the same rights and privileges to an overseas territory. Why would government in London not agree? First and foremost, we must surely be looking after our nearest and dearest. A recent official note, however, from the FCDO made the government's position clear, and I quote, "It is not the policy of the UK government to extend bilateral investment treaty agreements to British overseas territories, even though that provision is in all of them, because the UK has found that the BIT treaties are not made much use of." I'm confused as to what is meant by that. The horse or the cart syndrome? And I'll be delighted to give a copy of the note with those remarks in it from a department of the FCDO.
If I may say, I believe that approach to be wide of the mark in today's world and smacks of yesteryear's colonial approach to policy. We should be encouraging innovation in our post-Brexit world and as much to our overseas territories as elsewhere. Would the Secretary of State look at this with a view to reconsideration? Concluding with a remark regards China, my lords, too much of an open door is being given to China to build on a range of strategic alliances. Beyond notably Africa, inroads are being made into the Pacific. I do hope that the upcoming CHOGM in Samoa will emphasise the unity and importance we and the Commonwealth place on our Pacific Rim relations. That said, and whilst it is imperative that we diversify supply chains, with India being an obvious beneficiary, and be proactive regards the changing maritime landscape, I do believe we should not be dismissive of the relationship with China and be exploring ways, not thwarting, mutual bilateral cooperation, building on our respective strengths and contribution, recognise the importance together with all the complexities. Dialogue and engagement is always preferable. And it is not as though we, the West, do not hold a trump card by providing a large percentage of their marketplace. However, going back to an earlier remark on sea routes, too much over-reliance is being given to the vagaries of international law, for example, to the potential for future civil and defence long-term challenges in the northern Arctic sea route. We, those who share common ideals, must become more assertive as the world is headed towards an extended Cold War.
My Lords, I'd like to begin by thanking my noble friend, the Foreign Secretary, for finding the time to allow the House such a long debate today when there is such pressure on his time. This particular marathon is almost over. In the short term allowed, my Lords, I want to focus on one example of where the UK's continuing influential position and soft power in the world could be used successfully to help thwart further Russian expansionist aspirations in the Caucasus through greater support, my Lords, for Armenia, an essential potential ally in the region, but perhaps more importantly, a country we can help remove from the jeopardy of Putin's longing for full control of the former Soviet Union. My Lords, my noble friend, the Foreign Secretary, gave an inspiring speech on the 23rd of February in New York on his own experience of Russian aggression in Georgia, the Crimea and Ukraine. In that, he outlined the continuity of Putin's policies and Putin's disrespect for the sovereignty of other nation-states. I would like to make a particular plea this evening that in following that experience, the UK's foreign policy includes and continues to develop our relationship with Armenia. There is much we can do. As noble lords will be aware, Armenia is in what can only be described a vulnerable position in a tough neighbourhood. Currently defending its sovereignty in peace talks with Azerbaijan after significant military losses over the last few years, with no fewer than 33 Armenian villages under Azeri occupation. Armenia has found out the hard way that supposed military support from Moscow has come to naught. Despite Russian bases in Armenia, the democratic government, put in power by its people after the 2018 Velvet Revolution, has bravely condemned both the invasion of Ukraine and has also suspended its membership of the CSTO. Only yesterday, the Putin propagandist and Russia Today media star Margarita Simonyan said that Armenia would not exist in 5 years if the democratically elected Prime Minister Pashinyan remains in power. We should not underestimate the pressure that Prime Minister Pashinyan's government is under to halt making progress away from Putin and towards the West. As my noble friend, the Foreign Secretary, knows only too well, we have seen this playbook before. So Armenia currently sits as a country that has lost a war, does not enjoy normalised relations with Turkey or Azerbaijan, and is ripe for Russian aggression and negative influence, while to its south lies Iran, always keen to play geopolitical games. This democratic government needs all the support we can give it. What then, my lords, would I like my noble friend to consider? Firstly, that it is vital, as a fragile Armenia tries to move away from the Russian sphere of influence, that we do all we can to welcome and support it to the Western Alliance. While I understand the UK-Armenian relationship is different from that of France and Armenia, where direct military support is being provided, we have an opportunity to help stabilise the situation. We are uniquely placed through our strong relationship with Azerbaijan, an important trading partner, to ensure that the peace talks from which Armenia emerges leave Armenia as a strong sovereign nation, and that any rhetoric from Baku on further Azeri expansion into Armenia is put to bed. Secondly, that we use our relationship with our strategic friend and NATO ally Turkey to give impetus to the normalisation process between Turkey and Armenia. This will help, my lords, to ensure that Armenian economic reliance on Russia is mitigated. Thirdly, my lords, the last year has seen an engagement with Armenia from the FCDO which is to be welcomed, with my noble friend's colleague Minister Doherty having visited Yerevan twice and the Armenian Foreign Minister's visit to London last year, in fact on the day my noble friend was appointed as Foreign Secretary. We must continue this dialogue, and I hope further visits, meetings and agreements can come from this interaction. The alternative, my lords, is to have to these three actions, is to leave Armenia as a susceptible, vulnerable state who, while bravely reaching out to the West and away from Russia, is not properly supported and is left at the disposal of Putin. I am sure we can all agree that is something we can't afford to let happen.
My Lords, as others have mentioned, it is 2 years since Russia invaded Ukraine, and soon after that the war started, I was appointed to a legal task force to advise on war crimes. And my area of work is largely related to crimes concerning women and children. And I'm now working with the President Zelensky's office on the return of children who have been abducted and taken to Ukraine by Russia. Now, I can't emphasise enough just how indebted the leadership in Ukraine feel to Britain for the way in which we have been at the forefront in supporting Ukraine. But what has become clear to me working on that task force are areas of law where we really could make some changes that would be beneficial. And what do I mean by that? What would the authorities do if a Russian general who'd committed war crimes and crimes against humanity in Ukraine showed up at London airport? And the answer is that, we asked, would he be arrested? Would he be put on trial? And unfortunately, the answer is no. And the reason for that is that we, of course, recognise the principle of universal jurisdiction and have interpreted it into British law. And that allows us and our courts to put on trial people for a handful of offences only: genocide, war crimes and crimes against humanity. And they have to be crimes that shock the consciousness, the conscience of humankind, no matter where they occur. Well, the problem we have here is that our law confines it to citizens and residents of the United Kingdom. So the only people who can be prosecuted are people who have that status. And so it's very interesting because the United States had formed its law in exactly the same way, but last year they amended their legislation. Merrick Garland, the Attorney General, very much was supported by the State Department, changed it so that basically presence itself was enough. And so it means that we don't have the problem of not being able to arrest Russian generals or Iranian mullahs who are currently out of our reach. So this is a piece of low-hanging fruit, I think. And I take up what was said by Baroness Northover, that I'm very happy to see the Foreign Secretary in his role. And I know that he has, in fact, and many of us involved in the international issues, I have been impressed with your willingness to depart from some of the normal policy constraints, and so I congratulate you for that. But your legacy, if you have this window of opportunity, who knows what will happen later in the year, there is a window of opportunity, and I'm suggesting that this is a piece of low-hanging fruit where you could change the law through the Criminal Justice Act, which is coming through Parliament. The other area of law, and I say it very quickly, that I'd like us to look at is our state immunity law, because there really is a growing feeling that, and we've had it expressed by the President of the European Commission, that we should be considering using frozen assets, the Russian assets that we have, which are something that we ourselves have £20 billion worth of Russian assets in our banks, and they should be used to assist in the buying of military supplies for Ukraine. And the way to do that would be to liquidate those frozen assets. It would mean some legal change, but under the doctrine of collective countermeasures, it would be permissible because we are suffering the consequences as a nation economically as a result of this war. And of course, I'm not suggesting that we go off on a tangent on our own, but this is something which I'm sure, with your great skills as a politician and your great charm and ambassadorial skills, could get together with the rest of Europe, and make an agreement that this is done collectively, because I think that the risks are diminished when it's done collectively. The other matters I wanted to raise with you as low-hanging fruit is I'd like to see the strengthening of the atrocity crime unit in the Foreign Office, because it really needs greater resources, and it should be monitoring indicators of genocide. And Lord Alton and I would say this in relation to the issues that we've often drawn this House's attention to, the position of the Uyghur and so on, whether it looks as though there's a trajectory towards genocide, and it should be monitored in a sophisticated way, and that resources are needed for that. I wanted to thank Lord Ahmed for mentioning Vladimir Kara-Murza. I'm a great fan of Lord Ahmed. Vladimir Kara-Murza is an extraordinary person who's currently in prison in Russia. He's twice been poisoned by the state, undoubtedly, and he's now facing a long sentence, just in the same way as Navalny. He is a British citizen, and I do hope that pressure can be brought to bear on Russia to release him and to let him to return to Britain. Now, that means, I suspect, having to be involved in an exchange of prisoners. We don't have a Russian to exchange, but Germany does. And I think that collaboration with Germany may make it possible for that kind of exchange to take place. And I know that normally it's resisted by the Foreign Office, but I would say that for this prisoner, in this moment in time, given what's happened to Navalny, that we should consider doing that. And my last message to the Foreign Secretary is this. You're dealing with the whole issue of the Middle East, and I know how difficult that is. And we always talk about the importance of peacemaking, and I here take up what the noble prelate has mentioned. Peacemaking is vital, but we have to have women at the tables. And I'm worried that women are not going to be at the tables in the Middle East. And so please, with your great advocacy skills, please, can we have women at the table? Women at the table is what we want to see. Thank you.
My Lords, we've heard a lot about challenges that we face in the world. Ukraine, China, Middle Eastern crises, climate change, the backlash against globalization, conflicts and state weaknesses in Africa. But I want to argue, as the noble Lord Hannay did, that the greatest challenge for British foreign policy today is America's move away from global engagement, and in particular from a commitment to European security. British foreign policy since 1940 has been based on the concept of a special relationship with the United States as the key to maintaining our global influence. Until 2017, we also argued that we were America's closest European partner, acting as the bridge between regionally focused continental countries and their transatlantic security guarantor. Since Brexit, we've lost that position. Boris Johnson, as Prime Minister, attempted to replace it by proposing his tilt to the Pacific, to become America's partner in facing the challenge of containing China. Whoever wins the coming US presidential election, I think we now have to accept that the United States no longer regards the UK as a special or privileged partner, or European stability and security as the key factor in American foreign policy. When I lived in the USA in the 1960s, a very long time ago, I met many policymakers in Washington who'd spent the Second World War in Britain, in shared intelligence operations or preparing to liberate the European continent. American foreign policy was run by people from the Atlantic states, advised by first or second generation immigrants from Europe itself. 2 generations later, America's changed in fundamental ways. California, Texas and Florida now matter far more. Massachusetts, New York and Pennsylvania far less. There are significant Muslim minorities in several states, as we've recently been told, as well as many Latin American and East and South Asian voters. When I was a teaching assistant in an American university, we taught Western civilization, and the most important destination for our American students going to study abroad was Britain. Chinese students in British universities now well outnumber American, and young Americans spread out across East and South Asia, the Middle East and Africa instead. But the underlying concepts of British defence policy and procurement have remained, as I've discovered in talking to people in the MOD, that the standard by which our priorities and procurement should be measured are acceptance as equivalents by the United States. We also have to recognise that this also cannot hold. American equipment is increasingly sophisticated and expensive, as we've discovered with the F-35. Unless we substantially raise the scale of our defence spending, we cannot contribute significant additional forces to American deployments. Boris Johnson's dream of contributing a British task force to the Indo-Pacific was always fantastical. The reality of a British carrier dependent for support ships on the United States and other allies has shown how limited our naval capabilities now are. There are other nostalgic echoes which we have to leave behind. When I became a very junior minister in the coalition government, I was struck by the overemphasis of some of my Conservative colleagues on the value of the Commonwealth. Half a century and 2 generations after the new Commonwealth countries had become independent. One cabinet minister remarked to me that the Indians were dependable friends because they remained so grateful for what British rule had given them, which is something that I doubt the current Indian Prime Minister accepts. We still have close political relations with the Gulf states, with historical echoes, and naval ships and bases there as well. But the idea that the authoritarian Gulf ruling families are natural British allies is not sustainable, as the noble Lord Roberts of Belgravia said. Conservative ministers also doubt that people close to a Gulf state ruler should be allowed to own a conservative British newspaper, and that's because they argue that they are hostile to our democratic values. The tilt away from Europe was a post-imperial dream. Our natural partners in this now hostile environment are our European neighbours. Our priority must be to rebuild that partnership with neighbours who do share our democratic values. And, as many noble lords have already said, if we want to maintain influence in Europe and across the world, we will have to prioritise spending on defence and on international development over tax cuts.
My Lords, can I congratulate my noble friend Lord Ahmad, and can I express some sympathy to my noble friend the Foreign Secretary? I'm sure when he received the call from the Prime Minister inviting him to be Foreign Secretary, his mind must have turned to trips to the Arctic, rainforests in Brazil, white tie and receptions in Washington as the Ferrero Rocher was handed around. Not perhaps a 6-hour debate, which some would say reminds them of a radio station phone-in without even the break of adverts in the middle. However, here we are, and I hope I can add to the sum of knowledge with some thoughts. I would like to refer to my register of interests in respect of Israel, as I will be speaking on that topic tonight. First, let's remind ourselves why we have this horrific situation in Gaza. as the United Nations report by Pramila Patten, which came out today, finally admitted and confirmed that it's because a horde of people, including UNRWA employees, as Baroness Deitch and Baroness Altman have explained, committed the most deplorable and evil of crimes against civilians, targeting civilians, not them suffering as innocent bystanders, but as victims. They raped young girls so violently that they broke their pelvises. They tied and burned families together, whole families tied together, and killed family members, ensuring that family members witnessed the death of their siblings, parents and children, and committed such evil atrocities as putting babies in ovens. And I'm sorry to have to repeat this in graphic detail in your Lordship's house, but I'm afraid I feel I have to, as Hamas have vowed to repeat this again and again, and they still hold innocent hostages in what must be unimaginably horrendous conditions. So we need a constant reminder as to why we cannot have an unconditional ceasefire in isolation. Will my noble friend now push the United Nations, given this report is out, to confirm the Hamas as a terrorist organisation? He might do likewise with the BBC, but we've tried that. And so what option is there now, other than to take every step to ensure that this doesn't happen again? If UK citizens, members of any of our families here in this chamber, were abducted on our soil, I would want to be sure that my government pursued the perpetrators to the end of the earth, even if there were civilian losses on the way, which, while deeply, deeply regrettable, are, as my noble friend Lord Roberts of Mayfair, the distinguished military expert historian, and many others have pointed out, much lower than one might expect in this type of challenging and terrible urban warfare. To suggest that the IDF is carrying out a genocide is hugely insulting to the genuine victims of a genocide and to the IDF, which has been recommended by our own military as the most humane army on the planet. They largely are civilian conscripts and have taken more steps than any other army in the history of human armed conflict to try and reduce harm to innocent civilians. I applaud my noble friend's valiant attempts to try and find a way through the current situation. He has set out his 5 clear objectives, and I, for one, would like to support them. I would, however, focus on one of his objectives, which I believe needs some clarification, and that is his horizon of an irreversible pathway to a state of Palestine. That needs much further thought. I am inclined to support it, and I do believe that the citizens of Palestine deserve their own state, but it needs some clarity. Perhaps a conference needs to be secured by my noble friend to address the issues that are genuine concerns at this time. For example, to ensure that the free Palestine is freed from Hamas, will that state be a democracy or an autocracy? Will it be demilitarized? Will Jewish people be allowed to visit, work, study and pray, as Arabs are and should be from the West Bank as now? Will there be inspections allowed to ensure there aren't any tunnels? And will there be no treaty allowing funding or other arrangements with Iran? And will a border be created, such as the one in Cyprus, with international protections? In this new state, will the rights of gays, women's, minorities and other religious practices be protected in a way that they are currently in Israel? There are many other concerns. This is the first list. There is much work to be done now if a state is to be possible and not collapse into the violent civil war as in North Sudan. We need to start work now, as there is just the possibility that after Hamas and its military infrastructure is destroyed, there might be a way forward to the peaceful coexistence we all seek.
My Lord, I apologise to the House for missing my earlier thought, and I'm grateful for being allowed a few words in the gap. The Prime Minister in his Downing Street address on extremism last week gave us a much-needed warning. I believe that the greatest threat to world peace and security today is the resurrection of fascism. The Prime Minister didn't say fascism, but he described it very well. It seeks to advance a divisive, hateful, ideological agenda combined with threats of violence and intimidation to win power. And we all know that this is followed with increasing cruel and brutal repression to obtain power. There are two obvious areas where all this is happening. First and most obvious is Putin's far-right rule in Russia, which ticks every box for qualifications as fascist, from Ukraine to Navalny. And recently he's engaged as his own private instrument of despotism, Wagner, particularly in Africa. Secondly, and in some ways more formidable, is political Islam, whose distorted jihadist ideology was created by hijacking the religion of Islam as peacefully practiced by hundreds of millions throughout the world. And Israel cannot fully escape criticism. There are echoes which are able to be seen by some as fascistic. And certainly Netanyahu is risking turning what could have been an ethical military victory into a major global defeat. But as the Prime Minister put it, I quote again, Islamist extremists and the far right feed off and embolden each other.
The debate has been a fascinating combination of the global challenges outlined so eloquently by my noble friend Lord Alderdice that we now face mid-decade, but will be with us for many years, in fact decades to come, and then how the UK government has been approaching them over recent years. In summary, in my view, the former immense, the latter faltering in too many areas. Because in recent years, regrettably, there's been too many times, especially in development policy, where the UK has not been a dependable, reliable and predictable partner. All of these factors are absolutely necessary if we are to have the international both reputation and recognition that the noble lady Baroness Prasher and my noble friend Lord Bruce had indicated that is in our interest. But let me start with two areas which have been raised in the debate so far, and the immediate need for far greater international response to humanitarian need. Last year at this time, I was in Khartoum and I met separately General Burhan and General Hemeti in Khartoum to support what turned out to be a failed process to prevent conflict between the Sudan Armed Forces and the Rapid Support Forces. And as Lord Ahmed know, I have continued to support the Sudanese civilians through their Takadum initiative, but have watched with ongoing horror the suffering of the people since last April. 8 million Sudanese driven from their home, likely 15,000 dead, and 18 million people, the World Food Programme described currently today, in acute hunger. The global community's response? A paltry 3.5% of the $2.7 billion requested by UN OCHA has been raised. Trafficking in humans is now on the increase. And my heart sank last week in a meeting that in 2024 there is now a slave market reported in Omdurman outside Khartoum. And as my noble friend Baroness Sati, Lord Boatwang, Lord Bruce had mentioned the Wagner Group, I had called for its proscription 11 times over 12 months over 1 year, and I commend the government for proscribing Wagner Group. But in his speech this evening, I would be grateful if the Foreign Secretary could give an assessment of what impact that has had on the capability of the Wagner Group. Sudan is the world's worst humanitarian crisis, the least reported, and has had the worst global response. And then Gaza, which has dominated much of this debate, understandably, this evening, the border of which I visited 2 weekends ago on a visit through the UK Jewish-based charity Yachad to Ramallah, Jerusalem and Tel Aviv. And as my noble friend Baroness Jank said, of the reported 30,000 Palestinians killed, it is estimated now that 70% of those are reported to be women and children. And we know in all conflicts, women and children are disproportionately impacted by conflict. I know the Foreign Secretary is a student of political biography. In 1979, the first speech by his predecessor, Lord Carrington, as Foreign Secretary in the Thatcher government, the last time we had a Foreign Secretary in this House, he discussed the Middle East, and he said, and I quote from Hansard, "The Palestinian problem lies at the very heart of the issue. The objective here must be full and genuine autonomy for these areas as a step towards determining their final status. Nothing would do more to help these negotiations, to build trust in the area and to win the consent of the Palestinians than for Israel to cease the expansion of its settlements in the occupied territories." Close quote. 1979 was the year of Security Council Resolution 446, which sought to prohibit illegal settlements. That year, they numbered not more than 15,000. 45 years on, and resolution not being adhered to, that figure is now 750,000 illegal settlements. And we already know that settler violence in the West Bank in 2023 had been the worst on record. So therefore I welcome very warmly the government's designation of the 2 settlers under the global human rights sanctions regime. I visited the part UK-funded school and medical centre in the West Bank, destroyed by one of the settlers, now sanctioned by the UK. They have acted with impunity, with material and economic support from government entities and ministers. And these benches call for the designation of Ministers Smotrich and Ben-Gvir as facilitators of the violence under the human rights regime. When I met with the spokesman of the IDF, I asked what the estimate was of the progress after 4 months of fighting as to how much they have depleted the capability of Hamas. He told me that of the 30,000 estimated Hamas fighters, the IDF have killed 10,000. There was a remark made at the meeting that 2024 will be a year of war. It is now obvious that there will be no sustainable military solution, and to secure neighbour security for Israelis and Palestinians, we needed the bilateral ceasefire in November when these benches argued for it, with a hostage release programme and the commencement of a political track, including the recognition of the State of Palestine. And we've also heard, with regards to the ongoing Ukraine conflict and the ongoing suffering of the people of Ukraine. And with one of those constant across all sides of the chamber was that we cannot afford for the Putin regime to prevail. But as my noble friend Baroness Sutty said, the war inflicted on Ukraine has many fronts. The week of the full invasion, it was clear from messages that I had when I visited Baghdad and Beirut and came back to the chamber with reflections that efforts in Ukraine must be matched with diplomatic and development efforts in the wider region, especially the Horn of Africa, reliant on food supplies, but also diplomatically to ensure that we didn't present apparent and real double standards. But unfortunately, we have seen by many around the world not to be reliable, and we have indeed raised the concerns about double standards. We've welcomed the shelter to Ukrainians fleeing disaster, but we've criticised the closed-off routes for those from Sudan, Yemenis, Iranians and Rohingyas. Indeed, the Foreign Secretary confirmed to me on the 16th of January that funding had been diverted from supporting Rohingyas to pay for the Ukrainian resettlement scheme. And the welcome UK Aid for Ukraine scheme has been offset by cuts to famine support in the Horn of Africa, meaning our response to famine there was far lower compared to a lesser famine in 2018. These actions are significant because Putin's objective is to undermine the very rules-based international order, to highlight its double standards and hypocrisy, and instead present a multipolar one, even though we know that it is deeply threatening to neighbouring states. China seems aligned with that broad approach. Lord Ahmed rightly referred to trade and development, and he's absolutely right. But the UK has little credibility when we challenge developing economies to ask them to pivot away from China, where they know that the UK has by far the largest trade deficit in goods with China than any other nation on earth, over £50 billion. That deficit means that we are dependent in key sectors on China, whilst government policy has made it much harder to trade with Europe. A cost of £100,000 per typical business in extra trade friction, bureaucracy and form filling. And as my noble friend Lord Wallace said, it is now of geostrategic importance of reconnecting with Europe on trade, but also security and intelligence. And it is an irony of Putin's horrors against Ukraine is that Europe is now more united and less divided. And this will be potentially a supremely important contingency should a second Trump administration happen in America. I declare that I co-chair the all-party trade out of poverty group, and I agree with the Minister, Lord Ahmed, when he said that trade and the Commonwealth offer significant opportunities. But not a single FTA with a Commonwealth country that's been signed by the UK under this government has had a Commonwealth chapter allowed by the WTO in it to pursue and to promote intra-Commonwealth trade. I hope the Foreign Secretary, before he leaves office, whenever that is, as my noble friend Baroness know, that will change tack and speak to the Business Department to ensure that's corrected. So whilst we've become a less reliable partner, we've also become a less dependable one too. The Development Minister, Andrew Mitchell, at the UN last year said that the UK needed to regain and rebuild trust in the development area. But how can we do this when the government doesn't even acknowledge that we've lost it? And as my noble friend Lord Oates has indicated, we need to have dependable relationships too. The average tenure of an Africa minister over the last 8 years has been 9 months. I was speaking with a diplomat during one of the many reshuffles when he said that the Foreign Office was currently finding out whether the new Minister for Africa had ever been to Africa. And with regards to what dominated the recent AU summit, which is the Eastern Lakes and the DRC and Rwanda, we know that there are very many potential conflict areas. And therefore, Rwanda is not only on our domestic legislation, it is potentially of foreign relations interest too. And on the Rwanda bill, when we talk about global human rights and global rules-based order, the Human Rights Council's top headline on the UN News 2 weeks ago, when we were debating the Rwanda bill in committee in this House, was that the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights was decrying the UK breaching of the rule of law and fearful of how other autocracies would feel it easier for them now to do so. And regrettably, I feel the Foreign Secretary's legacy will be his name on that Rwanda treaty. It's his signature. It's a terrible agreement, which among its profound moral faults simply won't work. My Lords, returning now to why the UK needs to be a predictable partner, it's on development investment. So these benches would adhere again, and we would never have left them, but we will adhere again to the 0.7 target in the 2015 legislation that I had the great privilege to pilot through with cross-party support, and therefore we are committed to its immediate restoration. And we want to see a UK development expertise again recognised as an independent development department. But returning to the immediate, 2024 is a terribly bloody year for civilians already, and I wanted to close with just 2 comments of a recent visit that I had. Rachel Goldberg, the mother of Hirsch, a hostage held by Hamas, told me of her empathy with Gazan mothers who have lost or are unsure where their children currently are. She told me there is no competition of pain and tears. There is just a lot of pain and tears. And the son of parents killed in a peace kibbutz told me all of his mother's work and warnings had been overlooked over recent years. But he said, I can forgive the past, I can even forgive the present and those who commit the crimes, but I won't forgive the failure to change the future. So on Sudan, as we, in a number of weeks' time, face the first anniversary, I hope the Foreign Secretary will take time to focus on the Sudan crisis. And in Gaza, the US and UK must now change policy and call formally for an immediate bilateral ceasefire. Because if we are to have a process after the day after, we need a day before. And if we are to fight for the rules-based international order, there must be order, and we must adhere to the rules.
My Lords, can I first congratulate the noble Lord Ahmed on his excellent introduction to this debate. For this government, he has broken all records. He's had 7 continuous years in one department. Unbelievable for this government. Can I also say how very pleased I was that the noble Lord Hell mentioned Ernie Bevin, a great statesman, a great trade unionist, 2 ingredients, I think, that deliver effective foreign policy, a hero of mine, but of course he understood that the best response to dictators is strong collective defence and security. My Lords, the world faces huge challenges with increasing inequality, conflict, climate change and health pandemics. And I have, on many occasions in this House, praised the noble Lord Cameron for the way that he ensured that the international community focused on sustainable development goals after Gordon Brown's success with the MDGs. We are way off meeting those goals by 2030. So can I ask the noble Lord, does the government have a response to the UN Secretary-General's call for a global SDG rescue plan involving international partners, civil society and business? My Lords, as the noble Lord Purvis said, we had a political consensus around development. Sadly, under the direction of Rishi Sunak, we've seen development target cut from 0.7 to 0.5. And can I say, it's not just the size of those cuts, but the speed of their implementation that caused so much damage to people who most needed it. And it's to this country's reputation and credibility as a trusted partner that was so damaged. We also saw the bungled merger between DFID and the Foreign Office, deprioritising development, sapping morale and pushing out expertise. And I know the noble Lord, the Foreign Secretary, opposed that merger at the time. My Lords, also in his introduction, the noble Lord Ahmed spoke of a more strategic and coordinated approach on diplomacy, development, and of course defence, which I won't go into too much detail because we're talking about foreign affairs, but those 3 Ds are very important ingredients to a successful policy. And of course, what we have had is, sadly, the words have not really been matched by reality, as argued by the most reverend primate and also the noble and gallant Lord Stewart. And of course, the publication of the integrated review was followed with the refresh, where we had to refocus on the threat of the Russian invasion from Ukraine. But of course, what the refresh also said, that the so-called Indo-Pacific tilt has apparently been completed. Yet the UK's diplomatic presence in India and China have been cut by 50% over the past 8 years. My Lords, we need a strong and consistent approach to China, working with partners and allies, engaging where it is in our interests. The Intelligence and Security Committee report described the UK's approach to China as completely inadequate and said that Britain was severely handicapped in managing future security risks. My Lords, despite announcing a China policy with its interrelated strands of protect, align and engage, we still do not have a clear strategy. This is vital to engage our businesses and civil society as well as our international partners. My Lords, the refresh also recognised the need for changes to the multilateral system, and many noble lords have referred to this. And of course, the noble Lord Ahmed also mentioned proposed reforms. And of course, the refreshed document included the recommendation for additional members of the UN Security Council with permanent representation for Africa, so solely missed out of this government's priorities. Can I ask the noble Lord, the Foreign Secretary, what progress has been made on that? And does the noble Lord agree that a broader review of the working methods of the Security Council, including looking at ways to amplify civil society voices, could also give the Global South a greater voice? My Lords, we've also seen the International Development White Paper, another attempt at a strategic approach, and I think there's much in that white paper we can welcome, and I certainly welcome its vision of a much more longer-term approach to development. And as the noble Lord, the Foreign Secretary, knows, I've raised that one of the major barriers to development is access to finance. For many of the most heavily indebted countries, that is unachievable. We need a fairer system between private creditors and countries in debt distress. Now, the noble Lord has responded to me on what the UK government is currently doing at the G20 and the Paris Club, but the situation is getting worse, not better. Are there reforms that the government is considering for international financial institutions like the World Bank to help developing countries deliver clean energy infrastructure? Vital if we're to address some of the issues of climate change. My Lords, by 2050, climate change is predicted to increase the risk of hunger and malnutrition by 20%, a point made by my noble friend Lord Boateng, and also by the noble Lord Oates. And of course, last year's Global Food Security Summit gave us a chance to put malnutrition back on the global agenda. But could I ask the noble Lord, the Foreign Secretary, what progress has been made on delivering the very clear and strong commitments promised by this government at the Nutrition for Growth Summit in Tokyo, which we've not received any clear progress reports on? Can I also turn, obviously the issue that we've most focused on has been the Middle East, and David Lammy said last week, and I'll repeat it again, that it is through diplomacy, not debate in Westminster, that we will ultimately secure an end to this war. And as the noble Baroness Mubarak said, most people in this House agree that both sides should stop fighting now, and all hostages should be released. And I agree with the noble Lord Hannay when talking about a two-state solution. We need, as the noble Lord, the Foreign Secretary, said earlier this month, to work with our international partners to give hope to that process and move towards recognising a Palestinian state, not wait for the end of the process. And I hope the noble Lord, the Foreign Secretary, agrees, there is an opportunity here now for the government and the opposition to work together to support the diplomatic process to deliver a two-state solution. My Lords, the ICJ said that Israel must take measures to ensure humanitarian access to Gaza. Does the noble Lord believe that a full-scale Rafah offensive would be consistent with that ICJ ruling? My Lords, we need to focus on getting aid in. And one of the issues my noble friend Baroness Smith raised is, of course, humanitarian workers who've had their visas expire or withdrawn. And many are facing deportation at a time when Palestinian people need them most. So I hope the noble Lord, the Foreign Secretary, can reassure us tonight that the government will make the strongest representation to ensure that these visas are extended and renewed. Now, the government's last statement on the Middle East referred to the increase in aid, airdrops and more trucks going through. But as the noble Lord Ahmed said at the time, it's not enough. And at the weekend, President Biden announced that the US Air Force began further airdrops over Gaza on Saturday afternoon in a joint operation with the Jordanians. Can the noble Lord tell us what we are doing? Can we work with allies to ensure that further airdrops take place? And I understand what the noble lady, Baroness Morris of Bolton means when she says they don't get to the people most in need. Can we also talk about whether opening the Ashdod port in Israel, 40 kilometres from the border with northern Gaza, that would help significantly in getting aid through? So what diplomatic efforts are we doing to ensure that? My lords, Ukraine, there may be a change of government this year. Who knows when a general election will take place? But one thing we can be clear and say absolutely clearly to the world and to the Russia, there will be no change in Britain's resolve to stand with Ukraine, confront Russian aggression and pursue Putin for his crimes. Now, 2 weeks ago, President van der Leyen of the European Commission made a very positive statement about repurposing seized Russian assets to fund the rebuilding effort. Canada has also passed laws to do the same. And we've heard in this debate from noble lords that this is not setting a precedent. So, when Andrew Mitchell said that the government hopes to have positive news on this soon, I hope the noble Lord, the Foreign Secretary, can tell us when and provide us a very clear update that we will move with allies in supporting this. We must continue to stand with Ukraine in every aspect it needs until it is victorious. It is up to the President of Ukraine, the people of Ukraine, to determine any peace and settlement in the war with Russia. It is their decision, and we must support them in whatever they conclude. My lords, let me finish by saying a slightly partisan thing, not in my nature. After 14 years of chaotic government and chaotic governments, changes that we've had, Britain has lacked the leadership it needs to succeed in the face of a world characterised by conflict, the climate emergency, and the erosion of the rules-based order. In contrast, Labour foreign policy will reconnect Britain to deliver security and prosperity at home. We will return to being a reliable partner and a dependable ally.
Yeah. Thank you. Can I thank all noble lords for their contribution today, and can I say that it's great to follow Lord Collins, and let me tell him, in the spirit of cross-party politics, every morning I'm proud to walk up the steps in King Charles Street, walk past the statue of Ernie Bevin and recognise a truly great British Foreign Secretary who stood up for this country. He was absolutely right to praise my partner, Lord Ahmed, who's been in post for 7 years. In fact, my last job was 6 years, but between us, 13 years, I think. And I can tell him we're both looking forward to many more years in these posts. Today has been an opportunity for me genuinely to benefit from the accumulated wisdom and experience that resides in this chamber, and it really has been a fascinating debate. We've ranged from Nigeria to Armenia, from universal jurisdiction to sanctions, from individual cases to current crises. And as Noble Baroness Smith said in her opening speech, we're having this debate at an absolutely critical time. Now, I'll try my best to respond to the many comments made. But let me just say by way of introduction, as I've said before, I can't recall such a dangerous time in international affairs during my political career. This was a point Baroness Eaton made, the Noble Lord Alton made this point, referring to a time of despots and dictators, but I thought it was very refreshing when the Bishop of Leeds reminded us it is actually the anniversary of the death of Stalin, so some of these things at least come to an end. And Lord Milesford, I think, was right to draw attention, as the Prime Minister did on Friday, to this combined threat of the far right and Islamist extremism. We must respond to all of these threats with strength and unity, and we must always be clear about where British interests lie. And I thought Noble Baroness Ashton put it particularly clearly when she said, as I always do, at the heart, those interests are about our prosperity and our security. I have a clear set of priorities rooted in these interests: supporting Ukraine, building a more stable Middle East, enhancing British security, promoting international development, including green growth, and boosting UK prosperity. And the Foreign Office is working with departments across government to drive these priorities forward. And what I'd say we've done in the last 100 days since I've taken on this job is we've tried to surge our activity to respond to new developments and crises. In the last 113 days, I've visited 26 different countries. I've spoken at 8 different multilateral gatherings, and of course I've tried to account to this House. And I want to thank the Noble Lord Trenchard for kindly saying that I should be focused on this House rather than appearing at the bar of the House of Commons, as entertaining and as fun as that might possibly be. One must always be conscious, but perhaps particularly in this job, not to confuse activity with action. But I hope you can see that the actions we're taking are making a difference. I want to reassure the Noble Baroness Northover on that point. Like Lord Mitchell, who made a very powerful speech, I've shown solidarity with Israel, seeing the death and destruction wrought at Kibbutz Be'eri on October the 7th, while also speaking out for a sustainable ceasefire in Gaza with my German counterpart, Annalena Baerbock. We've trebled our aid to Gaza and appointed a representative for humanitarian affairs to work intensively in the region to address the blockages to aid reaching Gaza. Much more needs to be done, and I will say more about that in a minute. I've urged allies to stand by Ukraine, joining with Polish Foreign Minister Radek Sikorski to send the clearest possible message to the US Congress that that money needs to be released. Like the Noble Lord Alderdice, I'm proud of the record we have in the UK, and I listened very carefully to what the Most Reverend Primate, the Archbishop of Canterbury, said about we must will the means to the end we want as well as that end. And I think the Noble Lord Fowler was completely right when he said this has to be our highest priority. I've got the 5 things I set out that I want to do, but Ukraine is number 1, and I will say more about that in a minute. We've surged in terms of publishing our sanctions strategy, the first one Britain has ever had. We've imposed travel bans and asset freezes on over 200 individuals or entities. To those in the debate, Lord Hannay and others, the opposition front bench, who mentioned the terrible nature of the Navalny case, the UK was the first to put in place those sanctions on the people that helped to bring about his death, and we should be proud of the action we take. And I'm afraid I don't agree with the Noble Lord Skidelsky on this issue. Sanctions can be an effective weapon, and in this troubled world we need those sorts of weapons at hand. We published a groundbreaking international development white paper, which I know the Noble Lord Collins has praised. It has the aim of expanding the money for developing countries, especially fragile states, but it also covers a number of subjects, including support for women's rights organisations and all the things including like assistance with climate adaptation. We heard a great speech by Baroness Goody. We are committed to the SDGs. We are also committed to getting back to 0.7, and I just gently point out in the spirit of cross-party cooperation that while it was the Labour Party under Gordon Brown that committed 0.7, it was the Conservative government, a coalition government indeed, under my leadership that achieved 0.7, and I think it's worth remembering that. I won't reveal what Nick Clegg said to me privately when we were pushing for 0.7, because that would be unfair. Action... be careful. Action has also involved talking to people that we don't agree with, including sitting down directly with the Iranian foreign minister and delivering some very tough messages about what Iran is doing in the region, around the world. And indeed, I've had some pretty frank bilateral conversations with my opposite number in China. We've equally surged to sought to strengthen our network of alliances and partnerships around the world. And let me reassure Baroness Sooty that Central Asia is one of those networks where we want to do better. I'm planning a visit there. I'm going to be holding a round table with anyone who knows the industries and businesses and voluntary bodies and educational organisations that we should be talking to there, and she's very welcome to come and join my round table in the Foreign Office and to talk about that. And I think Lord McInnes is absolutely right to include Armenia in a country where we should be thinking about how we try to include them in our network. We've also surged, as it were, to seize the chance for a more constructive relationship with Argentina's new government, without in any way shying away from defending the Falklands' right to their self-determination. And let me reassure Baroness Smith, the noble Baroness Smith of Newnham, that we are fully committed to the defence of the Falklands. I met with the forces there while on my visit, as well as meeting a number of penguins and others. And I can tell you it is very well defended, with some extremely capable air-to-air missiles and all the other things you'd expect, including typhoons. Let me reassure also Viscount Waverley, the noble Viscount Waverley, that we're working hard for a deal between the EU, UK and Gibraltar, and I'll look specifically at the point he raised in his speech. We are, of course, investing in our partnership on climate, defence and digital with Brazil. They are hosting the G20 and chairing COP30, what I would say to both the noble lords, Lord Purvis and Lord Collins, is that I had the opportunity to explain at that G20 how we're going to expand the balance sheets of the multilateral development banks to surge money into helping with the SDGs. That is our strategy. Let me now turn to other points made by noble lords across the House, and let me start with Gaza. We had powerful speeches from the noble Baronesses, Baroness Morris, Baroness Fall, Baroness Mubarak, Baroness Janka, and the noble lords, Lord Sahota and Lord Anderson. Look, we are facing a situation of dreadful suffering in Gaza. There can be no doubt about that. I spoke some weeks ago about the danger of this tipping into famine and the danger of illness tipping into disease, and we are now at that point. People are dying of hunger, people are dying of otherwise preventable diseases. And the situation is very bad because we've been pushing for this aid to get in. We've had a whole set of things we've asked the Israelis to do, but I have to report to your Lordship's House that the amount of aid that got in February was about half what got in January. So patience needs to run very thin, and a whole series of warnings need to be given, starting, I hope, with the meeting I have with Minister Gantz when he visits the UK tomorrow. We've set out very clearly a set of 5 asks which need to be put in place. The humanitarian pause, the capacity inside Gaza that many noble lords have spoken about, the increased access through both land and maritime routes, including Ashdod Port, which the noble Lord Collins mentioned, and of course expanding the type of humanitarian assistance that gets in. Too many items are sent away because they're supposedly dual-use goods, and some of these things are, things that are absolutely necessary for medical and other procedures. And we also need to see a resumption of electricity, water to North and South Gaza. Let me say again at this dispatch box, Israel is the occupying power. It is responsible, and that has consequences, including in how we look at whether Israel is compliant with international humanitarian law. So I think that is the most important thing on the issue of Gaza. Turning to the political process and how, as many noble lords said, how do we try and turn this moment of such disaster into a moment of opportunity? Baroness Northover, the noble Lord Desai, the Bishop of Leeds, Lord Lee, all asked, are we committed to finding an answer? Do we see this as an opportunity? And my answer to that is yes, the situation is terrible, but if we can turn a pause for this hostage deal into a sustainable ceasefire and build momentum so we don't go back to fighting, there is a chance, because I think, as the noble Lord Lee said, there's some exhaustion on both sides. There may be a chance to get to a more of a political solution. I know a number of noble lords, including Lord Hannay, said, are we rather torturing ourselves with this debate between pause and ceasefire? The reason I think this is the right way is by saying a pause, which should happen now. I want it to happen tonight, tomorrow, to stop this killing, is to have a pause, and then you put in place the conditions that make a ceasefire more likely to be permanent. You've got to get the Hamas leadership out of Gaza. You've got to get rid of the terrorist infrastructure. You've got to have a new Palestinian government. You've got to have the horizon towards Palestinian statehood. These things are necessary in order to have a chance of a genuine peace process and outcome. I thought the Noble Lord Ricketts and Noble Lord Roberts asked absolutely the right question, which is, as part of this, what is the guarantee of security that Israel can have? A two-state solution won't work if Hamas are still running Gaza, and if there aren't guarantees about how secure Israel would be living alongside a Palestinian state. So we have to get that right. Let me reconfirm Britain is committed to a two-state solution, and also reconfirm, following the Noble Baroness Hellick's excellent speech on recognition. What I'm saying is that clearly part of a two-state solution is the recognition of Palestine as a state. I don't think that should happen at the start of the process, because I think that takes all the pressure off the Palestinians to reform. But it shouldn't have to wait till the end. And I think the point that Lord Hannay and others made, that we shouldn't give Israel a veto power, which is the effect of the American policy at the moment. And so I think that recognition can become part of the unstoppable momentum we need to see towards a two-state solution. The Noble Lord Hayne made a very powerful speech about Gaza, but I don't agree with him. I'll just say about this issue of hypocrisy when we look across to the Ukraine and Russia dossier. There was no 7th of October event in Russia. Russia's invasion of Ukraine was without any justification. It's the simple invasion of one state by another, and I think it is different to the situation with Israel and Gaza. I want to reply very... I'm very sorry. If I have time at the end, I will, but I want to try and get through as many... It's a challenge to try and answer 63 speeches, and I'm determined to be equal to it. Lord Pollock made a very powerful speech, and I want to answer him directly. Ask the question: do we still believe Hamas-run Gaza can't be a partner for peace for Israel? Correct. It can't be. Hamas is a terrorist organisation, and let me say very clearly, its apologists should not be invited into the FCDO for a seminar. I once said as Prime Minister that when you're Prime Minister, you spend half the time trying to find out what the government's doing, and then you spend the other half of the time trying to stop it. And it turns out that being Foreign Secretary is not entirely different. Let me pay tribute to the very strong speeches by the Noble Baronesses Altman and Baroness Deach on UNRWA. And I totally understand the concern about the fact that people that work for that organisation were involved in October the 7th. That is a shocking fact. It has to be properly investigated. There have to be proper undertakings and reforms to that organisation so it can't happen again and it can be put beyond doubt. But what I would say to the House is, if we also want aid delivered, UNRWA is the only body with a distribution network. So we have to have a dose of realism about what we can achieve and how quickly we can achieve it. But the promotion of extremism, that does need to be properly dealt with. Let me turn to Ukraine and Russia. We had some extremely strong speeches from the Noble Lords Bruce, Lord Robertson, Baroness Altman spoke about this issue. And I think the common theme was this sense that just more needs to be done. In terms of defining what is more, to me it is really focusing on the military commitment. The Macron event in Paris last Monday was useful because there are a lot of quite simple things every country should do. The countries of Eastern Europe that still have some legacy Soviet ammunition that the Ukrainians can fit into their systems, they should release that immediately. Countries that still have stocks that they could give to the Ukrainians should give those stocks. Every country, and this is a sort of small point, but nonetheless it matters, should check the expiration dates of their weapon systems. If they pass those expiration dates, countries spend a fortune decommissioning them, whereas if you actually find out what the date is and give them to the Ukrainians, they could use them now. But I think what lies behind these speeches and questions is an understanding that Britain has got to do more in boosting its own defence production and scaling up its defence production, not just for Ukraine, but recognising in this more dangerous world we're going to need greater stocks of ammunition and less of a just-in-time concept when it comes to defence production. The noble Lords, Lord Stirrup and Lady Baroness Ashton made very powerful points about when this conflict really started, pointed to 2014. I would point more to 2008. I think that was the moment when we saw that Putin was in the mode of grabbing land and territory without justification. Number of noble lords, Baroness Kennedy, the noble Lord Roberts, talked about frozen assets. Let me explain where I think we've got to. I actually think the moral case is there, that this money should be used for the benefit of the Ukrainian people. I think the economic case is very strong. I don't believe, and here we are in the city of London, as it were, one of the great financial centres of the world, I don't think this will disadvantage us in any way using this money. There are a bunch of different legal justifications, of which collective countermeasures is one that could be used, but there's also the opportunity to use something like a syndicated loan or a bond that effectively uses the frozen Russian assets as surety to give that money to the Ukrainians, knowing that you'll be able to recoup it when reparations are paid by Russia. That may be a better way of doing it. We're aiming for the maximum amount of G7 and EU unity on this, but if we can't get it, I think we'll have to move ahead with allies that want to take this action. I think it is the right thing to do. I agree with the speakers. I very much agree with the noble Baroness Hedrick's speech that Putin will not stop at Ukraine. I think if we allowed Putin a win in Ukraine of any form, I think Moldova would be at risk. I think possibly some of the Baltic states would be at risk. And I'm afraid, although the noble Lord Balfe, we've known each other for many years, I just don't accept this idea that countries that are close to Russia are not allowed to choose. I remember a conversation Tony Blair once reported to me that he had sat down with Putin and said, well, of course, it's up to the Ukrainians to choose. If they want to be in the Russian orbit, that's their choice. And if they want to have a more Euro-Atlantic leaning, that's also their choice. And Putin said, no, they're not allowed to choose. I don't think that's acceptable. I think we should allow democratic, independent countries to make their choices, and we should back them when they make those choices. I listened very carefully to the noble Lord Moore of Etchingham. I'm delighted his 4x4 campaign is succeeding. I will look at boats. I suspect that they were seaworthy enough to get across the channel, but they may not be seaworthy enough to get much further, but let's look at that. Baroness Fall quite rightly reminded us that Putin isn't winning, and we shouldn't fall for that narrative. In fact, he's lost about 25% of his navy in the Black Sea. Moving on to defence, we had a number of very strong speeches, I would say almost unanimously, coming from whatever benches, whether noble Lord Robertson, Baroness Goldie, and others calling for an increase in defence spending. I would say in this government's defence we are heading towards 2.25 fairly rapidly. We have a rising defence budget, and also if you look at the new equipment that's been put in place, whether it's F-35s, whether it's Typhoons, whether it's aircraft carriers, Type 26 frigates, Type 45 destroyers, there's been an enormous uplift in the capacity and capability and quality of what we do. I thought Lord Wallace, the noble Lord Wallace, was rather gloomy on our capabilities and on our relationship with the United States. I would just make the point that when it comes to defending the sea lanes in the Red Sea and standing up for the freedom of navigation, only two countries were prepared to step forward and make that choice, and they were Britain and America. We are a very reliable ally, as we rightly should be. I thought the noble Lord Stevens made a very powerful speech about running the Ministry of Defence better, and as he ran the Department of Health so well, I thought maybe it was a job application and we should take that up. Moving swiftly to Europe, I started my day with all of the EU ambassadors having breakfast together. I think the mood between Britain and the EU is much stronger now than it's been for many years. The mantra of being friends, neighbours and partners, I think, is true. The noble Lord Kirkhope made I think right to make a tribute to the Windsor Framework. It was a great negotiating success by the Prime Minister and should be celebrated. He made a number of suggestions for how, and others did, Noble Lord Anderson did, about how we might improve the trade and cooperation agreement and how we should look at our cooperation with the EU. I think we should pursue this with some thought and some care. I think some of the options of very structured dialogues don't always get you what you want, whereas I think a little bit of ad hocery from our new position might be better, but I have an open mind. A number of noble lords talked about green issues. Lord Ahmed was quite right to mention our blue belt. Now we've got one round the South Sandwich Islands. We've actually created a bigger blue belt across the oceans of our world than any country ever in history. We should be very proud of it. Baroness Northover, Baroness Bennett, the noble Lord Oates all spoke about the importance of climate finance, and of course we've got the 11.6 billion committed over the 5 years. The noble Lord Naseby made a plea about helping small island states. I very much agree about that. I think it's a good moment to think about that in the run-up to the Commonwealth Conference, and we'll have more to say about that soon. A number of important speeches about human rights. Can I absolutely agree with Lord Mackenzie about the case of Vladimir Kara-Murza? I was honoured to meet his wife and his mother in the Foreign Office last week, and again we should call for their freedom, his freedom at every available opportunity. The noble Lord Alton talked about the importance of gathering evidence of war crimes, something we do and must do more of. The noble Baroness Prashal and others spoke about how we should act in a way that enhances our moral authority, something that William Hague always used to say, and it sticks with me that it is important if we are to be taken seriously. The noble Lord Farmer talked about the persecution of Christians. Let me tell him that he mentioned Fiona Bruce and what a great job she does as the Prime Minister's envoy on religious freedom, and a bill is being passed through the other place and hopefully will come here that will put that on a statutory footing. And that'll be the first time one of those envoy roles will be treated in that way, and I think it's quite right. In terms of Saudi Arabia, let me say to the noble Baroness Bennett, we always oppose child executions, and happy to oppose the ones she mentions. More than that, we oppose the death penalty in every circumstance, and we always raise these cases, and I think the noble Lord Ahmed has done that in his recent meetings. I think I'll make just one more point because I'm running out of my additional time I've kindly granted myself, and that is to mention development in Africa, where you're very kind, thank you. The Most Reverend Primate, the noble Lord Boateng, a number of others made speeches about the importance of peacemaking. I thought the Archbishop reminded us of an important fact when he did that acronym of the Foreign Office, preventing conflict and building peace and whatever else it's called, and comparing that with our Lord Jesus just saying, blessed are the peacemakers, proof, if ever we needed that, Jesus was better at sound bites than modern politicians. What I would say to him is we do now put over 50% of our aid into fragile and conflict-affected states. But I think he's right that as part of that, we've got to think what more we can do to surge peacemaking and peacekeeping. A point also made by Lord Purvis and the Bishop of Leeds spoke about Sudan, noble Baroness Cox about Nigeria, and I would say to them and to noble Lords Lord Bruce and Lord Oates that actually the aid to Africa, bilateral aid to Africa, where we've just signed off the bilateral agreements, it is going up by 50% this year. So there's some proper big bilateral programs to countries in need, like, for instance, Ethiopia. Final thing I wanted to just refer to before concluding is a number of people made points about strategy. I agree with Lord Young of Old Windsor and the noble Lord Howell about the importance of the Commonwealth, particularly in this year. I also want to make the point that to those who said they worried about our ambition in terms of diplomacy, Britain does still have the third biggest network of embassies and high commissions and missions around the world. In fact, we just said we're going to open a new one in East Timor, and not every country does that. A lot of discussion of the future of the UN. We're in favour of UN reform, but I would say to noble lords that if we want to see a rules-based order, and we want to see countries obeying those rules. There are times when the UN Security Council can't deliver because of the Russian veto, because of the Chinese veto, and there are times when you need coalitions to come together to help make that happen. My Lords, to conclude, I'm grateful for all your contributions and for listening so attentively as I close my first debate in this chamber. I've tried to directly address as many noble Lords' contributions as possible, but it was hard to do all 63. I'll follow up any remaining in writing and place a copy of the letter in the library of your Lordship's house. To return to where I began, I think on issue after issue you can see the difference we are trying to make together with others. With Ukraine getting grain exported from the Black Sea, with a number of allies signing those long-term bilateral security guarantees, with Jordan and Qatar delivering life-saving aid by land and by air, with states like Kosovo and Moldova boosting their resilience, and with the US and the Commonwealth we've stood by Guyana. With the multilateral development banks, we're beginning to unlock billions more in development finance. With our overseas territories, we're expanding our magnificent Blue Belt programme. With the Department for Business and Trade, we're negotiating new free trade deals. With the Ministry of Defence, we're increasing European defence production. And with the Home Office, we're returning foreign national prisoners and tackling the smuggling gangs. The challenges we face are considerable. Baroness Stroud and Lord Hannay and others spoke about the changes in the global dynamics we face. They're right. But I believe we can take heart from the work that our amazing diplomats, development experts and intelligence experts are doing, day in, day out, to make our country safer and more prosperous. In a dangerous world, we mustn't shy away from the need to stand by our allies, strengthen our partnerships and make sure our voice is heard. Baroness Neville-Jones, I thought, made an excellent speech when she said we mustn't accept a glide path to decline or a glide path to war. I completely agree with that. That's what I've been doing since becoming Foreign Secretary, standing up for some simple principles: the right of countries to have their borders respected, the right of the importance of democracy, the importance of freedom. We should demonstrate strength, we should show humanity. That is what the government and I will continue to do in the months ahead.
Yeah. My Lords, the question is that this motion be agreed to. As many as are of that opinion will say content. Contrary, not content. The contents have it.
Sorry, too long.
My Lords, I beg to move the House do now adjourn.
The House do now adjourn.
The proceeding has ended. 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 The proceeding has ended.